수밖에 없어요.
장로브레스 남아있거든요.
너무 셉니다. 너무 셉니다. 결국 에이스를 띄우는 하나 세 명입니다.
그리고 뒤쪽에 미니언 또 옵니다.
이러면
이건 뭐
이거
거의-
딜러가 없어서 네.
끝났죠. 네. 장로 버프를 노틸러스한테 줘도 못 막습니다.
쌍둥이 하나 컷. 두 개도 컷. 남은 건 넥서스. 넥서스 깨집니다. 여기서 경기 끝. 제제. 하나생명이 첫 번째 경기를 잡아냅니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup. It is day number 3.
That's right. And we're back in Group A. Today we will have Group A finalized, as well as which 4 teams will be advancing to the Swiss stage and in which order, which team's going to be taking first, second, etc. And that will, of course, determine their first opponents in the Swiss stage as well. Thanks to KeSPA, of course, for organizing this. And you can see all of our sponsors down below. Some pretty big names you guys might be familiar with. Yeah.
SK Telecom, CAS, Logitech, Chizik. I'm not very good at
That's the
pronouncing
neighbor
that one.
streaming platform, if you guys don't know.
Yep, and Powerful X, which I do understand how to pronounce. So that one's a good one. Thank you so much for the sponsorship, and welcome here to day 2 of Group A, but day 3 of the KeSPA Cup. And this is where we're going to be saying goodbye to 2 teams in this first group. It's going to happen again tomorrow for Group B, but this time around, we'll have to say goodbye. And I'm not entirely sure who it's going to be, because this group was way closer than our second one.
Yeah, we only have the exception, of course, of Guangdong Freaks being sitting down at 0-3 at the bottom, but not mathematically eliminated necessarily, depending on how Bro, B&K, KT do shake up, also DRX still sitting at 1-1. They have 3 games to play today. If they win both of the matches and go to 2-3, there is a scenario where they could end up in a 2-3 spot where they actually do make it in. But they need to win both of their games, very likely. So here's the standings we were just talking about. The big key point that you were kind of leading into is the 2-1 ties that we have between Bro, BNK, and KT. It's very, very close, tight-knit up at the top.
Yeah, DRX and Chinese Taipei as well. Also, just one victory away from all of these teams. Strength of schedule is something that we don't necessarily understand just yet because not enough games have really been played. We thought that DRX were looking strong. They then lost. It's hard to know exactly where all these teams are sitting, and especially with the fact that Chinese Taipei and DRX haven't played as many games as the rest of the teams. Of course, most teams playing 3, these two only playing 2. So we'll get a little bit more insight into DRX and Chinese Taipei as we move into today's matches.
Yeah, we certainly will. Here is today's match list, by the way. We mentioned yesterday, if you weren't here, though, we only have 7 games today because that's going to round out the group. So that's why we're starting at 2 p.m., which we're getting very close to here. DRX versus Chinese Taipei, BNK versus Bro, and Chinese Taipei versus KT are our first matches. So considering that BNK, Bro, and KT are at the top right now at this moment in time, very important games to determine who could potentially be pulling ahead in first place.
No, exactly right. And I think a lot of people were surprised with KT's performance, especially in their first couple of matches. This is a team that is not bringing a whole bunch of LCK players or anything like that. This is largely Challenger, and then it's not even KT Challenger because all of their players are seemingly playing for Bro now. So it's kind of nuts that this team is still performing well. Of course, the name value means that a lot of the fans were right with their predictions, but I don't know how they necessarily understood that this group of players were actually going to be able to perform together. So definitely a little bit of a surprise story coming out from KT, and we'll see whether they can continue that form up against Quantum Freaks, which is going to be theoretically a shoe-in match, right? Like Quantum Freaks currently 0-3, not looking great. But Team Chinese Taipei might be a little bit more of a difficulty.
Yeah, I think obviously we talked about this a few days ago, but Chinese Taipei have a very storied roster full of players that are incredibly strong and have a ton of international experience, but that doesn't necessarily translate to the strategies that we're seeing here in the KeSPA Cup because the meta isn't fully solidified. Like, yes, we are seeing mostly the same picks every game, but we're seeing them utilized in very different ways. And we saw Team Vietnam even bring out some really cool, unique level 1 strategies and some really different lane assignments. So I'm expecting some adaptation from this group in general, considering they had a whole day off to kind of strategize and prepare.
We'll have to see exactly what's going to happen here, but let's have a look at our first matchup of the day. This is a really interesting one. DRX with Frog, Sponge, Yahoo, Lazyfeel, and Pleta. It's weird because it feels like a challenger roster, but for DRX, I mean, this was their LCK squad, basically, for the majority of the year. But now with Lazyfeel in that 80 carry position and one of the first imports from Vietnam that we've seen. If he does play for the LCK, it's going to be the first import from outside of Korea that we've ever had, which is kind of nutty.
It is pretty crazy. He also had a great performance, I think, even in their loss. Had really 2 great games. I think the big standout player for DRX on day 1. Betty and Woody also had a phenomenal advantage when they played against Kwangdong Freaks. And unfortunately for Slayer, he just kind of got bopped there, but Betty ended up going like 12 kills or something on Misfortune that game.
Pentakill on a fountain and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was very strong performance from Betty, and Woody set it up. And obviously, there's just so much experience in this roster. So going into this one, I want to give a slight edge to Chinese Taipei, but I think it really just depends on how well DRX's bottom lane performs.
Yeah, I do think that this is going to be a very different matchup. We've seen that Chinese Taipei are a team that are fellable, weren't actually able to, go perfectly throughout their last matchups. And so DRX, a chance to pounce, I could say. And also, this is definitely a more dangerous roster to go up against in comparison to where Chinese Taipei found their first victory up against Quantum Freaks. That was not necessarily the highest caliber of LCK squad. This actually kind of is an LCK team coming out from DRX with Lazyfeel there towards the bottom side of the map. So a big test here for Chinese Taipei. I do think that they could still do it, but I think I'm going to be eyes glued to Sponge versus Kasa in the jungle. I feel like Kasa was having a little bit of a rough one. We know that his more recent performances, even when he was playing over in the LPL, have not necessarily been the most consistent, and I think that that is kind of continuing here. So maybe a little bit of a a target for Sponge to get towards.
Yeah, and I think the bottom lane is where I have my eyes glued, like I mentioned before. Just 4 really strong players down there, and we've seen a lot of games kind of decided and snowballed in this group more than Group B based on that bottom 2v2. And I think that we have that Slayer angle that's added a lot of that data there because he did kind of get destroyed 3 times, and all 3 of those games ended up being very one-sided. But it was Betty and Woody who did it to him last time around, so maybe they were looking to do it again here to Pleta. Pleta, though, very, very good player. And LazyFeel doesn't seem like he has any communication issues or anything like that on this squad. Most people in Vietnam speak English very well, in my experience of traveling there and having a lot of Vietnamese friends growing up. So if the team can speak a little bit of English, right, and communicate with him there, I don't think there will be major language barriers. He's also been here for a year, nearly, about 10, 11 months. So he's probably picked up a lot of Korean. So I think communication with them is not going to be an issue if you were wondering about that at home.
Yeah, and so far from what we've seen from the gameplay, it's looked pretty damn good from LazyFeel as well. But let's have a look at the prediction here. As 80% in favor of DRX is kind of surprising to me, although we are in Korea, and these votes coming from Koreans, so some maybe national bias coming on through. However,
what's your pred?
DRX is still pretty good.
What's your pred? Who'd you go for?
I'd probably go with like a 60-40 DRX.
I'm kind of feeling like I want to lean 60-40 Chinese Taipei. I do think
Karsa it's like there's arguable for both ways.
Yeah, I think Karsa did have a pretty rough experience when they did play against Bro. But I think when you consider like how that match could have been played out and how things could have gone if there wasn't that early lead for Bro, I think they actually fought back pretty well. I do think Aja is looking very strong in this tournament as well. Hasn't made too many big errors or anything like that. So I think the experience will win out. I think maybe there was some jitters. It's like the first day of the tournament. You're playing online. Like, everyone's playing online, but, you know, the Korean teams are playing locally here in Korea. You're playing overseas. Feels a little bit different. It's kind of hard to get used to that kind of competition when you've been so used to dominating your region at home. So let's see how it goes. I think it's almost 50-50, but I give the slight edge actually to Chinese Taipei this time.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it does go. I'm sort of giving it to DRX just with the fact that Bro, not necessarily the strongest team that we have in the LCK, but they were able to get the better of this team. And these are squads that have played together for a long time. Bro, DRX, 2 examples of this, where Frog, Sponge, Yahoo, and Pleta have been on the same team for what feels like 3 years, right? Yeah. Be it LCK or Challenger. And so with LazyFeel slotting in, it's an 80 carry position, right? Like, they just do what they're told. They're a gun. They get pointed in a direction and they fire. Like, that's not going to change up how this team feels. And they've put in the work. So DRX definitely with a lot more synergy, because the Chinese Taipei roster, it's more like this super team built for this tournament. It's not one that has all of those years of synergy outside of, you know, Maple Karsa and, you know, Woody Betty. Like, there is certainly some players that have played together for, like, before, but it hasn't been recent that they've been well-oiled, you know?
Karsa in general being the one that wasn't really on this roster here. And the Chinese Taipei team here has some experience playing together, obviously. Karsa and Maple, in particular, were the ones that really, really were so iconic together. And Betty and Woody, you know, building up some synergy over the last few years. I want to see this team do well. And you and I came into this group thinking maybe they'd top the group just because...
Yeah, I mean, the name power is too powerful,
exactly. Right? And it really says a lot, I think, about our challengers' talent here in our LCK region. The fact that they can go toe-to-toe with such legendary PCS players, you know, formerly LMS players.
And LPL players.
LPL as well, yeah. So it's really awesome to see, because these guys are not CL players. Like, these guys are not amateurs. These guys are not trying to build their career. They've already lived it, you know?
Yeah, and Maple and Karsa have had, like, some of the longest careers out of any player in the world.
They're 27 years old, both of them.
Yeah. This, like... Who have you got? You've got Faker, Deft, and Utapon. You know, like, they're the only real ones that really stand up to it. And Deft has actually retired at the end of this year. So the fact that Maple is going out at the same time, like, these are absolute veterans, and I'm looking forward to seeing whether they can actually move on, at least to the next phase of the KeSPA Cup, right? Getting into Swiss, I think, is going to be important. Of course, we're going to be losing 2 teams. 4 of these squads are going to be moving further forward, and so staying in those top rungs is going to be important. But no undefeated teams at the moment, and so it is still a pretty tight race.
It is really cool. I have to really, like, you know, take it in. And we've had, obviously, 2 days of group stages. We had Group A and Group B yesterday and the day before. and I feel like we didn't really like hit on the fact that it's so awesome that we have a Vietnamese team and a Chinese Taipei team in this tournament, and the fact that not only the Vietnamese team is overperforming our expectations, but they came from some of the middle of the pack, like 5th, 6th place basically players, still were able to take out T1. And then Chinese Taipei, it's not just like, okay, we got some players from this region. It's literally a legendary roster of players, and they get to actually compete with challengers players. This is the kind of tournament that people always want to see. This is the kind of tournament people always like beg to see. Like, what would happen if we saw some inter-region play from these teams? Most teams don't do it because you have to travel or it's very difficult, but because we're very close by in the grand scheme of the globe of Earth, we actually can play this online and make it work. So it's really awesome that we actually get to see Chinese Taipei compete against DRX.
Well, speaking of which, let's do it right now. Jumping into pick and ban here to see exactly what is going to be going down. Whether there's going to be any changes is going to be the big one for me, because there's been a couple of days of competition. We've discovered that Mbessa is indeed completely broken. And it was Maple that debuted the champion, and so it is going to be banned away. Love to see it. Sejuani, Renekton, I don't really care about those bans, but DRX trying to keep the pool open, get themselves something strong, a.k.a. Aurora.
Yeah, I would imagine that's going to be what they're fishing for here. Ash, Corki also available, so one of those three. Okay, we're just going to trade. So Azir is very strong in this tournament so far, and so that's taken away. And when you look at the picks available, I think Aurora is still the one you want to get here.
100%. I don't think there's any other choice. And I think it's kind of an error to have left that one up. I don't know why you're... like, unless they have a clear anti-Aurora plan, this feels to me like it is a bit of a mistake. I think even when you have a mismatch of teams as far as the caliber, this champion can actually really swing it over the edge, even though she isn't the same completely ridiculous champ that we saw, you know, a few patches past.
You get Ash, but you don't get the Sejuani with it because that was banned. And you can't go like Ash Corki here and get 2 of those strong picks. So, I mean, you can, but it's not really what we like all that much here. I guess they are going to do it. When I said you can't do that, it feels like you're really leaving your draft out to dry, like early on. Yeah, you got the Ash, you got the Corki, but you give them counter pick in both of those lanes. They already got the really strong Aurora pick. They can flex it top here. And we've seen the Varus kind of be the answer to Kalista, the answer to Ash so far this tournament. That's what they're going to lock in. Let's see if this third pick can kind of save things. It might just be the Renata.
Yep, I wouldn't mind the Renata coming through here. I think keeping a little bit of ambiguity to your draft is going to be an important one, and blind picking top lane is not really going to make you feel the best, unless they just decide to do it. The double equalizer composition certainly does have a lot of merit, and with double 80 carry, they do want some magic damage. Rumble being the best one on the patch does make some sense, so they are going to lock that one away. But it does leave all of their cards on the table, right?
Yeah.
It's only utility picks that they have left.
And DRX already have their jungle, so they can take away some of the best jungles you're going to want here. You don't necessarily want an AP jungler anymore as Chinese Taipei because you got the Rumble. So maybe we just see the Xin Zhao taken away. And, I mean, you already lost the Vi because you banned it. Skarner's gone. Sejuani's gone. So it gets really easy here for DRX to just take away some meta picks from Karsa. Maokai is the choice they're going to opt into, though.
Yeah, getting rid of that. Of course, it does open up things like Rakan towards that bottom side. Pleta, a phenomenal Rakan player, so wanting to not give away, you know, the very easy counter engage, but also some of these lane counters. It might even just be Maokai Poppy that they take away.
Yeah, I think Poppy is a smart move. Also, Maokai is so incredibly commonly used in Korean challengers with Rumble as a jungle pick. So even though we were like, we don't need AP jungle, Maokai is not like an AP DPS jungle pick.
And there's the Rakan ban, sort of reading that Maokai ban from Chinese Taipei. I really do like that. A little bit of a pivot in their ban strategy. Pleta, of course, plenty of champions in his champion pool, but this seemed to be the one they were gunning for.
They could also ban Renata here still. It's not the strongest Renata angle for the Ashe in this draft. It's obviously good into the Nocturne, but the Xin Zhao I was kind of expecting to see in that first slot will be what they opt for here. And it's going to be Viego.
I think it's a little bit dangerous to just straight up pick the Renata, so I do like picking jungle here a little bit more. Maple with a little bit of a grin on his face as Karsa is working out what he wants to be playing here. Viego has proved very powerful in this tournament so far. The G-Riz really going to town on his opposition with that one. And now Karsa is going to try his hand at it. This would be interesting, as Pletter is considering a Nico. This guy has been really, really good on picks like this. Eclectic picks. It feels like Pletter is carrier light in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Certainly has been able to excel on some of these more niche playstyles on the bottom side of the map. Not deviating to just playing AD carry outside of when he was actually an AD carry. But still, certainly one of our more eclectic players. Is Jax a consideration here for Frog? That's blind. Well, no, it's not blind, unless it's Rumble in the jungle.
Yeah.
And, we've got Viego top lane.
I mean, it could be Ash Viego bottom lane. Remember that?
Yeah,
remember
there we
that was
go.
a thing for a little while.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, I think it is just going to be straight up into this Rumble pick. And now the question becomes, what do you want to play into this Nico? This is not really the Blitzcrank angle, I don't think. I think the Renata is still fine here, but if you're worried about dive, maybe you just go for a Leona or a Nautilus here and just try to hunker down under that turret when that does come through and try to set up those roots or stuns, depending on which of those two they pick. I think that's the safer bet. I'd rather see that. This is a very strong level 1 that you could set up.
Yep, and also gives them a little bit of frontline and peel that they didn't really have. This is relying purely on Betty for engage, though. There is 0 engage in this Chinese Taipei team. Engage Braum isn't real. Don't trust anyone that tells you that it's real. Flash R on Braum doesn't exist. Like, it's not the way to start a fight. It's not how it goes. So I don't really like it. I feel like this, as far as rounding out the composition, is worse than something like just putting a Rel in there. Even though the lane feels terrible, I feel like it's better. Renata would have been also kind of horrible because Nico is already there to counterpick, so you are priced into picking something. This is tanky, but it's not frontline.
It also
necessarily.
It blocks some of the damage from the Varus, so there's some elements of safety there, like when you're setting up for objectives. But I'm worried about what it means in the lane itself, and you can't. You don't really want a lane swap here in this situation, I don't think. I mean, you absolutely could here as Chinese Taipei, and because you have the Bard, it allows you to kind of dictate the pace of that because level 1 is so strong. Let's see what happens when we get onto the Rift and what they do with that level 1 power here into this draft, because I think that's going to be very telling as to potentially why they pick this over some of those other melee supports that we were leaning towards instead.
And it's Woody, man. Like, his Rel was so good.
His Nautilus was so good as well.
His eye for engage is absolutely fantastic. And the best thing about, like, having that with a Rumble is that you get to keep them in an equalizer. Now, like, the only way to do that is if you perfectly layer, your Glacial Fissure on top of the equalizer, get that double Band-Aid on the ground, or Betty's landing these arrows absolutely perfectly. There's just not that much CC.
You set up that concussive blow perfectly timed right when the equalizer hits.
But I mean, how are you supposed to do that against...
You're not going to do that.
Like, this DRX squad. Like, Jax even doesn't care about it. Maybe the answer is dubstep. Hey, it's game 1. All right, let's do it. Let's hop into the Rift. Here we are. Already some defensive starts happening. There's 2 Varuses. Varuses. I think it is technically Varuses, but I like Vari. There is 2 Vari on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, with his goofy haircut.
Whoa, you can actually go fishing with your hockey stick? Get that gold frog.
Wait, let me see that.
Get it. He's actually using his hockey stick to fish.
That breaks my immersion. They are going to just, by the way, walk up to at level 1 here in lane swap. They're not going to actually try to push or get any advantages. And part of that's just based on the safe 5-point start here from DRX.
I mean, it's weird, though, because, like, why are we lane swapping as Ash Braum? Maybe they were guessing that DRX were going to lane swap?
It could be, but now they have the instant information here. And if you had been able to come up here even faster, maybe you could actually catch Jax, like, and try to set something up there, but because that's incredibly strong. Like, Jax is doomed into this, but he is actually, in fact, going to have to flash. Frog, respect it, man. He's like, maybe I can go up against Ash Braum. No, now you don't have a flash.
Well, he might have got an experience, maybe. In these early levels, like, for a top laner, you'll do anything for some points of experience. So maybe Flash is worth it in his mind, you know?
He's like, 2 minions died near me, but I had to use Flash for that, but it's worth. Not
Yeah.
feeling great about that, but ultimately is now just going to abandon his lane because that's how it goes. And then Brahm's going to go bottom. Well, potentially going to go bottom to...
Going to be backing at least. Right now, it's just Betty just chilling by himself. We can see the bottom lane of DRX yet to rotate over. And it will possibly just be a teleport back even from Frog. If they do see that the Braum has headed down towards the bottom side, this is kind of how it works. Wait for the crash, then try and pick up the experience if you can.
This is a little bit late from Woody because he canceled that first back. Aja actually just has to let them hit this turret.
Yep, Pleta going to be walking past this. Let's see whether the Tangle Barbs are going to connect. As there's the counter-strike. Flash out from Aja. As Sponge gets the fear. Frog tanking this one up forever, but that is first blood still going down. Will Frog actually have the counter-strike in time? The answer is he doesn't need it. He just leaps over to his teammate, and unfortunately, Woody's Braum, not enough damage, and just a mistime as far as how this lane swap has been orchestrated.
Yeah, I really think that Woody should have completed that first back and gone over as soon as possible. I think if he gets there a little bit faster, then he probably would have been able to help out. They would have been able to at least trade a kill back there. I mean, you saw how low Frog went.
It's a full wave of experience that dies, though, so maybe it's kind of just even.
Yeah.
I mean, Aja doesn't pick up very much of this farm, but still.
Yeah, I mean, the gold is pretty useful for a Rumble at the early stage that he's going to end up losing out on here. Does buy a lot of time here. Frog is tanking the turret for an incredibly long time. Sponge does also have to flash at the end of that because he's scared he's going to get hit by that ramped turret. Final shot might have actually taken him out. Would have been close, but you don't want to chance that. I think it would have killed him. And so he does flash there, ultimately. If you look at the farm difference between Aja and Frog, obviously the gold is stacking up here quite a bit for Aja, now that he's actually able to get back to lane and farm this up. Frog did catch some of those minions. I don't think, no plate went over to Betty. He wasn't even really hitting the turret there. He was just trying to set up some more pressure there, because he doesn't hurt turrets with that lane swap protection that is in the top lane.
Ooh,
Frog
cannon
freezing.
going down, and there's no one there to pick it up. So that's decent. Still 10 CS behind is Frog, but I think that there is like an insurance policy when it comes to this, Jax. You can always kind of be valuable, as Yahoo finding a fair bit of damage. And remember, DRX, one of the reasons why they looked so incredibly powerful in their first match was because Aurora. And Yahoo's back on it once again. This guy is really, really good at control mage play. And I'm a little bit worried, just based on how this ban pick went. Still, I'm still not feeling like I'm feeling any better about how it's gone. Like I don't see the answer necessarily.
No, I feel like I'm with you because they did send Betty and Woody top and got a flash out of Frog, but he still made the successful gank happen or dive happen bottom side. And even though he was significantly behind Aja in farm, like he was able to come up there and catch all of that because Aja had to TP, so he couldn't get back to top lane. They wanted to swap Betty back. So the advantages that they had or tried to get, really, like they had for like maybe half a second, are just all gone now. And that gold still is on the Varus for Lazy Feel. And now he is starting to push this one in. He maintains the advantage there. They have a winning lane here in mid. And of course, it's really going to be able to help out.
This is the matchup from yesterday, right? That Zeka kind of crushed in the laning phase?
Yes.
Is that how that one works?
Yes, I believe you're correct.
So Yahoo actually, demonstrating that his laning prowess certainly there. Hitting a lot of buttons in comparison to what we saw yesterday. A different matchup entirely, but still impressive that Yahoo's able to have a performance like this, as that is first dragon going down. Sponge going to be picking that one up, but don't have any grubs taken just yet. But Karsa is going to change that. Yep.
Aja does have level 6. He has a significant experience lead because he was able to pick up a ton of that when he was in that bottom dive. Speaking of dives.
Yeah, Yahoo's even rotating over, so Woody and Betty want nothing to do with this at all. But that is going to be more plate money going over to this Varus. More of an advantage being set up as this whole wave just farmed underneath the turret. Lazyfield moving very confidently towards this Braum.
I mean, it's funny when you look at the items here of Betty, too. He's sitting on like a longsword and a Rectrix, and he has boots, but that's helpful to walk away from the turret. Lazyfield doesn't have boots, but he doesn't need them because he's on top of a turret. He's not running away from anyone. He's not chasing anyone. He's just hitting a turret, and if you come towards the turret, he's like, no, you can't.
That's 2 waves. Two waves have been fully denied.
He's 23 CS behind
yeah.
at the moment.
But what's even worse than that is it's not like he's getting harassed off a minion wave but still picking up experience. This is like 2 entire waves of experience have been denied from Betty. So level 6 has been gained here from Lazyfield. Betty not quite there yet. Will finally be able to get over and pick up this minion wave, but You can see in the emoting that Betty is not feeling too psyched about the whole situation.
I don't think he's feeling optimistic about his chances of being relevant this game at this moment in time. Aja has really come up here and started to push this advantage here, though. He had a small experience lead, was utilizing it quite well, was trading aggressively into Frog. He's going to be able to pick up this plate here in just a second. I bet he's not going to be able to hit 6 on this one. They're not able to get that plate. I think they might have been able to force it, but it's just so greedy, even though it had a rough back. So feels frustrating they can't get that, but they just know it's not realistic.
Yep.
I think the scenario here for Chinese Taipei is that they need to set up a really good team fight here, potentially around the second dragon. And if they can do that, then maybe there's a window back into this game. But unfortunately, the Dragon's on the bottom side of the map. Where their power is, and where it really will be, is on this Rumble. And maybe a big equalizer. He's not going to necessarily be able to get to that fight. And they don't have great engage or setup for the equalizer. It's something you pointed out in the draft. So getting back in from this point, I mean, it's only like a 700 gold lead, but that's significant at this stage in time. That's what I'm most worried about. And remember, we've seen the Aurora has scaled in terms of damage so incredibly well throughout this tournament that she's no longer just press R and that's all she does. She just adds a ton of damage. She adds a lot of side lane power. So she's going to be a bigger threat later on. This lethality Varus is going to be a big threat into this no tank composition here for Chinese Taipei. It is just not going to get better unless they win a big fight, and they need to do it soon.
Yeah, they need the DRX roster to just line up on an equalizer and get barbecued. Allow Woody to layer that ultimate across so they can hold them there. And speaking of holding them there, Pletter is going to have to use his flash in order to get out of the way. But it does not do anything at all. So he is just going to die. That is both summoner spells down at the same time. And so Chinese Taipei answering back, grabbing themselves something. I don't know whether it's enough to really get them into a promising position, but still, you're going to do that.
Surprised that we didn't see Karsa go up and try to look for a route there and follow up even further onto Lazy Field. He just kind of went in for the Heartbreaker engage, got the kill, and then he was like, well, I don't know. There could be a Nocturne ulting in.
So I think it's fine, just because there were still both summoners.
Look at this, engage here, how difficult it is to follow up. Like, watch Karsa. Woody goes in, and then Karsa has to flash for the Heartbreaker here. That's the engage. Like, Ashe is so good at setting up engage, but the comp is kind of like, ooh, we got a Braum and a Viego, so we'll make it work. And they did make it work, and that was a really nice proactive play from them. Sponge wasn't able to come down and ult in and impact that play, so it was a good call, but that alone is not going to be enough, but it's one step in the right direction.
No, I would agree. I think Pletter was actually trying to set up for something. I feel it in my bones, because you had Lazyfield sitting in a brush, and Pletter was pretending to be a Varus, and maybe they were hoping that there was going to be an opportunity for them to dive on top of what they thought was Lazyfield, and then a Pop Blossom comes out, but he died way too fast.
Yeah, I mean,
so there was no way to make that one happen.
Sponge was nearby and had his ult, so he was around Krug.
Yeah,
so,
that's what I was sort of thinking.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right. I think they thought they were going to get the counter gank.
Oh, that's a cute one there, as Karsa is going to be able to steal away the 4th grub for free. Nothing needed to be invested, and that is Chinese Taipei just walking away with some Void Mites up and available. Really nicely done. That's really bad news for DRX.
Yeah, 4 of the 6 go into their hands. Really nice for shutting down this Jax's ability to then kind of side lane and smack turrets really hard later on in the game. And he's actually still pushed back 20 CS behind Aja, who's really been utilizing the power of Rumble in this early laning phase. And we're 11 minutes in now. We're not in the super early laning phase, but still we haven't finished any items or anything like that. And Frog's just itemizing defensively. He's got Merc treads and a refillable pot.
Yeah, he's got a rock. That's the build.
Not feeling great at the moment. You look at Lazyfield, he already has his Ghostblade online and is stacking his tier for that Muramana second item spike. And he is well and truly on his way to being a huge mid-game threat.
Yeah, these the Varuses that we've seen, whether it be on hit or lethality, have been very, very strong during this tournament.
Yeah, I feel like he's been the champ that I trust the most that we've seen, and teams have really prioritized it as a counter pick into the Ashe or the Kalista. I feel like the Kalista is really not hitting the mark here in KeSPA Cup. The Ashe has been okay, but this is not a great comp for the Ashe. And they gave the Aurora too.
Yeah, I mean, you need the Ashe in this comp because this arrow that we see here is very... Oh, what the heck? That was a volley steal! Immediate cleanse there from Betty as well as the equalizer. They do the walk tactic to get out of the way. Frog's flashing though. Still some fire left on the ground as the paranoia does come in. Yahoo trying to keep them at bay. And it is going to allow DRX to back off. But man, they should have been backing off with a dragon, and it's again highway robbery.
Yeah. Stolen here. I mean, Chinese Taipei really keeping themselves in this. Also able to get out of the fight unscathed. It was really well played. I mean, it's luck that the dragon goes their way, essentially, but that he was volleying his way towards it, and they end up picking it up. You can see the follow-up is so hard, by the way. Again, it's like, okay, I'm going to Braum ult after we Ash Arrow, just because there really isn't anything else. Like, it's a triple knockback, and it helps them really follow up here. It forces the teleport to come through from the Aurora from base. So Yehu shows up, but he's not able to come in here and impact the play fast enough. So it ends up being DRX having to retreat. Really like the equalizer placement there from Aja as well, just making it very difficult for the team to either collapse in or actually retreat safely. So guaranteed that DRX basically just had to hightail it out of there.
That being said, if the equalizer was on top of the amazing Glacial Fissure, then maybe 3 people are dead instead of everyone walking away.
Yeah, that would have been the more ideal one, but still the placement, all things considered, ended up being very impactful.
Understood the thinking, exactly. It does make some sense. A little bit sad that it's not, able to be employed in the way that I wasn't expecting was going to be possible, honestly, just because engaging with Braum is not really a real thing. As Maple takes a combo.
You just wanted to see a Song of Ice and Fire, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I have been rewatching Game of Thrones, so it does make some sense. Frog is going to face check. Just walks away, spinning his hockey stick, and he'll be all right.
Yeah, he's okay. He is going to get pushed away. Does have a teleport here, but Aja might be looking to grab another plate here. Well, not quite, because there's 2 seconds left on those, so won't be getting any, but we'll at least be crashing this wave into the bottom turret. The Sponge looks to take this Herald here. There's no real contest set up just yet here. Like, we're at half health. Betty does have his arrow, but I just don't think there's any way they can force this fight. And they're just going to give it up.
That should mean that mid lane outer turret is going to be in a little bit of trouble. So we'll see exactly how this does end up shaking out. As 500 gold is the lead here for DRX, nothing really to worry about whatsoever. As Carson moving down towards the bottom side, going to help Aja push this one in. They might be able to get towards a first turret blood, but we will see exactly how this one goes. Turret plates well and truly in DRX's favor. That is largely what's keeping them in the advantage here.
Aja is going to get this turret because Frog went topside to help guarantee the Herald.
Oh,
but he get punished.
He might
as well.
have to sacrifice his life for it as he flashes out of the way. The circle is going to slow him down. Scrap shield not going to be enough. The Tangle Barbs are good. And Fled is able to help them lock down this kill, giving the money over to Yehu as well. Very valuable.
You know, they're also they should be able to get Yehu the counter turret as well. So they'd end up trading up in a huge way here because they lost their turret, but they get a kill plus turret themselves. And the value of this bottom turret, like, they don't really lose anything from losing it, minus the fact that gold went over, but they got to trade up in gold. So Frog, on the other hand, might find himself in a bit of danger.
Yeah, Counter-Strike is a really powerful ability, but unfortunately is not permanently active, as the Heartbreak is going to come down. Heartbreaking for Frog, but pretty fantastic there for Kasa as he is just unceremoniously battered. That's a flash for an ultimate. You'll take that if you're lazy field, but not going to be able to get any solo kills. However, this is happening, ladies and gentlemen. And so Frog is dead, but on his tombstone it says worth. Because that's 2 turrets, and one of them's an inner, and that is so much money.
It's like every play that we're seeing from Chinese Taipei is 1 step forward, but then they're unfortunately kind of pushed 2 steps backward because they're trading turrets, but then losing more turrets on the other side, right? Like, every single time they try to make a play happen, yeah, they got the dive there onto Frog. They're able to take that top side turret down, but they lost their bottom turret, and then they lost the inner.
The thing is, like, as well, like, you might be looking at the gold, and you're like, Atlas, you're an idiot, because now Chinese Taipei are ahead. But this is Hextech Soul.
Yeah.
And so having control of the bottom side of the map is actually pretty important.
It is, and also, I mean, compositionally here, I think Chinese Taipei really needed to win some decisive fights in the earlier part of this game around this Rumble, and they just haven't been able to do so. And he was ahead, and now he's got 2 deaths, right? So he's like, yeah, I'm still ahead over the Jax, but he's not accelerated by any means, and the gold is on the Viego. 2 items for Corki will be really strong when we do get to that point in 3 minutes or so. But we're still a ways away from that. And this dragon is so important here. Maple does have teleport. Frog, of course, can match him and come down. He's just going to fly his way down on his little tiny rocket instead because he has that extra space to do so. But this leaves Frog with that turret. So if DRX can slow this down, Jack starts to hit the turret a ton and then can come in anyways. Taipei need to be fast on this take.
Well, they are going to dive in. That's going to be an immediate Pop Blossom. Yehu takes down the Ash. Betty no longer a part of this fight. And now the flash out from Maple means that he is not participating. Great piercing arrow. And Chinese Taipei, yeah, they're not taking a dragon. Not in this particular battle. Great spell shield there from Sponge, even though I don't know whether it's all that necessary. It looked really cool.
It was well
some
done.
desperation. Maybe it's going to be another robbery. Triple thievery wolf. What do you reckon?
Aja
What are the
could try
chances?
to equalize it.
Oh, this is a tough one. Equalizer does come down. Pleta taking a lot of damage from that one. It's Frog on the wrong side of this. Flashes on top of the fire, but it's the Viego that goes down. That means the Smite is dead, and that'll mean 2 dragons for DRX.
Now, Maple also trying to steal it with a rocket, but not quite able to take it down there. So 2 dragons for DRX. Kill going over as well. And it was just, they were there, and they had the instant engage there with Pleta. It's all Pleta who sets this up. He gets the first kill in that fight. And remember, Frog isn't even there. He's putting the pressure on the turret, but it's still they who strike first. It's still DRX who strike first. Like, look at the top lane. Jax is pushing there. And Chinese Taipei are like, we have to start this dragon up. We're on a timer here. They got the Viego on the dragon, but they have more players here. And Yehu starts this off.
Oh,
and
man.
the follow-up from Pleta is beautiful. And he just walks forward just enough to set up that circle. Maple's forced to flash out, and that's just the dragon. And then the equalizer follow-up here from Aja is actually pretty cool because he zones, and they're looking, okay, maybe we could actually secure this down a member here. The Corki teleport is here, so he's actually back at full health. And watch Aja's equalizer. Instead of trying to like drop it on the dragon, he wants to zone some of these players away. Frog is in this awkward spot where he gets burned down. He's just barely able to flash away, and then the turnaround kill here as Viego tries to chase is great there from the Vietnamese player, Lazy Feel.
Yeah, actually, that ultimate catching out Kasa just after the Heartbreaker really allowed DRX to pop off in that fight, because if it was instead Frog getting caught and then Kasa dives in with a stolen Counter-Strike, like, that could have been a wipe in that team fight, even though it was 4v5.
It was a good fight from both teams, but I think obviously DRX getting the jump first
Yeah.
is the real win there. So both.
I just think it's
Yehu
so
and
much
Pleta.
harder to team fight as well with this Chinese Taipei composition.
Yeah, I just don't think it's a great comp. And you guys, know this if you watched since the draft. Like Atlas and I were a little bit skeptical about it, and I think they're doing more with it than I thought.
We've been burnt by the Engage Brom too many times, and then when we see it go poorly, it's not just that it goes poorly, it's that Orcs is talking about it for 3 months afterwards, and that makes things really, really difficult for us to handle it.
Look at this gold difference in the bottom lane as well. Like, second kill here for Lazy Feel. He's sitting on 2 items. He got his Edge of Night. Like, he has so much extra gold. He goes Edge of Night before getting that Muramana. He's just skipping out on that for a while. And he's in such an accelerated state. A full item over
Shadow
Betty.
Flame second as well for
Yeah.
Yehu. It's like, no, I'm not going to go for like cutting down the tanks because you don't need to. There aren't any. He's instead going to go for as much damage as physically possible.
The gold, again, if you listen to how Atlas and I are talking about it, you might feel like we're talking like as if DRX is 4K up when they're really only 1,000. But it's just where the gold is and how this composition will start to really take over this game and how oppressive it is with a Nocturne as well. It can shut down any sort of side lane. They already have a Jax in the side lane, even though it's not an accelerated Jax, it's not a fed Jax, and it's not like the crazy late game Jax threat that he might become. I don't know if we really see a late game in this game, but it's just what they have right now to secure every other single dragon of the most impactful soul in the game for Baron fights as well. Chinese Taipei, like I said, give them credit because I didn't think they'd be able to accomplish as much in team fights as they have so far with this. So maybe there's a miracle angle here.
I mean, really, it should also be Soul Point, remember? Because, like, the fact that Betty was able to steal away that one dragon could be an incredibly pivotal thing in this game. Because the next dragon, I think DRX are going to be extraordinarily strong going into that fight. 2 items on Yehu, 2 items now built up by Lazy Feel, very, very close to getting the Muramana as well, which would be a huge spike for the Varus. But it's not Soul Point. They're just going to go for that third dragon the next time around. And yes, they're going to be able to take down this outer turret. Will mean that this dragon much easier to set up for. But everything is just delayed a little. Chinese Taipei getting some time is okay. Woody throws down the ultimate. And this is the problem. They do the walk.
Yeah, and then Frog just gets a turret. This is the Jax side laning. Another thing here is So one of my self memes in solo queue when I'm having a bad game on Corki or Ezreal when I'm super far behind, I go, "It's okay, Wolf, as long as you get 2 items by 22." That's like my thing. I'm like 2 items by 22. So sometimes I meme it hard. I'm like 2 items, 22. Okay, if you get your Muramata done by 22 minutes and 22 seconds, you're still okay. He's just now going to be getting that, as you can see here at 22, like 10. So he at least got the Wolf 2-2 principle. He's able to do that, but he wasn't able to hit it at these critical breakpoints. Luckily for them, though, like you said, they got that one dragon, so he will have it for this dragon fight, which is so important. 2 items not done here for Betty, but he's just going to have to suck it up and fight this one out anyways, because this is a very, very important dragon to stop here and could buy Chinese Taipei the way back in the game. Aja, no ult, but does have TP.
The problem is, without Arrow, Equalizer, and the Glacial Fissure, you can't fight this.
Yeah, they need time. They need to somehow buy time, but they just don't have tools to do so. They don't have any poke. Minus the Corki rockets, which on this version of Corki isn't really a thing. And it looks like they're just going to try to side lane their way out of this with a Rumble. DRX are kind of floundering a little bit here, not making a decisive call, so...
This is a rough one. Yeah, who's going to be moving on over? That's going to be able to alleviate some of the pressure around this Dragon Pit. But you can see Sponge already starting this up. And yes, Equalizer. Back off cooldown now. The arrow's up. The Glacial Fissure, they're still waiting on it.
I just don't have any way to teleport Aja into a relevant place. They're going to maybe try to go for a Hail Mary Baron here, but I don't think so because there's vision on it. They don't have the damage. Ashe doesn't have 2 items.
The problem is that DRX can fish. They can fish so much better, right? And it's not just because they have Jax who actually has a fishing animation. It's because you can throw out Tangle Barbs. You can mess around with Pleta being a minion or a different champion.
You've got Nocturne, you know?
Yeah, yeah. You can just look for these opportunities, and then their hard commit can be put down when they know that this is the fight they're looking for. Is the arrow going to get dodged with a dash cannon? Pleta, tricky fingers there.
Yeah, that was actually pretty clutch from him.
Using a dash cannon to dodge it when your flash is up is actually like so impressive because
it's Giga Chad.
Muscle memory dictates that you just, you know, flash away from an arrow that's heading towards your face. But Pleta's like, he evaluates his cooldowns he has available before he flashes.
You can see
uses
also,
it to get away.
like, he changes direction for a second because he's like,
Can I just walk?
Yeah, he's like, but also, I think I need to go up. And then he like goes north instead of actually going back towards his base.
Yeah.
And he's like, I know the arrow hitbox exactly. But you could just see in his movement there that he actually did that calculation. You know,
that was
like
a lot
saying.
of computing that happened in a very short amount of time that I definitely wouldn't have been able to do.
I just flash and then still get hit by it.
Oh,
I like
100%.
flash the same trajectory as the arrow and still get hit.
I would have just died. Not gonna lie. I'm like, oh no, I'm saving flash and dash cannon. I'm gonna need them in the next fight in like 60 seconds time.
DRX.
That's what I tell myself.
Finish the Muramana here for Lazyfield. So he's on 3 items as Corki and Ashe are hitting 2. So, I mean, that's the huge lead that Varus has. Lazyfield is feeling really good about.
He's feeling motivated. I think the name is wrong. Like, this is motivated Field.
Well, he's
right
just going
now.
to squat.
He's jazzed.
He's going to squat this Baron with his team and say, you have to come towards this Baron or we'll take it. We have the damage. We have this, you know, the damage to actually support a Baron here at 25 minutes. So you guys need to respect that. You need to come over here. You can hawk shot once. You can get that vision. Otherwise, you will need to commit in here. They still have a Jax in the side lane with a teleport. He can start pushing that out. There's no turrets to take, but he's very freely just going to continue to farm and get more experience here. And Chinese Taipei are the ones who actually have to come over and respond. So DRX playing the map incredibly well, even though the Jax was significantly far behind for a lot of this game, and still is in terms of CS and in terms of items. He's still a real relevant side lane threat when they have this much map control.
Oof. Ow. Okay, that's a bit rough. Lazyfield is quite a ways ahead. But like you were talking about, like, both of these solo laners for Chinese Taipei are, like, pretty juiced, right? Like, there's 40 CS up on Maple. He's got those 2 items building towards that rapid-fire cannon relatively quickly. Aja might pick up a solo kill here, except that he misses the harpoon, and so therefore Frog does the walk, and there's a minion wave. Oh, man. It is Rumble's worst nightmare.
I mean, they actually could just turn this into a Baron if they chase all the way down here.
Frog, I don't think he has any way to leap strike his way out, but does get onto the minion here as the Heartbreaker is invested. Yeah, this Baron is just dead. Frog has teleport in 40 seconds time as well, so if it is an elongated fight, it's likely that they don't manage to do it. But DRX are too scared.
Yeah,
Woody comes in, gets some vision. The rotation up a little bit too fast, maybe.
We got a little bit trolled by the main map as well.
All right, there's the Paranoia wanting to find a little bit of a fight here as the arrow is going to connect. Just the last little bit of that Glacial Fissure connects onto Sponge, but they're unable to actually finish off a kill. As now with the piercing arrow landing on a Maple, fair bit of damage there. DRX just waiting that 14 seconds for Frog to be back up again, where another 5-man will be available.
So this actually ends up being pretty good for Chinese Taipei.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like a little bit of a mistake from DRX as far as their assertiveness.
We saw on the minimap they were all grouped on Baron, but I think maybe they were just clearing vision or they were considering doing it right. Because I think if they had been doing it that whole time, like what we saw, they might have actually been further along to where they could have actually finished it. But when we panned over and saw it was like the Baron had lost maybe a fifth of its health. So, you know, at that point, it's like, well, no, you do have to leave. Actually, Chinese Taipei will collapse on you. Maple does have teleport, so they don't actually get to take it. Because it looked like that was kind of the game plan. Frog pushes up deep, pulls some attention. We take Baron. If he lives, it's great, but if he dies, we still get Baron. He has TP, he can rejoin like you were talking about, but they just weren't quick enough to actually get that punish play, so instead they end up losing their Jax, don't get the Baron, give Chinese Taipei that push into mid, and the gold is still relatively even here.
The problem is this Dragon is coming up in 48 seconds. If DRX gets it, they win. That's kind of how that one goes. If Chinese Taipei gets it, they get another 5 minutes. That's how unfair it is, unfortunately. Hextech Soul, pretty powerful. Extra layer of CC as well, when that has been what we've been mainly talking about, as LazyFeel going to be able to avoid this. The arrow going to get flashed. Still, flash for Equalizer and arrow. You feeling all right about it? Is now Chinese Taipei able to move over?
Look at the flank here from Yehu as well. He's in such a good spot. Frog still has his teleport.
Yeah.
Time works against Chinese Taipei here, and they have the DRX have the superior engage angle here. They're going to have to chase Yehu away.
They're going to have to worry about the Equalizer and the arrow at this point in time as well. As Aj is going to move up towards the top side, but Frog knows he can kind of stand in front of this turret because there is no Equalizer to push him away. They'll take an inner, and now DRX looking for an opportunity.
He can back and TP, and I think that's exactly what Frog's going to look to do here. Chinese Taipei almost checkmated at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult. However, they do have control of the Dragon for the moment. Arrow not going to be up for this fight, and it's just so hard because Ashe is kind of the only non-full commit CC that they have. So, like, that's the only thing that they have an opportunity to use. Teleport is going to come in. It will be a 5v5 as Yehu looking to wrap around. The paranoia coming in. The circle is now on. Woody's taking so much of this damage. It's actually pretty good here for Chinese Taipei as Yehu going to be getting out of the way. The Pop Blossom under 3 is phenomenal, but Aja is able to take him down. Still, they lose the Viego at the start of the fight. Maple doing so much work, but so is Yehu. Pops over the wall. Aja is going to go golden, but that is just in celebration for the moment. Good arrow, but it's too little. It's too late, and that is going to be the Hextech Soul and probably the game for DRX.
Yeah, 30 minutes in, these death timers so long for Maple and Aja. The two real players who could actually maybe clear these waves out and keep these Nexus turrets alive. At the very least, they will be able to get this inhibitor. It looks like they're going to back away because they don't have tons of damage here to push down. They don't have a big wave. It's only just one wave of minions coming up here through this inhibitor. The mid-inner is still up as well, so that's a saving grace here for Chinese Taipei. But like you said, there's no tools here really for Chinese Taipei to get in here. Yehu's flank is fantastic, and he's been sitting on this the whole time. Doesn't even use the blast cone. I feel like he could have gotten an even better setup here, but it's good enough. And yes, while Woody takes a lot of this damage here, it's enough to that ult is enough to buy space for the dragon. And the player's like, I'm done with securing the dragon. Now I want to kill the champions, and he goes in for the engage. Everyone's so low health here on the side of Chinese Taipei that it's really easy for LazyFeel to just fish in the barrel, clean up house, and no one else can get on top of him. No one else can contest him.
And yeah, Yehu was just completely untouched in that fight as well. Now has his Crypt Bloom, 303. Like, this is very rough. I think his champion is a little bit overtuned.
Yeah, I think he actually procced it in the last fight, that Crypt Bloom. He had it there, and now he's got an Arm Guard, almost 10 stacks of Dark Seal. And you and I said in the draft, like, maybe giving the Aurora might not have been the play. And what they got in return was the Corki Ashe, but the composition just doesn't suit it. Then they went for the Rumble as well.
Vietnamese talent, dude. Not only the Vietnamese team yesterday, but also LazyFeel right now. It's been very impressive.
It really has. And not like wholly unexpected for LazyFeel because he's been around in Korea here for a while, but just watching how well he's playing, and he's got Edge of Night, so he doesn't care.
Arrow for Edge of Night. It's actually not a terrible trade, although this isn't like a ability haste style Ashe. It's a damage Ashe.
It's pretty terrible.
The cooldown's pretty long.
It's pretty terrible for the Ashe when it's like one of your only engage options, though. You're like, now I can't use that for anybody.
So this is the desperation, right? You can feel it. Like, they have to try and take these pot shots. As Chinese Taipei, they've been able to steal some objectives in the past, so it's likely that DRX don't go for a 50-50 here, as they are taking a fair bit of damage. Lazyfield and Sponge down to 50%. All right.
Okay.
They do move them away, and just the presence of Chinese Taipei is enough to deter DRX from taking the Baron.
Don't forget that Frog still has teleport coming back online right now, and he's level 16. Has a Thunder Sky. Also has a needlessly large rod for some reason.
I mean, it does. The colors match his jersey, which is pretty cool. Of course, building towards Zhonya's as the next item, but it's funny not to see the arm guard.
Yeah, usually people go arm guard first because of its active, but I guess he didn't quite have the gold for it, and then the rod is cheaper.
And it does also it gives you a bit more empower damage and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, it's not totally worthless, but
Chains of Corruption. Not going to get the chain onto Betty, but Woody takes a bunch of his health bar. Not as unbreakable as he would like to be at this point in time. In a turret. Looking worse for wear.
If Frog is given the opportunity, like if that super minion wave gets close to the Nexus turrets, he just TPs and ends the game. And they can always just threaten with that and leave him in the side there while they start up Baron. So after everyone's recovered, after they get this reset here, push this wave in, they have full vision control once they clear these wards. Not 100% sure if they've actually seen that last ward in there, but either way, they're looking to threaten these Barons and pull Chinese Taipei into the dark where awaiting Pleta is with the Pop Blossom.
Yep.
And Jax just keeps pushing out that side, keeps threatening the back door.
There's one teleport available on the side of Chinese Taipei, but Maple had used his. So he has to stay with the rest of the team. They are going to try and contest this. Aurora up towards that top side. Yahoo, teleport in hand, so a bit more flexibility. Frog doesn't... It doesn't feel like Frog wins the 1v1 at this point in time, though. That's the biggest problem. Like, the fact that Aja has a death cap, like, it's so much damage from the Rumble that maybe that's a way that Chinese Taipei are able to make things happen.
I feel like they just have so much control, they should just start the Baron. I mean, they're going to lurk in these bushes.
All right, there's the Paranoia. Comes down onto Betty. They do find the Glacial Fissure, though, as Sponge now has to flash away. Yahoo just burnt down. A big mistake here from DRX as they try to force flash out from Pleta as well. They've lost their mid laner. And yes, Yahoo's going to be back in another 45 seconds, but there is a minute before this Elder.
Yeah, this is a huge mistake from DRX. Like, they have so much vision control. They want to sit in those brushes and set up a play, but Chinese Taipei are just
getting frustrated, man. It's what it feels like.
It's like, just do the Baron, and then like when they come, then use the Nocturnal, then collapse on them. You look at all the vision control they have, and look at the lack of vision here. You don't have to go towards them. Make them come to you. Use the Baron to pull them. And I think, like you said, a little bit of impatience here, a little bit of frustration. And Sponge kind of baits Yahoo in, and Yahoo ends up being the one who dies here. Now Chinese Taipei clear out the vision around Baron. They're going to go for their own Hail Mary themselves before the Elder spawns. Yeah. And there's just not a whole lot of vision outside of the Scuttle Crab here for DRX. Yep. I think they just lost the Baron.
Yep, full information, and there's nothing they can do about it because you're not going to be fighting without your Aurora.
And they could just empower recall home. There's no no chance to get an inhib.
Positional advantage is going to be there for DRX on the Elder. But with the ability to go back, immediately get a reset, the gold is 1,000 at 35 minutes, who cares? So Chinese Taipei, if they can actually get towards this dragon, they might be okay. However, there is zero vision. Like, there's almost negative vision. And so they've started this one up immediately. Casa is in so much trouble. They need to try and keep him healthy, but already below half health as now Frog has found Aja. They're just gatekeeping as Sponge and Lazyfield are trying to get to work. Casa might be able to get down here. The arrow goes wide. Paranoia comes in. There's the equalizer. Casa gets into the pit, but he's just dead before the dragon gets to go down. It's a decent attempt, but now they're in the circle, in the Thunderdome. They take down Frog, though, as Chinese Taipei even fighting into this Elder. They're still doing okay, but Maple's dead.
Maple.
Yeah, Lazyfield's going to be able to find that, and Fish in a Barrel is... yeah, it's an understatement because DRX are taking pot shots and the Dragon does the rest.
And the Baron buffed minions here can buy a little bit of time, can slow this push down, but they really just need to stay away from the damage. And with the Varus on the other side, it's just not likely that they're going to be able to defend this as every single arrow starts burning down with that Elder buff. And I think this is the beginning of the end.
Yeah, Aja is going to have to go golden. Chains of Corruption will connect. It's the very end of the ultimate, but it holds them in place. The Unbreakable is decent there from Woody, but man, this poke damage is ridiculous. Okay,
hold up.
And Harpoon is doing a bit of work there. We mentioned Aja's damage as
TP
Lazyfield
flank
Gonna have to use that cleanse to immediately get out, and Aja is back, looking for it once again. Sponge spots him out, and LazyFeel picks the right angle here. Yahoo throwing down the ultimate, and Aja is gonna get eaten by a dragon. They're fighting into Elder.
Yeah.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, like this is...
I mean,
the fact that he's able to even kill Pleta there was impressive.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a bit of an issue there for Pleta being very greedy as well. He didn't have his equalizer. He was getting it during the teleport, so he was hoping to cut them off there for Maple coming back through. He had his TP back online when he respawned. If he could set up an equalizer and trap them, wipe them there, then it completely takes the Elder buff off the table, takes it out of the equation. They still bought a lot of Elder time, though. Only 50 seconds left on that buff, so... It's not an end, right? They lost their inhibitor, but they survived there. And DRX have been very sloppy, if I'm being totally honest with you, Atlas, in this late game.
It's Soul.
Yeah, like this has been a very sloppy late game from them. And Chinese Taipei still on the back foot, don't get me wrong, but the fact that they're still in this game is a testament to how messy this has been.
Oh dear, Woody caught warding here just a little bit. There's still an Elder. As the Paranoia comes down, that's going to mean that the Braum is dead. Sponge taking a lot of damage, though. I mean, there is... still so much burst from Chinese Taipei. That was all Maple just throwing that damage into this Nocturne, who's not very tanky, and Betty could have just died there, I think, almost.
Yeah, critically, Aja still has his equalizer, so that's a great time buy here for the last 5 seconds of this Elder. Might even be able to save this top inhibitor with it.
Yep. They are going to be able to take the inhibitor turret at least, but probably should be able to defend as Casa slinks into camouflage. Be able to keep themselves all right. So Sponge decides that he is going to be able to go back home, grab that health back.
So last time we had the Baron up for DRX, they basically botched it. They didn't fight around the Baron. They didn't look for a turn. They tried to grab our pick in mid. But at that point, they didn't have an inhibitor. They didn't have as much deep map control on the opposite side of the map as they had. They had a Jax down there, but now they have super minions down there. There's no way they don't get this next Baron. And that's, by the way, assuming that Chinese Taipei don't lose somebody and the game just ends before then. DRX should still be able to win this game. Maybe they'll learn from their mistakes on the Baron last time, because now they have even more reason to be able to just absolutely crush Chinese Taipei with the vision control they can now set up around this Baron. We're still 2 minutes away from that, so there's going to be a bit of a lull here, and the inhibitor will respawn around the time that that Baron comes up, so Chinese Taipei will be able to stave off the pressure potentially. All Chinese Taipei need to do is hope that nobody gets picked, play really defensively here, and then hope they can flip the Baron. I mean, that's the name of the game here, but again, the fact that they're still in this game is a miracle in itself.
Yep, and that's a Void Stuff now completed, so Aja is that next level of scary. So maybe he's going to be able to do it. If they catch DRX in a Baron pit, then the equalizer could really be the difference maker. As Casa, I could sense that he wanted to do something crazy. As Paranoia, I've seen this play before. Let's see whether it works out this time. Once again, the Unbreakable in great position. The rest of the team's there, though, to defend Yahoo. As now the equalizer comes down, the piercing arrow so dangerous, and now into the backline goes Frog. He finds the counter-strike. Betty goes golden, but so does Frog. Into the backline is Casa, but he's going to be falling down, and now Betty has to deal with a Jax in his face. Casa trying to get out of there, but that's not the way they wanted to use this Viego. He's taken down, and DRX, they win the fight. The flash forward from LazyFeel as he takes down Aja, and I think solidifies the win here for DRX's Maple. Oh, the Tangle Barbs nicely timed there by Pleta, and DRX should be able to march through and take the game.
A 40-minute game. I think DRX happy to take the W here, their second of KeSPA Cup, but I think the coaching staff and some of the players on the roster are not going to be happy with how messy it did end up being, but Atlas, they do take the W in the end.
Yeah.
I feel like that was one of those examples we talked about all tournament long for Chinese Taipei's roster and their experienced players. They knew how to buy time. They knew how to stay calm and collected. They didn't make too many overextensions or mistakes in that late game. Their composition wasn't great. We didn't really like their draft. Its issues really did rear their head in the mid game, but they were able to make the right calls when DRX made mistakes or were too passive to hold on, keep Aja relevant, defend that Jax in the side lane. Like, they did everything right. So it was a really fun game for me, even though it was extremely one-sided.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it wasn't even extremely one-sided. It's just, it felt like such a blunder in the draft. And that Braum, like, Woody's so good at finding engage angles. He was even able to find some of them on the Braum.
Yeah, but DRX, the fact that they were able to, you know, use their draft correctly but not quite finish things off, I think is not necessarily it's not really me saying like, oh, they really messed this up, because they did mess up some elements of it, but it's also Chinese Taipei really handling it well, showing their experience, and DRX being like, whoa, like this is hard. Like we actually really need to be careful about how we play out the rest of this game. I think a stronger roster than DRX or a more experienced roster than them would have finished that one a while back, but this is why I still have hope for Chinese Taipei in this group, because they really do know just how to take a rough draft and a rough game state and hold on. If DRX makes one more big mistake, or if that last engage doesn't go as well, they had everyone with them this time. The last time they went in, it was just 2 people, and it was a big mistake. This time they did it right. But if it's a little bit more broken up there, then maybe actually they lose that game. So a hard-fought win, despite a massive lead there for DRX pretty much the whole way through.
Yeah, and I think that, like, let's just hope Chinese Taipei learn that banning Aurora, denying these Nocturne Aurora compositions, maybe that's a place to start, right? Because we saw them fight so valiantly back, and give some engage to Woody as well. Give yourself some options as far as being able to, like, take control of a game and bring it forward. Because we know, like, we saw that. Like, it shouldn't have been that hard for DRX to win. I think it was the caliber of player that was able to keep Chinese Taipei in it, like you were talking about. DRX compositionally really good, but also played the engages very, very well. Loved the Pop Blossoms from Pleta. But let's take a short break. When we get back, we'll have our second game of the day. Don't go anywhere.
바루스가 있다면 또 힘이 강할 수 있는
맞습니다.
타이밍이라.
일단 두
바루스가 또
마리까지
궁을 들고 있기
오,
때문에
네.
저거 만약에 그랩 들어갔잖아요.
이거 오히려 앞으로 들어가면서
토스
근데 바루스가 질감 나오는 것도 봐야 됩니다.
폭탄 먹거리
먹거리 일단
예.
터졌고요.
해치는 못했고
푸딘
바루스
푸딘
바루스
푸딘.
하면서
방어막으로
방어막 버텼고요.
버티고.
와 싸움 자체가 지금 베트남 올스타가
바루스
되는
정면
분위기예요.
근데 위쪽
좋았고.
클라우드 고리비역
잘 빨았는데요.
그리고 릴리아도 셉니다. 정국자랑.
클라우드까지 잡아냅니다.
와
베트남 올스터.
딱 가는 타이밍이 가장 방심한 타이밍.
예.
바텀 노려보고 있죠.
좀
이거는-
깊었습니다.
그리고 바루스 아까 전멸 빠져서
공개 쳐요.
그리고 뒤쪽
잘
레나타
맞췄고.
맞춰주고 이건 싹 다 잡아야죠.
자
이거
바로
다 잡았는데요,
잡았는데요. 자 바로
베트남도.
잡았고요.
예,
그다음
예.
타키
추격 또
이건
애쉬가
다음
따라가면서
그랩 나올 수 있나요?
이건 살짝
야,
무리에.
여기까지입니다.
풀이 살짝 애매했던 것 같네요. 그래도 현상은 먹었습니다. T1 사이온도 든든하고 받아칠 수 있는 레나타도 있기 때문에 정면 한타는 꽤 단단하다라는 생각이 들거든요. 그래도 이런 거
적대적인 수.
들어가서
맞췄어.
근데
구마유시.
근데 레나타가 커버는 일단 돼서
릴리아한테 꽂혔고요.
앞으로 공기로 들어가면서
그리고
릴리아
릴리아 체력 떨어졌는데
어쨌든 이거 타워 쪽으로 가둬놨기 때문에
안 들어갔고.
먹고 빠질 수만 있다면 티오도 따라갈 수 있습니다.
감정제 장갑
들었어요. 잡았어요.
잡긴 잡았지만 일단 추가 전투
조금 많이
어떻게 잡혔고?
재웠고요.
추가 킬 만들어내고
그래도
있습니다.
안으로 들어가면서
아래쪽.
좀 많이 나오네.
그리고 아르스
그리고
아르스까지 잡아냅니다.
T1! 야 결국 중요할 때 그 토스 나와가지고
맞아요.
바루스를 넘겼는 게 포인트였어요.
한타 대승
네.
T1.
T1이 움직일 때 좀 더 이득 볼 확률이 높은 상황이 되고 있습니다.
일단 전령으로
전령
쪽에서
이바.
일단 4유층이기도 하고 속도를 올려보고 있어요. 카메론 자장가?
자요. 근데 공개 쳐요.
앞에서
혜택.
받으면서
야 이거 혜태가 폭탄
이거
먹거리.
가먹을 해체 안 되자면
안 됐죠. 혜태.
혜택!
서포 정글이 같이 움직일 수 있는 권한을 쥐어주는 거기 때문에 T1 쪽의 주도권이 잡히는 흐름입니다.
수정 화살 일단
이건
지나갔고.
적당히 빠져라라고 얘기를 하는 거. 일단 앞쪽으로 들어갔어요.
부패 사슬.
근데 타워가 살아있어서
타워.
그러니까 잘
네.
빼야 될 것
잡혔어요.
같은데요. 좀 잘 빼야 될 것 같은데요.
쿠마야시까지 잡힙니다.
와 이거는 푼의 드리프트가 진짜 좋았네요.
네.
베트남 올스타 입장에서도 근거가 있었죠.
근데 공개 쳐요?
네 근데
한번 파고
어디,
들면서
혜태가
이거를
혜태가 폭탄 먹거리 살아가요. 오, 이 클럽 뻔했네요 베트남 올스타는.
진짜 패기를 보여주고 있는 건 맞는데 T1이
네.
이게 레나타의 장점이 나오고 있어요.
그렇습니다.
이게 뭐 매날리기와 더불어서 뭐 덧까지 깔고 있는 상황이기 때문에 한번 잠식당하기 시작하면 거기서 나오는 게 좀 어려울 수 있습니다. 그래서 베트남 올스타 팀이 갖고 있는 단점 중에 하나 메이킹이 부실하다의 그 운영의 단점이 계속 드러나고 있는 거죠.
그렇죠. 사이드 쪽
광안타는 자신이 있을 수 있는데 그래서 그냥 걸어봐.
뛰어들고
그냥 대놓고 가면
앞라인부터.
사이온이
베트남 올스타 일단 클라우드만 잡았고요.
근데 이거 베트남 올스타도 플러스 알파가 있어야 돼. 플러스
이거
알파.
슬로우 걸렸습니다. 구현 씨.
자, 고현씨 빠져나갔고 포비
포비 쪽 포비.
포비 잘 포비 잘
위험한데요.
근데 수영하시면
압수 맞췄고.
와 근데 회피가 좋았고.
적대적인 수 일단 들어가진 않았습니다.
그러니까 적당히 빠지면 사이드를 밀고 있는 거라 T1도 할 말이 있는 구도예요.
네.
그러면서 뒤를 잡고 뒤를
그러면서
잡고
구만 씨 끝까지
구만
갈
때려요.
사거리 최대한 이해를
네.
주긴
그리고
하지만
뒤텔
살짝 화력이
혜태가 뒤텔
부족하고요.
탔습니다.
자, 혜태 와요.
예.
공개 처형도 있어서
네.
일단 위치를 봐야 될 것 같고.
자, 근데 풋,
오랜
풋, 풋.
시간 동안
날카로운데요.
잡아놔가지고
공개 처형 푸디 쪽.
일단 적당히 왔다 갔다.
예.
자설 일단 공마저 버리고 있는 상태인데 창 일단 맞지
근데
않았습니다.
포비도 왔어요.
위쪽.
근데 한 번 더 이게
아레스
뭐
쪽 아레스.
야, 잡았고요.
스킬은 없지만 데미지로 그냥 코비가 찍어 눌렀고요.
네.
창.
아우.
자, 깊게 들어갔었는데 시간 지나도 보니까
오.
한 번 더 가요.
그냥 열자.
그쵸
네.
이니시가 없으니까 그냥 대놓고 막 열고
근데
있어요.
포비네가 일자로 다 들어갔어요.
자, 근데 오늘
잘 깔렸고 그리고
네.
구만 씨가 좀 오래 때립니다 카이팅.
그리고
오늘
안배사 와요.
전면
안배사 와요.
빠져나갔고.
뒤에서 안배사 와요.
그리고 아질라 카이팅하고
그래도
오늘
탑버거리
잡기 잡았어요.
오.
포비. 오.
그래도 푸딩이 마무리가 됐고.
그럼 결국에 지금 CC를 걸만한 스킬이 다 빠진 상황이다 보니까 이거 온몸으로 다 느낄 수밖에 없는 거거든요.
그냥 진짜 맨땅에 헤딩을 해야 되는 상황인데.
적대적인 수.
그래도 축다윤수 본대쪽. 근데 연계가 되진 않았어요.
안 됐어요.
네,
그리고 안배사기 혜태가 또 커버가 들어옵니다.
이러면 걸 수 있는 스킬이 다 빠져서.
한 턴 더 받고 오는데 혜태가
오,
이거
근데 안으로
근데 지경으로
들어갔습니다. 안으로
들어가요.
여기까지 들어갔어요?
이격적이 나오나요 혜태?
하지만 앞쪽에서 푼.
그래도 일단 밀어냈다.
네 상황을 만들면서 갔기 때문에 상대방의 가드를 뚫어내는 역할은 했습니다.
자,
맞습니다.
그러면서 억제기까지 날리는 T1입니다.
본대는 저 뒤에 있고 본인은 앞에 나와 있고 약간 그런 상황이 많거든요.
그렇죠. 사실 이니시는 긴밀하게 들어가야 되는데 사이언은 다 소문내고
그렇죠.
박치기를 하는 거라.
나 간다.
네, 너무 어려워요.
특성상.
근데 그렇다고 메이킹을 안 하면 사거리 차이도 나고 그냥 일방적으로 밀립니다.
이거 포탑.
베트남 올스타 그냥
수정화살
맞기 전에
뿌리면서
결국 걸어야 되는데.
포탑 깨졌고
같이
단줄.
열었고요.
그래도 적대적 인수.
일단 구만시 쪽으로만
근데
적었었어요.
근데
정확
연계가 안
방금
돼서
들어가고
그래도
있고.
앞으로 들어가면서
근데 이니시를 걸긴 걸었는데 지금 포르투가 위에요.
부패 사슬 결제.
아직 좀
받으면서
맞추긴 했지만
근데 CC 연계 안 됐고 와
황제진영.
황제진영 잘 받았습니다.
네. 근데 아래쪽 봐야 돼. 아래쪽 봐야 돼요.
코르키 드랍돼서 그래도
RS의 결단.
그래서
구마유시.
그래서 거리 조절. 투기 거리 조절.
예.
왔다
거리
갔다?
조절을 거의 칼같이 하고
와,
있는 상황이니까
기가 막히네요.
바루스가 때리는 게
그래도
너무
그래도
불편해요.
여기서 그냥 잡기 잡아두고.
그래도
자, 오늘까지.
그래서 전면은 거리 조절 못하지.
네.
세
앞으로
명이에요.
들어왔어요. 푸딘이.
네. 혜태?
혜태가
혜태?
와,
와! 그리고
혜태!
타키까지. 타키
이거 돌진 많죠.
잡았습니다.
야 더블
혜태.
킬까지.
혜태 안 배서.
T1의 탑은 미래가 밝다 라고 얘기를 하는 듯한 경기력이 나오고 있어요.
바론. 바론 쪽. 베트남 올스타.
차라리 이런 플레이가 베트남 올스타 팀 입장에서는 가장 좋은 플레이가 될 수 있습니다.
맞아요.
안 들어오면은
네.
들어오게 만들어야 돼요.
그러니까
유도 플레이.
5대5를 해야 되는 조합이기 때문에 일단 바로 버스트.
수정화 선수 지나갔고요.
버스트.
첫 먹었고.
일단
그죠?
먹었고.
홍래 잘 들어가긴 했습니다만.
저도 봐야 돼요.
공개 처형 앞으로 들어갔어 혜태가.
어디 혜태?
저 지난 가운데
혜태가
아니
많이
혜태가 지금
들어갔고요.
4명을.
네.
근데 이게 베트남 올스타 팀도 지금 딜을 하고 있는
맞아요.
상황이라서
그쵸?
그리고 안배사가 탱커는 아니고 폭탄 복근에
자,
했잖아요.
많아지는 게잘
야!
아니
자.
진짜 정화 없어요.
심지어
다 먹고 야.
베트남 올스타 에이스를 띄웁니다.
역시 한방저력이 있는 팀이고요. 그리고 시간대가 이거 사실
설마?
좀 아슬아슬한데요.
이거 발언도 있어서. 잠시만요.
사유충의 발언까지.
아 이거 빨라 이러면은 속도 빨라요.
다행히 근거리 미니언이 없기 때문에 저 원거리가 지워지긴 하는데
근데 그다음 미니언도 빨리 와서
예.
위험한데. 아 진짜 위험해요.
와.
어째 깨졌고.
이거 클라우드가 어떻게 해줄 수 있나요?
끝난 것 같은데.
네. 뭐 안 되는데요.
타워 하나 날아갔고요.
클라우드가.
클라우드 혼자 나왔어요 지금.
근데 이거는 노틸러스 진짜
막아줘.
네.
클라우드 막아줘.
자 넥서스 1.4. 넥서스 1.4. 야 이렇게 끝나네요. 여기서 경기 끝. 제제. 베트남 올스타가 T1을 잡습니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup. It is day 3. It is the second day of Group A, and we now have the Giga Chads ready and waiting to play. It's another one of our bank derbies as well, which is kind of fun as they are taking on BNK, represented by the Bank of Korea, the OK Savings Bank versus the Bank of Busan. It is very, very exciting, and so looking forward to seeing how this one's going to go. Already, the bros off to a pretty good start. Of course, their first game, not the greatest, but the rest of them were pretty good, and BNK struggling a little bit so far.
Yeah, it's been up and down for BNK. Lost their match against DRX, but were able to upset KT, which was a big surprise to us. So we'll see how this one goes. Now, the main interesting part about all of these rosters is that Bull is actually starting instead of Hype.
Yeah.
Which you and I definitely didn't see coming, especially because Hype is a really good player. They also played Hype against KT, where we were like, oh, that's normally not allowed because he's on loan. But instead, it's going to be Bull starting today against BNK. We'll see if we see Hype later on. But I feel like Hype wasn't really ever the main issue with what went wrong for Bro in their one loss yesterday.
No, I don't think Hype necessarily looked like he was had that main character energy, not quite like how Betty kind of took over in their huge win in the very first game that Chinese Taipei played. But still, we'll see how he goes. Bull against Envy this time around, and I'm interested. I think that Bull was kind of overrated when he first joined. I think I was relatively outspoken when it came to that. But now, playing for Bro, we'll see how he is going to be able to do alongside Morgan, Humbuck, Closer, and Polo, who all are just great players in their own right. I'm not going to lie to you. I think that Morgan, I'm a little bit biased, and by a little bit, I mean a lot of it, but Closer has his own unique play style, and the Bros often are a team full of players with unique play styles, and they fit this bill.
Yeah. Envy playing against his former team as well here as he's rejoined BNK. He was a Live Sandbox player that went to Bro, now back on BNK. So he's kind of hopped back and forth between these orgs. Bull looks like he needs, maybe an energy drink with his name in it to get through this early start. And by early, I mean 3 p.m. KST. Waking himself up a little bit here. And, Morgan at the other side of things, he's chewing bubble gum. He's ready to go. He looks like he's just been raring to go all day long. Yeah. Closer, some ups and downs, I feel like, from him in our first day of play. They ended up going 2-1, but he was feast or famine in those games. So I'd like to see him find some consistency today, because when you look at the mid laners in this tournament, you have big ones like Chovy, obviously, who are playing in this one. Zeka is playing in this tournament. But Closer's kind of on the upper echelon across the board when you look at all 12 teams. He's playing for Bro, which I think for a lot of people who have been following Closer, he started on T1 and moved into Live Sandbox. Yeah, Bro, Giga Chads are out in force.
Love that, Giga Chad prediction. That's beautiful. 72%. I think that's the highest online prediction we've ever had for Bro, ever.
It might be, actually, across every single time we've ever had one for this team.
Yeah.
But back to the Closer thing just briefly, I feel like a lot of people are kind of going, wow, how'd this guy end up on Bro? He really didn't... He wasn't that bad, but he didn't really quite reach the potential people were saying he had. And then even in this tournament, I feel like he hasn't quite been able to be like, yo, I'm the veteran. It's me. I'm Closer. So I want to see some of that high-level Closer energy that we know he has.
Yeah, absolutely. Up against his former team as well. The whole trade thing between Envy and Closer, kind of cool. We're going to see that one in full effect here. As I think it's time to get into pick and ban for this game number 2. We can do it very, very quickly. Here it is. And we'll see exactly what is going to be picked up. Red side here for Bro. I'm hoping that we see a ban on Aurora so that we have a fair and normal game. So Bro had a phenomenal Ambessa performance yesterday, so I think it's expected to see a bit of a ban on that champion as well, maybe. But we're going to be starting off with a Cassante ban, and that doesn't bode well.
Might mean that Morgan's planning on picking up the Ambessa himself here in that first red side rotation. But we'll see what they give, because I do think Aurora fits in this spot right here in particular, and then you can decide if you want to ban Corki or not in that final ban. Also, the Skarner could be the choice that they have in that third ban spot, but I think Aurora is kind of non-negotiable at this point. They ban the Skarner first, which is it's okay as long as they get the third part right.
Yeah, I wonder whether Ambessa is first pick potential, because if Bro do ban away the Aurora, it does give BNK an opportunity to pick that one up, but I don't know whether it's necessarily there just yet. There are certainly some answers that you can go towards. Poppy going to be taken away.
Looks like a Kalista first pick angle here potentially for Envy with that ban coming through.
Yep.
And I don't like it.
No, neither do I. It does also, like, Poppy feels like a decent anti-Ambessa maneuver as well. So maybe, like, B&K are just going to go for full comfort for Soboro, give him that champion that he was so good on yesterday.
Yeah.
Please ban Aurora, bro. Come on. Come on, guys.
I'd rather see that than the Ambessa. I'm with you.
Unless,
they ban Kalista, I'm like, okay, that's what they're going to do.
I mean, Aurora... Daystar has been kind of the weak link here for B&K, so maybe they're not as scared of it. But I still think that it is kind of a mistake. Right now, B&K taking their time. A Varus first pick would feel very B&K at this point in time. Envy does really like the champion, but instead it's going to be Corki. So, bro, what are we going with here? I imagine Closer wants to play the, the Freljordian bunny. I think that makes a lot of sense.
You can go Nocturne, Aurora here. You can go Ashe as well. I mean, there's so much up here because the bans here for B&K are so unusual that we didn't get the Vi ban. They went for the Silas, which is targeted towards Closer. They went for the Yone, which is targeted towards Closer. The Poppy ban's kind of this unusual one, so much is left up. They're not going to go for the Nocturne, which means that the Aurora is available here now for B&K on second rotation on blue side, and they're just going to pass it up.
Huh. Well, that is... I mean, it's surprising, but also maybe we are just going back to Daystar isn't necessarily, a guy that is the hard carry for this team. You offer a fair bit of utility on the Azir. You can sit back, allow the rest of your team to kind of get in there, get amongst it, do that DPS, and some Shuriman follow-up as the Renekton going to be taken here as well.
Really interesting that no Aurora lock-in here at all, and they just lock in both their soul lanes. They have the Corki put into the AD carry position, which has been what we've expected to see, but has been more rare in this tournament.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, Closer just grabs this Talia. I think this has been the best answer to the Azir so far. Showmaker showcasing yesterday that it is just a fantastic pick into Azir still.
Yeah, and it's also Talia Vi, and this combination is so incredibly powerful. Something that Showmaker and Canyon used to do to great effect. And so we're going to see that one once again. Humbug on the Vi is so dangerous. But yeah, now the bans are going to come through, and Aurora is going to be completely ignored throughout the entirety of this.
Yeah, I think the Sejuani is super obvious here, just because they have a Renekton on the other side. The strongest jungle picks with that. Jax is taken away here on the side of B&K. Aurora, not necessarily a strong pick here anymore for Bro to be like flexed in the top side. So I think, like you said, it's just going to be completely out of this draft. We might see a Jin Zhao ban here just because of the tier list and what it can do with picks like the Renekton and the Azir very well. There it goes.
Yeah.
And then maybe just a Soboro, or not a Soboro, a Ambessa ban here. So Soboro can feel more comfortable with this Renekton matchup. Rumble, similar story.
Yeah, so Rumble going to be taken away from Morgan. What does Morgan take into his most comfortable champion? He knows everything about the Renekton. Is Ambessa a good choice into it? I will not believe anything unless Morgan deems it true, and he deems it true, Wolf.
I think it's a good pick here. The question now becomes, what do you play with the Corki? That's really the tough one here. Any sort of engage feels really nice. Yep. And Maokai deters the Rakan if they want to pick that. They can just pick the Rakan themselves. But it's very tricky into the Talia here. Yeah,
that's the thing that worries me a little bit. They have banned the Poppy, so at least that answer is not going to be there for the ultimate you can't play Rakan this game type situation. But still, the rocks on the ground are going to be a big problem here for the Rakan. Last pick to round it out, though. What is Bonnie playing?
I feel like Lee Sin is okay here. Maokai jungle would be a great way to deny the Maokai into the Rakan here for Palu. And it works very well with the solo lanes here in terms of what it can set up. It can really give Renekton the ability to collapse onto some of these squishy carries. You know, Closer and Closer and Bull will have the opportunity to be maybe blown up if they get caught and chain CC'd. Paulu's just going to lock the Nautilus here.
Yeah, and I think that Bro have one of the best drafts that I've seen so far this tournament, as far as getting as much power as you can, but still having a cohesive look in how this draft goes. Because, like, there is so much engage. Then the follow-up is just gorgeous. Morgan, if he's on flank angles, he's going to have control in side lanes, theoretically, as the game goes later, unless something goes horribly wrong in the early game. And I just feel like you can dictate the pace so effectively. The follow-up to arrows that fly out, the fact that you can just fish for hooks whenever you'd like to, and then the answering seismic shove, the vault breakers, assault and batteries. It's just going to be nutty. I'm saying assault and battery because Ambessa is in the game, has an ultimate that is called public execution, which I think sounds way more brutal than assault and battery that was changed to cease and desist.
I will play a little bit of devil's advocate. I think that B&K have a really strong draft here as well. They have a pretty good front line. They have the ability to lock people in place with Bonnie's ultimate if he places it well. You can set up some big scoops with the Azir. There's a lot of playmaking potential here from B&K. Bro have a lot of get one target CC'd and then just chain that together and kill them. But there's also a lot of peel. There's a lot of escapes here for the side of B&K. You can pull some of that aggression back. You know, if Rakan gets Vi ulted, for example, it could pull the Vi back in, and then they could turn and actually have really good defensive fights as well. I think Bro do have the better draft, but I do think B&K's draft has a lot of cohesion here as well and a lot of really strong late game scaling and side laning power. So this one is one of the more even drafts for me in terms of the tournament. I like Bros better, but I think both teams really got a composition they're pretty happy with here.
Yeah, it might be just the fact that we saw so many, saw both of these teams just ignoring Aurora that's confusing me. We'll see how we go, though. It is dubstep time.
Hey,
Hey!
hey, hey.
Alrighty. The Haze have concluded, and now it is time for some Summoner's Rift. Already, Bro, making their way into the enemy jungle. Looks like we are going to have some pretty standard lanes as Korea. You knew that they were there, my guy! Still.
He knows he's
able to get
Rakan
out,
also, yeah. He's like, whatever.
but has to use heal for no reason.
Well, let's be honest. He took heal in a bottom lane in 2024 and nearly 2025. Like, that's what it's for, okay? It's level 1.
They are on top of a Sand Soldier here. Too much else going to happen as the suited up chicken moving on into the mid lane. A bit of a Shuriman battle there as well. And Humbug starting off on the enemy red buff. So he's going to be able to successfully steal that one away. It could just be a 3 buff here if he does just book it right over to the red buff on the other side. As Bro is sitting on a ward. And Hook is just going to connect. And so they know that Korea does not have a heal to try and offer back, as these minions all just go down. Polo is now in a very awkward spot, but we'll be able to pop the potion. It could be a flash, and yeah, Envy not going to press that flash button. Polo going to have to press his. The coordination between Bull and Polo may be lacking here. As Polo was just kind of left out to dry.
Yeah, they'd never played together before, so you know, obviously some time will be.
Oh man, if he had have actually hit Envy with that one though, that would have been a dead Corki. So going for it, I do not blame him whatsoever. Still, Humbug rotating down, and the amount of fighting that has happened, it does make sense that he's trying to go for a bit of an angle. With the fact that Envy's looking for a back though, does mean that the buy is going to be not needed.
If Envy flashed for that kill onto Palu, like, he gets the auto probably like 100% before Palu can flash to avoid it, and it will follow Palu, but then he puts himself in danger of getting killed by Bull, so I respect his decision not to go for that. It looked a little bit weird at first, but like, if he ends up getting caught, then it's a huge win for Bro, because yeah, he gets first blood, but if he dies and the Ashe is alive, then he finds himself super far behind in farm, and now with how this lane has worked out, he ends up finding himself getting a little bit of extra control here. We'll shove this wave in, and Bull will actually lose a little bit of farm himself. So some good restraint here from Envy that I feel like maybe in the LCK a few months ago, he might have actually gone for that play.
Yep, I think so too. It is going to be one melee minion, I think, that Bull is going to miss. So
Yeah, not too much.
Relatively successful cheetah recall for that refillable potion, giving you a bit of extra battle ability.
Yeah, on the other side, Envy will get a tier off of his back, start stacking that one up, which is incredibly powerful to grab off that first back in the bottom lane.
Yep, not in battle stats, but certainly in the scaling department. Seismic Shove going to connect here from Closer is that hook. Oh man, Polo
On the edge of greatness today.
Yeah, exactly. Just needs that that hitbox to be buffed. As Envy is going to find Humbug. Humbug's Vault Breaker now on cooldown for the next couple of seconds. Is going to be able to just walk it off. Should be all right as Morgan dancing around Soboro here. And now he's going to be trading in. Cull the meek value, certainly pretty high. Stacking up that Fury, feeling all right, but pretty even health trades as we can see. But level 5 now collected. Morgan with the minion wave under the turret should be able to even that out. So no worries there.
Part of why I love Corki in the bottom lane over mid right now is because there's a lot of jungle action in the early levels in bottom. There's lane swaps and stuff like that. Corki, if he gets the ability to Gatling gun and run at somebody, they just lose so much health like Humbug did, had to back right. And be careful about this Ashe. On the edge of greatness.
Indeed. That one was a little bit more optimistic than these other two. I feel like it's getting worse rather than getting better here for Polo. Still, we'll see how he does work things out as the things go on. As Ruthless Predator working very nicely here, as Morgan not quite able to get as much value out of the shield as he would have liked. Still looking for a little bit of a back. Teleport available and bring them back in there. So the Embers are going to be just fine. Just lacking a little bit of the tempo. Humbug behind, actually, when it comes to the farm numbers. Bonnie just fresh off a reset, but it is going to be some chickens stolen away.
Yeah, should be able to keep himself pretty even with that. And part of that was, you know, him losing a lot of his health bar there to Envy. And wasn't able to go for the cross map. Even though Talia had Prio, he just decided he wanted to stick around bottom side instead of going for the triple buff. Which I think, given how things worked out, was the right call. As Envy is going all in.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Grand Entrance going to get the flash out from Bull, but now they're trying to turn it onto Envy. Bonnie moving down here. It's going to be 3 versus 2 because you can see Humbug sticking on the Dragon. Closer was moving into Fog of War. That is going to mean that this Dragon does go down, though, although Bonnie can actually get in here if they do want to try and take this one down. Bull, 50% health. As Humbug actually wasting so much time.
Yeah, losing some extra health there from the Infernal
Dragon.
Dragon.
Get picked up, as we can see. And so Bonnie might actually be able to get this one to work. There's the concussive blows. It might be first blood, but that is going to be Battle Dance and the Grand Exit. Moving on forward. Humbug not going to be able to take this, so a big advantage now for B&K. Humbug having to flash. Seismic shot from Closer, not really doing enough, but look at these health bars. They're so low. Finally, it hits from Polo as he flashes forward in celebration, grabs first blood, and well-deserved, my friend. Closer threads the volleys through and takes down Envy as well.
Yeah, that was a very, very strong start for B&K. Getting the Dragon away from getting the Dragon away from Humbug there, and actually being able to hold that aggro, maintaining it, getting the smite. That's all fine, but sticking around a little bit too long there and trying to actually then continue to further the fight while Bro coming for the punish ends up being really rough for them, losing both of their bottom duo here. And Career here is just trying to, in theory, keep them away from this Dragon, and his sacrifice, you know, if he doesn't die, which he doesn't in this initial part, it's great. But Envy is like, oh, we can kill Humbug here. I'm going in deep. And then this time, Paulo, as you say, does end up hitting the hook here onto Envy critically, has to flash, and the follow flash comes through, and they end up losing both of these players. So I think if they had just walked away with the prize of the Dragon, you feel pretty good about it. Even if Career dies there, you're like, okay, well, we got Dragon. It's pretty worth, but now it's absolutely not.
Yep, but they do manage to get the grubs as well. Humbug sort of caught on a reset there, so good positioning from Bonnie, making sure that they can get as much out of a bad situation. And look, I think this for Bro is more about like getting into a good spot in the early mid game, but I think as far as investment, definitely better for B&K, right? Because they get the grubs and the Dragon that's going to stay relevant throughout the game. Can't go back and grab a first Dragon or anything like that. So Bro going to need to use this little bit of extra money to make sure that they get some advantages as this game continues. Korea not losing too much health there. Some portal combat happening as Sobro taking down this ward is decent as Morgan still sitting on ultimate. Sobro in a bit of trouble as, oh man, Polo is, there's been a lot of mulligans.
Level 6 for Bull. He might actually be able to make something of this, but the wave is pushing him in, so.
Yep. It's definitely hook first, arrow later, so that you can guarantee. But Envy without flash, Career without flash, that means that Bro will have so much control of this lane, even though Bull and Polo also flashless for now.
Bull holding the wave.
The power is so strong.
Yeah, and Bull holding the wave towards his part of the turret is going to be super frustrating. It's actually going to mean that Envy is just not dealing with that. He's going straight towards the top lane. He's had enough of that. So Bro going to be swapping back down to try to even things up, but Bull really feeling good about the lead that he has in this lane right now, the advantage he's been able to pick up over Envy after, yes, Dragon secured, but a lot of lost control over that lane means that gold is kind of bleeding out a little bit here for the side of Envy. And Bro are even going to try to solidify this position further onto Sobro now. Still has flash, and his ult is charging.
That is a very early Dominus.
He just wants
knows
Fury.
That he really wants to press it, yeah, so he is going to be able to get that Fury back. Is it going to be enough? That's the question as the arrow goes to Narnia. There's the slice and dice. Sobro able to get one back, but Bull answers it. It's in fact Closer that gets to finish off the kill. They'll grab some plate gold as well as Bonnie moves in. Humbuck looking to try and steal away some jungle. Going to be greeted by a tree.
He got almost all of it, though, so that was pretty successful as Daystar is going to get plates here in the mid lane with some of that grub.
Turret. This is not looking so great for Bro, to be perfectly honest, just with the fact that Sobro was able to get that kill back.
Look at this play here from Sobro. I really like, considering the minions are so far away, he can't generate Fury in any other way. The timing of him ulting is actually fantastic, and he follows the aggroed Paulo. So Paulo actually has turret aggro, so he knows that's the target he wants to lock down to trade back a kill. I think he played that about as well as he could have there. It looks kind of silly when you see Renekton solo ulting like that, like far away from everybody, but he just needed that Fury so badly to get the empowered W to lock down that Nolus, and that's exactly what allows him to trade that kill back. And you love to see plays like that from a player like Sobro, who's so young and so inexperienced, but still knows exactly how to handle these situations. He's been kind of a surprising player for me in this tournament. I didn't really expect too much out of, but he's had some really clutch individual plays.
Yeah, his Ambessa looked fantastic yesterday, or the day before, sorry. And we'll see whether it's going to be as good here on this Renekton. You saw Morgan trading with him there a little bit. Going to be able to pull ahead as far as farm, but that is just shoving another wave towards the Renekton. And never mind, actually. Waves are going to meet, so it is just going to be a wave in lead for Morgan, able to build that up, as Sobro did die previously. Having a look down the rest of the map, though, I think one big worry for Bro is the fact that this Azir is sort of free farming, currently a wave ahead. And Daystar will be powerful as this game goes on already with item number 1. And so keeping their eyes on the Pigeon, I think, is going to be a good move.
Every time an Azir is left with a turret, you know, he does a decent amount of damage to it, but now that he's got Nashor's Tooth from that acceleration of the plate he picked up earlier, does even better when left alone with a turret. So that's another
There's an alternate
greatness.
Universe where Bro are like 9 kills to nothing, where Polo's landed all of these. Is Humbuck, yeah, gonna have to flash. Bonnie, really good position of that ultimate. As Closer moving forward, not finding too much as the arrow is going to hit. Envy gets the cleanse as Bonnie, a late flash means that Envy has to panic flash.
This is a really pretty good game so far here. I feel like both teams are being super proactive. Yeah, there's been some mistakes, especially from B&K early on, but I mean, the mechanics that we're seeing on display here and the decision-making from Bonnie has been quite nice.
Yeah, some really cool positioning. That one's going to land here from Polo as they know that there's no Nature's Grass. The grand entrance is really good, though, as Envy has to flash. As I thought he flashed before, but I'm just absolutely crazy, so never mind. B&K moving on over. What did happen then? That was Envy, right? That
I
had
thought
to
it was
avoid...
just a Valkyrie.
No, he had to cleanse. He had to cleanse.
Oh,
Never
cleanse.
mind.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're
so
right.
he
you're right.
cleansed the arrow and then had to flash the seismic shove. So that is going to be 4 grubs going on over to B&K. Bro, it's not the end of the world, but they are going to be able to secure these next couple. Korea moving in and just sees this is indeed what they're committing to.
Still feels great with 4 grubs for the Azir.
Oh, yeah.
And old Azir before Nashor's Tooth first was the main item. Remember when we had like Luden's first Azir for most of the time, and you'd occasionally see Leandri's first back when we had mythic items. You know, you'd be like, oh yeah, Azir can side, but it's not the craziest thing ever. But with Nashor's Tooth first, when you get any time, especially when plates are up, it feels so fantastic. But even without plates, you just demolish these turrets so quickly. So having those grubs is going to feel really good for him.
Yeah, it's nice. Things also looking a little bit better now on one item for Morgan. Both clipses have now been completed here. Sobro doing his best Marin impression with his SKT skin.
I love this skin.
Me too. I think Renekton has a lot of really good skins.
He really does.
Of course, like Pool Party is obviously the best because you have the best back animation.
I'm a Renek toy kind of guy.
Yeah, you're like Morgan. I appreciate that. Absolutely. Is Bonnie throwing some aliens around. Bull is going to be able to move down here, though. We'll see whether the arrow is going to be able to find its mark, and it absolutely does. The nature is grasping here as Bonnie connects the twisted advance. Daystar going to be the next one. Good flash here from Bull. He's in decent position, but it's Humbuck that's in trouble. They haven't quite found the right targets yet, but Bonnie is so incredibly low. The double kill for Closer. Envy trying to be the hero, but the flash out of the way of the Frost Bomb is going to net the triple kill for the Bro mid laner.
Yeah, this is a disaster here for B&K. Career tried his best to salvage it, man. He had a fantastic knock up there, which bought them some time. The ultimate from Daystar also looked like it was going to be fight.
Though. Like, I love that our observers zone in because we're going to see this.
Yeah.
The depth charge value,
It's
absolutely absurd.
And it starts off with just an attempted ward clear here from Bonnie, but they knew they were ready to commit with the fight with all these ults. Career buying a ton of time with his knock-up here. Hambach goes down, but Bull is fully online. Like, he's stacked up his Q. He's doing the big attack speeds. And, you know, at this point, like, Envy's like, oh, health bars are low, but I can't do it by myself 1v2. Might have been able to win the 1v1 against Closer. That would have been close, but with those arrows raining down on him, down he goes. And now you have a 5-kill Talia in this game, and that's just going to be so difficult to surmount. Plus the fact that he's already got his Seraphs nearly stacked here, it's going to be even more difficult to kill him.
Oh, man. Finding these seismic shoves, though, as well as Sobero. He's like, this is a Talia. This is like, I should be praying on this as he has to ult. Polu misses one of the easiest hooks that we've seen so far this game, as the slice and dice gets Sobero out of there. But he doesn't have Dominus anymore. It is going to be B&K getting themselves a Herald. That was on Vision in trade for a Dragon. Chemtech Drake going to be happening once again. It's been plaguing, quite literally, the KeSPA Cup so far.
Yeah.
So many Chemtech souls.
I'm pretty over it.
Yeah,
it's
me
kinda
too.
crazy. Let's get him out of the way before LCK Cup, I guess.
I'm pretty sure Orcs is currently in France, so may not be awake, which is why we're seeing this influx of Chemtech Dragons.
Could be. And, I mean, like, you saw the plate gold go up on the top of the screen just a moment ago. You saw Daystar's picked up 3 of those. And he's got a decent amount of gold, but it pales in comparison to the Talia that's almost got Leandri's. Closer's going to be able to get that on his next back. Just picked up the Haunting Guys and the Burn Urn.
Yep.
Faded Ashes. I just like to call it Burn Urn.
Burn Urn is so much better.
It's just, I mean, it's an urn and it burns.
Mm-hmm. I don't think I've ever said Faded Ashes, and now it's confirmed that I'm definitely never going to say it.
Let's never say it again. I'm sorry to everyone that I said it.
Yeah, it's all Burn Urn.
But
Oh,
Herald
good.
gets dropped here while Sobero survives in the bottom lane. They do pick that up topside, and this is going to be mid-turret going down, so some money here for the side of B&K. Daystar is trying to make this crash the inner instead, and he is successful at setting this up. Can't even take this if he wants to.
Yeah, this is a real mishap from Bro. You've got Closer towards that top side. He is looking to try and come in here. Doesn't have the teleport, or well, isn't going to teleport, but does have the wall. Bonnie, great flash to mitigate this. Throws out the ultimate there as well. And Bro, they lose inner turret, outer turret, and they expend a teleport on Morgan, so they don't have that side lane threat. And it's just given over for free.
When you look at how this game has been played out so far, it feels like B&K have made so many great map decisions and overall have been playing the objectives incredibly well. I mean, they were able to trade 1-for-1 on Dragons. They got 4 of the Grubs. They've been able to take out that turret in mid lane, just really knowing where they could put pressure on the map. It's been the skirmishes that are why Bro has this gold lead. You know, some of these fights have gone incredibly well for them. Talia has 5 kills. But that can only get you so far. You know, if you end up losing so much of the map and then they end up getting map control, setting up for objectives and have that objective lead, like the prio, then maybe you won't be able to win these skirmishes. So I still favor Bro's position here, but B&K have just made so many smart calls that are really keeping them just barely in this game as Daystar once again takes his time. He's like, all right, well, then nobody can be down here. I know Daystar doesn't have TP, or sorry, Morgan doesn't have TP.
Oh, will it be interrupted? It's not, but it still manages to get the turret. Oh, man, that could have been even worse if Closer isn't able to get there. But still, what is he going to do down here, right? There is no outer turret, so he's not actually able to defend. So
It's these macro plays from B&K once again. They're just outplaying him on the map.
Yep. And also, like, some weird plays here from Closer. This is kind of Closer's weakness in general. I feel like his early game, always fantastic. He's able to get those rotations over, but caught in a side lane, and then they lose outer turret, inner turret in the mid lane. Just because Closer has moved all of that money that he's accrued into a lane where it's not relevant
and look at,
for where the fight is happening.
It's 1,700 gold. Okay, hold up.
Another anchor goes into the abyss.
It's 1,700 gold, the lead here for Closer still. But that number would be much bigger had Daystar not picked up all those plates. You know, 2 turrets, right? He's looking for a third here on the top side. He's like, wherever there's a turret, when I've got an Asher's Tooth and 4 Grubs, that's where I'm going to be. And Morgan is really going to struggle to shut this down. They also have Career up here. And it's just great map plays.
There's a public execution. As now Daystar gets himself a decent little shield. Morgan taking some damage down, but as soon as he backs off, these Sand Soldiers are going to get to work. He's now Soboro. All right, that's another pre-popped ultimate. Does get the passive here from Polo, but yeah, he's able to tank up the turret really nicely. Nature's Grasp comes on through. He takes another turret shot, but look at this. The minions, they were still there. Backdoor bonus not really going to matter here as now Morgan dancing around. And I think that there was a bit of a mishap because Korea doesn't have heal anymore, nor his health bar, and Morgan's fine.
Yeah, I think they tried to make a counter play there on the top side. Daystar didn't ult, though. But perhaps he tried to go in and then ended up having to heal to get out. Lost a lot of his health there. Still has a lot of pressure onto Morgan up here on the top side, and that's not going to be relieved, not necessarily anytime soon, because Daystar still has the advantage here. And just going to keep pushing it. Bonnie's up here now to Shadow, and they are, by hell or high water, going to get this top turret, Atlas. They are definitely going to get it.
Yeah, Morgan...
Well, he actually backs. Is he going to TP back in? The answer is yes.
I think they have to dive this without a minion wave if they do want to kill Morgan. So Bonnie's going to walk in. They do manage to take away the turret aggro. There he goes. And Bonnie picks it up again, which is the important part. Would have dropped it, of course, with the Twisted Advance. So looked a little bit like it was potentially not going to work, but does, in fact, in the end, go off without a hitch.
I feel like B&K are just playing better League of Legends than Bro, but Bro have the wallet, so it's you know, they're able to make some great counter plays.
Yep. I think it's hands versus brain is what it's looking like to me.
And that's kind of like the closer principle, right? Like, he's got the hands, but sometimes the brain doesn't always make the right choice. So Sobro's going to come over here and try to slow down this dragon take, and I think he's successful at it.
Yeah, slicing and dicing. They don't have Bonnie quite here just yet, nor will they have him on the map. If he does just fall down, there it is. That's kill going on over. The dragon now just going to be taken here as Humbug gets back into the pit. Nicely played here by Bro. A little bit of an overextension. I like the idea from B&K, but a little bit rushed, and in the end didn't work.
If Bonnie just was a little bit closer to the dragon pit and just ulted defensively towards Bro to keep them at arm's length, they probably should have just been able to take that. Maybe he doesn't even die there, but I think his ult was up and he died with it.
Oh, seismic shove once again. Closer is so, like the hands. They're so good, man.
And the items
Humbug
are also
is likely
good.
to die, although does get the shield back. So we're not able to kill him. Has to invest the Dominus to try and make this one happen.
And Closer's just so big that when his hands do the thing, and he does get the shove, like, the damage comes through. He's sitting on an arm guard on top of 2 items here at this stage in the game, so he's just so large and trying to continue to be in charge here. Won't be able to take this turret out or anything like that, but they do get that second dragon. I'm loving how B&K are playing around this, weirdly enough, kind of weak side Renekton, where he's just sitting on the bottom side of the map and absorbing pressure while they take out a turret mid, take out an inner mid, take out the top turret, play around these heavy dives. Because Daystar is not going to naturally have 7 kills worth of gold from skirmishes. He's going to have to kind of earn it by side laning and pushing down these turrets. They're trying to make him the real carry here. As Envy has also quietly moved up to his 2-item spike here, just a few tier stacks away from it. Yeah. And the next fight, I mean, B&K are ready to go.
Well, so's Morgan by the looks of things. Does have that ultimate at the ready. Knows that Sobro is out of his, so no R-button trades available. It's going to be up relatively soon. Doesn't really want to commit it, right? Because that is so important in these skirmishes for Morgan. Having that public execution. It's not public if your friends aren't there, you know?
Yeah.
It's not how that one works. And so Sobro now moving back towards that bottom side. Daystar really with the target on his back here. Bro, know that this guy is going to be so much of how B&K stay in this game. Been talking about it already. Sentinel. It's going to be secured there by Envy. Nicely done. Make sure that the team gets the blue. Morgan here going to be stealing away a red buff, and that could be important, actually, not having access to that here for B&K. Ooh, he's taking his time, though. Sobro moves in. Oh, if he just steals this, okay, Morgan is able to get it, but that was way closer than it should have been. So red buff now can actually just be taken here by Bro.
That's
actually
going
to deny it.
Yeah, that's kind of. I mean, if they remained in lane against each other, which they will after he gets a back off here, can actually be quite relevant for Morgan in that side lane matchup, just slowing him down and frustrating him.
Well, cease and desist comes down, or assault and battery, depending on what you want to call it. Seismic shove comes in. Everyone flashes on top of where he was trying to get out to. No shifting sands today, Mr. Daystar. And this could just be Baron, because that is, like you already said, it's so much of their DPS.
Yeah, it's gone. And Daystar will have teleport when he gets back here, but that's in 30 seconds, and that's plenty enough time here for Bro to take this one down, especially with how much damage Closer can put onto this. The Ashe as well just stacked up
This is a deep flank from Morgan as well. They want to get the turn here. Humbuck already taken down to 50%. This is a pretty early Baron. And Humbuck is in a little bit of trouble. Nature's Grasp does come on through as now Bonnie throws it down. And Closer is going to find him. Meanwhile, Morgan gets towards that backline. The arrow is going to miss from Bull.
Daystar in 5.
Yeah. Morgan had already ulted in as now Korea. Oh no, he's going to get caught out by that hook. And it's the later ones that are more important. And Polo's nailing these ones. Bonnie also, not sure how he got to where he was there, as now Morgan just slowing down Sobero. And they have managed to stop the Baron. That is certainly important. Daystar back onto the map once more. And so Bro just going to be winning yet another fight, but not really getting anything out of it.
Yeah. I mean, they got that pick onto Daystar. They got a lot of control over the map. They tried to turn that into a Baron take. Morgan wasn't able to actually get the kill onto Envy. You could see how squishy Ambessa really can be against this 2-item Corki when he does kind of go in onto Envy and then they just turn onto him. Paulo is at this really nice position here. It's risky, but he's just buying time and trying to buy space. I really like how Bro tried to set this up. There's just too many threats. Like, Bonnie has flash, he has ult, Closer actually gets knocked off here, and he's not actually offering any damage or any lockdown. Like, the fact that Bonnie can 1v1 Closer at the top of this, and that's all of Bro's gold, really, is I think why this fight ends up looking as close as it really did. Career, this is a little bit crazy to stick around there, and he will get punished for it, but they do, like you say, stop the Baron.
Yep. And so now B&K with a little bit of control around this Dragon area. Soul Point up on the table here for Bro. Not the most important one, but with how these skirmishes have been working and the fact that Ambessa exists, I think it does have a fair bit of merit this game. Not to mention, Renekton loves Chemtech Soul.
He does.
On the side of B&K. It's a powerful one. But Bro now with control of the Baron. Not wanting to give this Dragon away for free, but just wanting to make sure that they hold on to mid control. And we'll be able to get there.
Morgan does not.
Making things frustrating.
He does not have teleport, but he is trying to grab this inner at the same time.
Oh, Sobero has Bull in his sights as Polo just picks up the CC and takes it with him. Morgan now on another flank angle. Moving into the brush, the arrow is going to pick the gap. That flash was interesting there from Polo. Not going to quite find the hook. He needs an extra link in the chain. If he had that, it'd be all fine. Just can't quite get this anchor deep enough into the ocean in this game. But
this
still,
is
the poke is starting to stack up well. Yeah,
this is a really tough spot for B&K, with Closer just constantly layering in that burn damage onto all of anyone who steps into his range.
All right, Seismic Shove in an odd position, as well as that anchor, as Bro, I think, want to try and get their eyes back into gear.
They do not want to trade Chemtech Dragon for Baron.
Oh, Polu the hero. Never mind. Hex flashing. Ward goes over. That's going to spot this one out. Health bar trades actually working out in favor of B&K at this point in time, but Bro have a bunch of buttons that they can throw down. No Nature's Grasp is really important for this team fight. Hook gonna connect onto Daystar into the back line! Polu not finding some of them, but hits them when they count! And it's a double for Bull off the back end of it. And now Closer with a celebratory ultimate. That's gonna deliver another kill over to Bull. Morgan able to tank up the turret. They got a siege minion here as well. They'll take that, they'll take a Baron, and the Bros, oh, when they look good, they look so, so good.
Yeah, it's Palu just setting it up again here, and instead of trying to force this Baron and forcing awkward positioning here by putting Closer in his side because he's got Weaver's Wall, he's got Teleport, they're really just fishing. They're like, let's see if we can set up an engage, and it's actually kind of like Bonnie here is what I think Palu was thinking. I'm going to taxi with Bonnie and then ult Daystar, but he actually ends up catching Daystar. He finds the angle there as Bonnie does not block for him, and he actually barely has that one little angle here, and that's a perfect follow-up here from Closer with that shove onto Envy. That's mid-turret, that's Baron, and Bro, they do just kind of wait for their opportunity in season. By they, really, it's Palu who sets it up, but they're all trusting either Closer or Palu will eventually find that initial pick, and then we're going to turn it into a one-team fight. 15 kills to 4 here. Doesn't matter if your macro is a little bit subpar, if you're not actually sidelining that hard, if you just keep winning each and every fight, every single skirmish. And Closer, you know, again, with all the kills he has here, only 2,300 gold ahead. That's a lot, but I mean, it could be higher if they had shut Daystar down more, but it's just really too much at this point. His death cap is nearly completed. It just needs 1,100 more.
Yeah, Zhonya's already done, Leandri's as well as the Seraphs, and when he has that hat, I mean, he can just do no wrong. Still needs to be landing these as flash out from Bull, and a hook is going to connect. A lot of CC onto Daystar here as there's the Weaver's Wall, and Closer so scary. Right in amongst it, has the Zhonya's now down as Morgan dives in on top. Cease and desist goes in, as well as the public execution is absolutely that. Everyone's here to witness the destruction that the rest of Bro are able to put down here. And he still stays standing. Closer 10-0-8. Unfortunately, Bull is going to break that perfect record for this game, but I think the Nexus is also going to be broken on the side of BNK.
We still have 90 seconds of Baron left here. Closer just has so much AP that he hits these turrets so hard. They're going to push Morgan off into a side. I don't think they can end the game off of this push, but the game is over. Make no mistake.
Yeah.
You know how they say it's never over till it's over? Well, it's over now.
Yeah.
Even
the
if the
fat
Nexus
lady
doesn't
is
explode.
well and truly singing. Let's just say that.
Like, the timer is still ticking up, and the players can still move. Like, Career is walking around. But let's be real. I think it's going to take a lot to come back in this one. I don't see it anymore. Daystar was really doing a great job of kind of keeping up with the side lanes. We were seeing some good macro plays overall. The 2-item spike came through for Envy. We're like, okay, maybe there's a chance. And traps like this you can set up, and you're like, maybe we make something happen. Daystar flashes for this, but Bull just reacts quickly enough here, and it turns into the counter pick here. And look at Closer. Weaver walling in. Yeah, he gets charmed instantly here. Takes a bunch of damage, but he has that Zhonya's, so he knows he can buy time for all of that damage to come through. Bull does go down here, but look at Morgan. He's like, all right, I'm here. I'm Ambessa. And there's just too much damage on this champion when everyone else gets low, and Daystar is gone.
Closer also just... When you're this fed, you do have to do a lot of damage. And as Talia, sometimes you can just kind of do nothing. You know, like if Seismic Shove doesn't hit, if you don't get to like break their backs over the rubble, and the threaded volleys aren't landing, it is more difficult to get consistent damage down. But Closer just like goes straight into the middle, hits everyone with everything, and then just goes golden to make sure that all of that aggro is for naught. It's beautifully done as Bro going to take their first inhibitor of the game. Second, sure to follow very, very quickly. Takes a little bit of time because they are distracted by the enemies. Closer one more auto will be able to do it. He's got that death cap done, as well as a cute little fiendish codex. And that big one, just not really going to be
Morgan's
enough
like,
to make
Closer?
anything happen.
Wants to make sure nobody can follow up here. Morgan got cut off there. It doesn't matter at the end of the day.
Oh, Arrow going to connect onto Daystar here. Does manage to buffer the shifting sand, so isn't going to be dead just yet, but still, like, Sobero taking so much damage. He's supposed to be the tanky one on the team as Nature's Grasp does come down. Closer happy to tank this one up. Goes golden. Seismic Shove! They just walked into it! Korea going to be taken down as an afterthought, and now Bull in that backline able to rain down the damage. And yes, the Empress Divide hits 4, but it's from the grave, and it does not matter at all.
That is that. This time the Nexus will explode. We don't have to talk about theoreticals and technicals. This one is actually just going to end now. Closer, once again, he just kind of face plants his way into the fight, presses his buttons and then presses his Zhonya's, and he's like, all right, I did it again. Goodbye, I've got 11 kills. This game is over, Bro. With some fantastic team fighting and skirmishing in the early game, translating that into big wins around objectives. Palu was so good. I mean, I like...
He was almost the greatest player alive, but unfortunately just denied a few of these hooks.
But later, he just still, I mean, he still was hitting the big ones that mattered. He hit Daystar in the mid lane. That was really, for me, the last straw that broke the camel's back was when he actually got Daystar in that fight. The whole map is completely opened up. At that point, you know, we saw BNK being like, okay, we're barely hanging on. Maybe there's a chance here, but it just wasn't meant to be. I do feel like if some of those early fights had been played a lot more patiently from BNK, they would have had a real fighting chance here. This does mean that Bro move into first place because they ended up winning this one. They have now 3 wins here, 3-1, and it's going to be a 2-2 for BNK.
Yeah, nicely done here by Bro. A team that we were expecting to look pretty good. I think a lot of us were surprised when they lost their first match, but have since repaired that moving further forward in the tournament. And so looking really good here. Yeah, obviously Closer doing double the damage of his lane opponent, looking absolutely phenomenal. And yeah, it was a bit flat as far as the gold graph is concerned. I think that, you know, means that it wasn't exactly perfect here for Bro, but I think they always had control of this game. And the way they played it start to finish, the way they utilized the amount of engage options for this composition really was beautiful to see, even though BNK had some decent map movements early on.
Yeah, I think BNK, with the cards they dealt themselves, let's say, played a good macro game. I like the setup But Bro just were too powerful. They were too big, and they had a great composition. We talked about it in draft. Like, we both gave them a kind of edge in terms of how simple it is to execute their composition. And when you have that big, heavy amount of gold on your real big engaged threat, the Talia, who also is doing poke damage, is also just blowing people up when she just straight up weavers walls into the middle of the fight and drops down that seismic shove. I mean, it's just, it doesn't get simpler than that, and Closer pulled it off.
He looked amazing doing it, as we do have Chinese Taipei taking on KT right after this break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back real soon.
이동 없습니다.
자 이러면은
네.
더 들어가기 쉽지가 않죠.
그렇죠.
하나생명 사실.
이거는 인원 체크가 좀 실수가 나왔던 것 같죠.
맞습니다.
그리즐리 입장에서는.
예.
그리고 아지르도 위에서 파고들 수 있고 아래쪽에서 니코가 들어올 수 있게끔 약간 포진을 펼쳐놨기 때문에 하나생명이 저 길목을 내려오는 게 좀 무서워요.
네.
그러면서도 바이런 볼이 동시에 시동을 거는 플레이도 지켜봐야 될 것 같고요.
자 대치.
근데 이런 대치 길어지면 딜라이트가 망치 들리면서 날려버릴 수가 있거든요.
이렇게 어우 안 들어가고.
근데 막아나고
그래 포탈상을.
이런 강대 싸움이에요.
이퀄라이저.
강대 싸움. 세전쟁 먹었어요?
네.
그러면
그 하이터 단계는.
하나생명의 기분이 좀 나쁜데요?
자 그럼 더 들어가나요?
하나생명이 뭔가 들어가는 게 하나생명이 많이 빠졌고
화이터 그림자를 터졌어요.
잘 잡았고.
네, 질감을 만들어주는 스킬이 좀 많이 빠졌습니다.
맞아요. 히티가 오른쪽 마크해주고. 네.
어.
오, 네.
예,
오, 네.
좀 깊게 들어갔죠.
네. 일단 그렇게 미드 쪽 서로 약간 힘을 주고 있는 구도예요. 타워를 T1은 최대한 밀고 싶은 건데 일단 하나생명도 쪼이고 있기 때문에 뭐 타워까지 치기는 쉽지 않고요.
하나생명도 이걸 쉽게 내줄 생각이 없습니다.
오, 빨리
밀고 있어요.
오, 아래쪽?
아래쪽?
뽀삐 연계?
딜라이트.
네, 아까
네.
뽀삐가처럼 좀 말랑말랑한 건 아니거든요.
그렇죠.
단단해요.
그리고 여진도 터뜨렸고 나름 잘 버티긴 했습니다.
네.
이러면 사거리는 길어요.
계속된 대치가 이어지고
사거리는
있습니다.
길어요.
자 왼쪽에서 한번 밀어주고.
그러니까 결국엔 걸어야 됩니다. 팀원이 그래서
정지병력.
여기 반응 못하게 바로 연계가 되고
근데 뽀삐가 타워를 세워도 뽑았는데요.
근데 포비가 터졌어 일단.
네.
싹포가 때리고. 아니 구도가
야.
너무 좋은데요 하나생명.
자 이거 빈센 쪽까지 잡을 것 같은데요. 빈센 쪽까지.
야, 아지르가 딜해야 되는데 아지르를 그리즐리가 딱 묶었는데요.
하나생명.
그리즐리 플레이가 진짜 날카로웠어요.
말씀하시는 부분 딱 이런 거겠죠. 똑같이 앞라인 녹이는 싸움하면 상대방이 세다.
그렇죠. 그래서 사거리도 길고 딜각도 나오기 쉽진 않아서.
오, 부패사사 이거
부패사사요?
전이 되는 거 조심해야 됩니다.
네. 그리즐리가 위쪽으로 좀 돌고 있어요.
그리고 이거 미드 잡히게 되면 하나씩 맹
만개 멋져.
결단이다. 와, 도전받겠어요.
반응됐어요.
야.
그리고 날렸는데요.
날렸어요.
위쪽에서 그래도
위쪽?
그리즐리.
근데 이거 대파가 치고 나가는 힘이 지금 장난이 아니에요.
그리고 정지 명령 들어가면서
파고들면서
그래도 바이 먼저.
바이
바이
잡았어요.
먼저 그리고 그 긴거 혹시 나오나요?
네, 근데 문제는 여기.
와,
그래도
아직 포비.
그리고 조냐? 근데 칼리스타가 해줄 수 있는 게 없어요?
와, 한 발 더 남았다 바이퍼.
바이퍼 위쪽 스매시.
근데 1대1인데 이거 스피시가 진짜 스치면 죽는 피라.
예.
네.
이거 꿰뚫는 화살 조심해야 됩니다.
자 그래도
네.
도주는
와.
성공합니다.
그래도 좀 아쉬울 수 있는 건 T1이 전멸이 다 빠졌기 때문에 다음 한타가 좀 더 어려울 수 있는 부분이겠죠.
그렇죠.
반대로 하나생명은 제카가 전멸이 빠지긴
어,
했지만
그리고
바이퍼가 아직 살아있고.
지금 힌트 찾았어요. 드래곤을 치면서 바루스가 분명히 정비가 늦었다고
그렇죠.
생각해서인지 지금 바로 치고 있는 것 같거든요.
그리고 아까 베트남 올스타전에서
네.
또 데이터 쌓았잖아요.
자 때려요.
바로 쪽이 변수다.
5천,
맞습니다.
4천,
너네가
3천,
들어와라.
2천.
네.
먹었어요. 먹었어요.
어이 진짜.
아니 서커스 DNA가
아니 판단이 정말
와.
날카로웠죠.
바로 먹는 T1.
야, 이거는 뭐 저희가 T1 e스포츠 아카데미라고 부르기도 좀 그럴 수 있는. 진짜 말 그대로 T1이었습니다.
네.
T1의 향기가 나는 플레이가 나왔고 그래도 추가 전투는
자 더 들어가 봅니다. 하나생명.
근데 본대적으로 먼저
일단
불렸고요.
마크를 했고.
네.
근데 딜러스를 시킨 게 좀 컸어요.
이퀄라이저.
예. 근데 호비가 딜할 페이지를 봐야 됩니다. 근데 빼뚫는 화살.
그리고 체카가 왔다 갔다 하면서 이렇게
아니 근데
돌리고
방금
있고.
저니가
야. 그리고 계속 몰아칩니다.
와 데미지가 진짜 지금 관자놀이를 관통하고 있고.
제카.
네.
제카. 자 그리고 타워 깼고.
포킹 바루스가 옆라인에서 치고 들어와요. 여기서 승부를 거는 게 맞습니다.
자 드래곤 35초 남았습니다.
이번에 그래도 포비도 전멸이 있기 때문에 전멸 토스 이런 것도 가능하긴 합니다.
네.
부패사슬.
맞는데요. 중년 뺐고요.
야
그러면
이게
들어가기에는 또 부담이 될 수밖에 없는 거고 포비도.
네.
네.
조냐를 일단
예.
뺐다라는 거.
이게 그리즐리가 아지르를 볼 수도 있어가지고
제카 전멸 뺐고.
네.
네. 근데 포비가 이게
아니었어요.
아니 앞라인 싸움
들어가면서
이퀄라이저.
잘 피고요.
저기면요.
그래도 그리즐리가 핑퐁이 되나요? 핑퐁이 됐어요.
예.
이러면
해체 잡혔어요.
쌍포가 그냥 등 근육을 찢어버립니다.
네. 너무 셉니다.
그쵸. 아지르가 딜을 하지 못하는 동안에 쌍포는 일을 하고 있었거든요.
자 그 사이에 일단 드래곤은 나왔고요.
와,
이러면-
그리즐리가 앞으로 지르면서도 옆구리로 또 빠져나와서
네.
플레이가 예술이었고요.
자 제카가 빈센트
아유,
쪽
아유,
접근
아유,
접근
아유,
아파요.
이제 못 버텨, 못
아,
버텨.
아파요.
주세요.
못 버텨.
아파요.
이것 좀 주세요.
제카가
야.
제카 그리고 드래곤 하나생명.
아까부터 계속 말씀드리지만 안 걸면 계속 뭐가 날라와서요.
이렇게
식으로.
이렇게.
야, 쏴요. 그리고 바텀 쪽에 웨이브 들어갑니다. 지금 T1 입장에서는 이중고예요.
그래
자,
인원
그리고-
분배 인원 분배.
예, 예.
바로
몇
핑
명 찍어서?
찍었어요. 바로 핑 찍었어요. 9천.
그리고 일단
8천.
파악을 하긴 했습니다.
맞습니다. 몸은 일단 집어넣고
도페 서틀 일단 들어갔어요.
잘 피했기 때문에
네.
아질에게 들어가는 부담이 살짝 줄긴 했거든요.
자 위쪽에서 크리즐리.
왔다 갔다.
바로 쪽으로.
버스트.
4천.
4천. 자 이제
3천.
싸움에
이거를 아예 걸면서
비가
가깝다고.
나고.
아 파르스가 먹었어요.
자 그리고
그리고 위쪽에서
그리고 아질이가 엉덩이에서 이퀄라이저.
이퀄라이저.
아, 이제 아질이가 살아내는
아니 엉덩이가 뜨거. 이러면 노딜입니다 T1은.
후끈후끈하네요.
그냥 빠져야 돼요.
뒤로 뒤로.
네.
심지어 럼블이
어디 여기로
그래도.
해보나요?
아 근데 코르키가 왔는데 위쪽에서.
아하 안 되네요 이러면은.
네, 하나생명.
네.
남은 건 혜택 그리고 이미 본진 억제기 날리고 있습니다 루스타.
운영의 묘에서 하나생명이 웃는 그림이 꾸준하게 나왔습니다.
네.
그렇죠. 결국 캐스파컵에서도 하나생명의 쌍포가 여전히 활약을 하네요.
마지막 혜택까지 잡아내면서 에이스를 띄운 하나생명 e스포츠입니다. 자 쌍둥이 날리고 이제 경기를 끝낼 준비를 하고 있습니다. 여기서 경기 끝! 제제! 하나생명이 1승을 더 추가합니다.
네.
경기 시작됐습니다. 오늘의 5번째 경기입니다.
마오카이가 2렙 찍고 내려가면서 뭐 잭스 순간이동 이런 걸로 살짝 눈치를 보고 있는 것 같은데
네.
벽궁을
끊었어요.
밀쳤어요?
큐를 일부러 뺐고
근데
와!
그래!
근데 일단 마오카이 전멸 봐야 될 것 같고요.
네.
잡히지는 않았습니다.
그러니까 리인즈가 진짜 멋있긴 했는데 연기가 제대로 들어간 느낌은 아니었고.
근데 아직
근데
더 봐야 돼요.
여기서
네.
뽀삐 벽궁 봐야겠죠?
그렇죠, 벽궁!
반격.
쉬었죠, 쉬었죠.
돌리긴 했지만.
합격!
근데
오, 이게
한번
살아서요?
근데 타워구를 잘 빼놔가지고
네.
이거 마오카이 안에 들어있는 게
그렇죠.
좀
이 다음
위험한데요?
턴, 이 다음 턴.
아, 여기서 퍼블!
야, 농심레드 포스 방금 다이브 각은 진짜 예뻤습니다.
그렇죠.
자 이건 좀
네.
적극적인데요.
그리고 양팀 다 밀리지 않겠다라는 의지가 보이죠 지금.
네. 자 그래서 미드
네.
쪽으로 좀 집결하고 있는 모습인데, 자 유축 쪽으로 먼저 접근하는 건 디플러스기입니다.
이 상황에서 킹겐이 아직
오,
오긴 하거든요.
좀 제대로 들어갔고.
네.
그래도 칼리스타가 멀어서.
한번
시간 많긴 합니다.
되면서 이거 CC가
어디가
된다면
앞으로 들어갔어요.
아, 근데 피셔.
야.
이게 순간적인 포커싱이 잘 됐습니다.
그렇죠. 궁을 쓰고 난 다음에 대시의 방향을 좀
네.
잘못 잡았던 것 같고. 그래도 일단
좀더 봐야 돼요.
추가 전수.
좀 더 봐야 돼요.
근데 먼저 타겟팅 해가지고 이거 깔끔하게 녹이는 게 아니면
반격
이거
돌렸어요.
좀에 덮고.
분명히
이거.
센스 아닌
그쵸,
연대가
야.
진짜 잘 들어갈 수 있는 조합이라서
네. 자 실비는 잡혔고.
하나씩 다 쓸립니다 이거.
지우까지는 잡지 못했지만 결국 디플러스기가 이 한타 승리합니다.
디플러스기요.
드래곤.
보면 시우 입장에서 이런 게임을 제일 원할 수도 있죠. 아군 잘해라.
자 이러면 첫 번째 드래곤은 농심이 가져갑니다.
가져가긴 했지만 아래쪽에서.
여기
이것도 싸움 열리는데요.
네.
비가
이거
넘어.
상대 방심할 때.
지우.
아니 지우 스펠이 없어서 그래도.
홀짝.
아 근데 이게
안에 들어가. 이걸 또 에이밍이 먹습니다.
디플러스기야.
아 이거 게임이 생각보다 훨씬 큰일 난 게 뭐냐면은
오 그래도
공기쳐요.
그러니까 결단
앞으로
내렸습니다.
들어가면서
시비는 순간
공이 이거 나갔고 3차
잡았어요.
되게 이지를 끊기가 쉽지 않아서
어디 역공.
노플이라
리엔즈.
디플러스기야 주도권 차이가 많이 나기 때문에 포킹 당하면서 싸움도 못하고 빠지는 이런 상황도 나올 수 있어요.
네. 거기서
그러니까
근데 반격을 일단
대놓고
쓰면서
들어가자.
막히는
이퀄라이저 뛰었고
예.
잡아냅니다.
불로 그냥 화끈하게
야, 보통 이런 상황 되면은 원딜 입장에서는 얘들아 죽지만 마 내가 캐리할게라는 콜이 나오거든요.
맞습니다.
특히나 캐리력이 좋은 에이밍이라면
어,
더욱더
그래서
그럴 수 있는 상황.
잡아보자.
혼자
잡아보자.
혼자 있는 이즈리얼, 혼자 있는 이즈리얼.
잡아냈습니다.
지우 리엔즈
이게 킬이 에이밍 쪽으로 나와서
네.
그래서 좀 단비 같다라고 얘기가 될 수밖에 없는 것 같아요.
이제 상대가 한번 막아준 거고
오.
피쉬야
오,
맨날
오,
같이
앞에서
예,
피셔!
앞에서.
와!
야! 피셔!
아 진짜 개씨가 몇 개예요?
예.
그리고 블리츠도 이즈리얼을 끌기엔 진짜 쉽지 않아요.
네.
이재동의 판정이 너무 좋아서 맞으면서 늦게 쓰면 뒤로 도망치는 판정이 되는 거죠.
자, 디플러스 기아가 전령 때리고 있습니다. 3천 정도 남았고
그리고
아래쪽 농심.
와.
네.
안배사가 순간이동이 없어서요.
네.
이거는 별로 쉽지 않고 그래서
전면으로 들어가요.
다이아몬드 거는데요.
잭스만 올수 있다?
와, 궁극기 방향도 좋았고요.
네.
네.
자, 실비 끊어내고 그리고
반격!
시우가.
네. 오 그래. 오.
우와.
슈.
전령을 먹으면서
이퀄?
득점을 발생한 거기 때문에 이거 흐름 따라가지고 미드까지 한 번에 밀겠는데요?
전령 풀고 미드 1차, 미드 1차.
드래곤을 치는 것도 둠지에 와드가 있다 보니까 위쪽에 과감하게 블리츠 한번 묻어봤던 거였거든요.
그래. 자, 들어가고
오 그냥 과감하게 다 써요 그냥.
이거 쇼메이커도 왔는데.
마오카이라도 잡자.
베릴
들어갔죠.
잡아냅니다.
네. 잘 잡았어요.
농심.
네.
맞습니다.
좀 더 공격적으로 앞으로 들어가야 되는 건 농심적입니다.
네.
이런 것도 본대 주도권이 없기 때문에 사이드
그쵸.
쪽에서 반 이상 나가면 돼.
먼저 치기가 좀 무섭죠.
조심해야
네.
됩니다. 그래도 상대가 한 발자국 더 나왔을 때 뒤를 잡아보자.
이거
이거 잭스 쪽.
네, 그리고 루시드와
그게
베릴
잭스, 잭스,
얘기해봤거든요.
잭스 쪽.
강화 솔방울탄이라서
잭스.
이것도 멀리 날아갔습니다.
이거 한번 조여보게 해보자.
이런 플레이는 날카로웠어요.
근데 그냥
자.
빨리 손절 쳐버렸어요.
네.
그렇죠.
네.
그래서
네.
미드 2차로 돌고 있습니다 지금.
아까 전령 박치기 해놨으니까.
네.
자, 일단 치우가 일단 희생이 됐고
네.
미드 2차.
근데 이거는 시우가 잡히긴 했지만 플러스 알파로 연계가 되지 않는다면 미드탑 쪽에서 라인 관리를 잘해주고 있는 거라서요.
이미
그렇죠.
쇼메이커도 라인 밀고
네.
있었고요.
운영적으로는 디플러스 기아가 손해보는 장면이 아닌 것 같아요.
그게 중요한 것 같죠. 결국
네.
순간이동을 쓰면서 CS를 버리면서 한 거기 때문에 다음 인원 배치할 때도 분명 공백이 좀 생길 수가 있는 거고요.
네.
그렇습니다.
일단 잘라먹기는 농심 쪽에서 이루어지긴 했는데 운영에서 디플러스 기아가 좀 더 우위를 보여주고
아래쪽,
있고 아래.
이즈리얼도 쪼이고 있고.
네.
자,
자, 지금 연방에 나가지만 빙하
잘
카모.
맞췄습니다.
자, 들어갑니다.
이러면 전멸이 없어서
이거
아무리
충격
대시가
되게
자,
했는데요.
운명 봉인.
진짜 대시가
아무리
많아도
앞에 살아 그래도
많아도
아무리
도주기가
앞에
많아도.
살아 그래도
도주기가 많아도
아무리
야! 어디 왼쪽도.
일단 베릴도 철거에 욕심을 살짝 부렸다가
네.
잡히는 장면이 그 전에 나왔었고.
지금 글로벌 골드가 조금씩 계속 벌어지고 있어요.
플러스 기아가 확실히 좀 더 편한 상황이라고 봐야 될 것 같긴 한데 그래도 사이드
네.
이런 거 개입.
궁은 피했지만
운명봉인.
철갑봉이 자리가 최대한
요?
오래 긁고 있는 거죠.
그리고 루시도 왔어요. 시우도 왔고.
방망이
망치
돌리면서
돌리면서
반격, 뛰어들고!
근데 궁을 남겨놓고 갔어요 루시드가.
이퀄라이저.
근데 시우도 혼자 들어가기에는 네. 적당히 버티면서 그래도
대전의 마수.
그리고 이즈리얼 넘어올 수 있거든요.
피셔 잡았어요. 그다음
여기서 신변화살.
진짜 딜하는
야,
강으로
강으로
탱고 뚫어줄 수 있나요?
아 이게 비플러스가 너무 잘 되고 있어요.
그리고 리엔즈 남았습니다. 리엔즈까지.
야 리엔즈가 마지막이거든요.
잡힐 수밖에 없죠. 누가 먹을래?
리엔즈까지 잡아냅니다. 디플러스 기아 에이스입니다.
그렇죠.
순간적으로 인원을 빼버리면서 싸울 수 있기 때문에.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup. It is day 3, and we are looking forward to seeing whether we're going to get another team on 3-1, and also another look in at the Chinese Taipei squad, who are now on the brink of elimination territory. It's getting a little bit dangerous.
It is going to be a very, very scary time if they end up losing out on this one. But I do think that this is going to be a very competitive match for them.
I would agree.
Definitely a winnable game. I feel like a lot of their games have been winnable, but they haven't been able to stick the landing. Some of the mid games have been a little bit rough. So we'll see KT Rolster, on the other hand, looking very strong at the moment, despite having a roster that we weren't too optimistic about it, to be honest.
Yeah.
And they overperformed when we did see them 2 days ago. So we'll see if they can carry that momentum forward.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think that Chinese Taipei has definitely a lot more to offer. And we will be eliminating 2 teams at the end of today. And if they are at the bottom rung, then we're just not going to see, Maple, Casa, Betty, Woody, and Aja again in this tournament, which I think would be very, very sad.
For Maple,
so hopefully they can figure it out.
That's it.
Yeah.
So that's really sad. Obviously they're not out yet, and they need this win. Right now, Chinese Taipei is sitting at 1-2, so a loss here would put them at 1-3. Quantum Freaks, who are playing in our next match against DRX, are still 0-3. Right now, there are teams that are in the most danger. As here's the lineups for these 2 teams, no changes. Peter moving into KT Rolster, if you guys didn't watch 2 days ago. He's on this roster now. Casting still here with KT. Gen.G moving into this roster, and they still have Zini and Paddock moving over from DRX.
Yep, Paddock is a really fun player to watch. Of course, him and Pleta doing some great things this year. I keep saying last year because it feels like we have moved to 2025 as far as the change-up of rosters, but it's not quite there yet as we are still in 2024. Gen.G, though, was pretty good. From what we saw, of course, was on loan to Bro and was, struggling to find a whole lot of wins, but certainly did have his moments. Casting also, stepping in a few times as well for KT and is doing so once again. There's definitely some impressive play out of this KT roster, but it's not what I was expecting, them sitting towards the top of the standings. And now up against this squad that needs no real introduction.
Yeah, we've kind of been hyping this team up throughout this tournament as the veteran squad, but it hasn't really translated into big wins just yet. So they did pick up 1 win 2 days ago, but have otherwise still been losing. And over here on the KT Rolster side, getting some big upset wins, but dropping that game to B&K, meaning that they weren't able to get that 3-0 start, but they're still really heavily favored to get out of this group. And if they win this one, they'll move up with Bro at 3-1. So they'll be our 2 leading teams here in Group A.
Yep, which wouldn't have been my prediction. I don't know who I would have put at second outside of Chinese Taipei, I guess. But I think DRX looking all right. But Bro, with their full roster for the LCK, really looking better than what we saw in their very first match. They've kind of turned that one around. So very, very nicely done. The Psyduck and Peter combo here towards the bottom side of the map. I'm most excited about this. I need to be the resident Valdez, of course, our biggest Peter fan that we have here in the LCK casting team. And these 2, fun to watch. Zinni has been the most impressive for me, though. Like, I didn't have any expectations for this guy, and he's looked really, really good. Of course, being the first to sort of bring out the Azir and show that this champion is actually really strong on this current patch. And going from strength to strength, so looking forward to seeing more.
He certainly has, and I feel like he got a lot of credit for his success throughout this year.
Whoa.
This is, considering Chinese Taipei's recent losses, and obviously KT being a team that dominated 2 days ago, as well as their Korean team, this is not shocking to see these predictions, but it is a pretty hefty lead here for KT. Remember, KT won Challenger Spring, won Challengers Summer, and won the ASCII tournament, which is like the Asia Challengers competition where every Challengers team competes against each other. You play against the LDL teams and stuff. So they basically won everything they could have won. And then the roster's obviously shifted, but if you haven't been following that much, you might just be like, well, my money's on KT. Like, I'm locking that pred in. Yeah.
And look, their Challenger roster was really, really good, but then, most of them moved around. You've got Hype and Humbug sitting on Bro at the moment, playing very, very well. Of course, didn't see Hype today so far as it was Bull that was playing. This is a little bit surprising if I was to give an objective vote, but we are, of course, in Korea, and so KT is probably going to pick up most of it. A lot of people probably just looking at who gives them phone service and are like, yeah, that's going to be the one that I'm going to vote for. So then they'll keep providing me with internet on the train. You love to see it. It's okay. The Nico are going to be banned first as we jump into pick and ban for our third game of the day. And our second showing of Chinese Taipei.
You
See how
know
they are going to do.
What's so interesting too about this KT roster is they're not even using Wei, who's actually still on their team and was re-signed. And they just locked Peter, and they're like, we'll give him a shot for this tournament. So yeah, that's one other missing piece from that successful 2024 roster. They made the right call to take the Aurora away, and Taipei made the right call to take away Zini's Azir, which has been terrorizing these wins for KT.
Yep, the Corki going to be taken off the board as well. If it is Aurora, Corki, Ashe, then that's looking like the real standard red side bans that we've seen. The other thing is Ambessa, who has been very, very strong. Not necessarily being the main character of our last match that we saw in. Morgan sort of just side laning against a Renekton for the majority of the time, but they still did win, as the Yone going to be taken away from KT. Should just be the Ashe here. I don't see anything else being as high priority. Skarner is another one. Yeah, that's a good point.
Could be Skarner, but I like the Ashe ban. I'm surprised we're not seeing any Varus bans in these spots either. I think teams are just hoping they're going to trade the B1 for the Varus on red side, and maybe that's what KT is hoping for here. You can have the Skarner or the Ashe. We'll take the Varus. A first pick Lisa would be crazy. I think that's a bit of a tease from Aja.
Yeah, that's of course it's the Karsa special. It's any jungler's special, to be honest, but I think Karsa's got some of the most played time on the champion out of anyone else in the world.
So you can go Ashe here, or you can go Varus. Both are very strong picks in this rotation. See what KT roster have planned.
I think even if you just go Ashe Vi, like we saw out of Bro last time around, it feels very strong.
Ashe Sejuani also feels really good. And then you can maybe lock in a Jax in that third spot, or if it's left available, the Ambessa. They're going to go for the Ambessa first.
Yeah, Ambessa Ashe, and then you can pick Vi and not really worry because Skarner's already locked in. Could be an option there as well.
Yeah, and if they pick the Vi, maybe you go Sejuani and you still feel pretty okay with it. But I think the Ashe makes the most sense here. And, Varus, I think, still viable for sure. Well, it's really just going to be up to what KT want to run. Remember, Chinese Taipei are no strangers to just running Misfortune Rel instead and not caring about the Ashe. So that might be their answer here. That's what we saw from them on day one. But they're putting their eyes on this Varus instead. Yep. And I think Varus is definitely this more meta and stronger pick at the moment. But stylistically, we could have seen Chinese Taipei go the other way.
Yeah, Betty has been very, very good at the Misfortune, but you can go toe-for-toe as far as range is concerned with this Varus towards the bottom side. Plus, it's an archery off, which I do very much like. It's like Brave versus Robin Hood if you were talking about a movie battle. As Renekton would be an interesting one. Of course, Aja very, very strong. We've seen Renekton picked into the Ambessa before. Didn't exactly go so well in the hands of Sobero before, but it was serviceable. It was okay. You got to at least lane relatively comfortably. Even if Morgan was pretty strong towards the end of the game and did still get to do the Ambessa things, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Locking it in. So is it just going to be Sejuani here as my expectation for the jungle lock for Young-Jae? That would be a very Peter thing to do, to lock in the Milio here.
Yeah, that's it's been a while since we've seen Milio, man.
It's like, oh, Varus outranges because he could poke, but I can just make Ashe shoot farther.
Yeah.
But no, it's going to be Nautilus or
okay, never mind.
Weird priority here from KT Rolster.
Yeah, I think it seems to be like Peter and what he's feeling seems to be the idea here. What we're going to see in the mid lane is going to be a big question mark because, of course, Zinni could theoretically play the Ambessa there, but it's likely to be more of that mage option. He has certainly gravitated more towards those sort of picks as Renata going to be banned away here.
I think you just take Sejuani and Jin Zhao away if you're Chinese Taipei in terms of meta picks that work really well with what KT have put together.
Yeah, Xin Zhao against Young-Jae especially is a really good ban.
Yeah, I think those become very obvious. What the final ban will be into this Varus is anyone's guess. Remember, Chinese Taipei have used this Varus, in very interesting ways. Like when you look at Betty's career as a whole, he's been very strong on this pick. But it's not like they're going to be using it for lane swaps like Team Vietnam, I don't think, where they put the Varus anywhere.
Yeah, true. Not going to be leaning into an Azir, definitely.
No, not in
because we've
this
seen that
game.
one banned.
Yep. So Sejuani's gone. This is a tricky ban in this final spot. Maybe they just take the Nautilus away. Braum, okay, that's fair.
Okay. Woody did play the Braum in their last game, but didn't exactly look like something that I'd want to take away from Chinese Taipei. I'd prefer him not to play Rel, to be honest. But we'll see, of course, Rel versus Leona, not exactly an exciting matchup or anything like that. And I think KT pretty happy with how things are looking there on the bottom side. Is Vi going to be taken away from Young-Jae?
I kind of had, since Vi didn't make it through the first rotation in my head, it was just going to be gone in my brain. But yeah, that's probably a stronger ban than Jin Zhao, and that's probably what KT will end up with here.
I would recommend just picking Xin Zhao. But just taking a little bit of time here, 10 seconds to go. What are we playing? Zinni's the one that seems to be the most vocal, so maybe they're going to be saving a jungle pick till last? That's kind of crazy, but it will just be a lock-in here of the Galio. Allows Mbessa to play really aggressively. So casting could be the one getting into a backline, then delivering a gargoyle. The follow-up of Peter's Solar Flare could certainly be big. And then you've got arrows to be flying through. So understandable synergy, but not a lot of magic damage just yet. I'd like to see a bit of damage to come out from Young-Jae. Even a Xin Zhao would be enough, in my opinion. To still add some pressure. But that's Woody on the Alistair. Really love this. It's not Braum because, of course, it's been banned, so he can't play it. But this is Engage. This is playmaking. This is something that Woody has looked really good at.
Great defensively, too. I feel like the only other better option they could have had would have been Poppy, but that was banned in the first banning phase. So this is kind of like the next best thing if he wasn't going to be playing the Nautilus here.
Okay, Maple. That's a dragon.
That's super strong in the Galio as well.
But instead, it will be the Talia, something that Maple has played a bajillion times. I think roughly a bajillion times. From what I know.
I also think that Aurelion Sol is pretty vulnerable to KT Rolster's kind of single target pick-based composition. So went for the safer bet here. Now, that would be a lot of damage. You know, you were asking for some damage. This is certainly something that could also allow them to dive super deep.
Lamb's Respite and Heroic Entrance are also really, really fun to be used in conjunction with one another, allowing Zinni to really back up Young-Jae if he's playing aggressive. I love this. Just with the fact that there is so much defense happening in the mid and bottom lane. Like, even Ashe isn't like a high damage champion, offers a lot of utility and not necessarily that boom. And so Young-Jae going to be there for another threat. Very, very cool. I like this from KT. It's a really well-created, well-crafted composition.
It's also just really good into Skarner because, you know, Skarner is one of those jungle champions that's very one-dimensional. He kind of goes in, tries to set up a play, tries to look for an impale or a smash into the wall. And if he doesn't find that, he's kind of out in no man's land. Then he could get arrowed, then hit by the Leona. And sometimes he still gets away because he's so tanky. But if you actually have the Kindred damage on top of him as well, a lot of junglers just won't have that same damage output. So it's a lot easier to punish the Skarner, punish the Renekton when they do try to go in for that attempt. If it fails, then you're kind of priced into, that Kindred damage is coming.
Yeah. And Young-Jae will be able to just sort of dance around these fights after those cooldowns are sort of down. So will be fun to see whether KT can actually navigate this one. I think Chinese Taipei have a lot more options this time around, though. They can fish for seismic shoves. They can throw out Chains of Corruption. Woody can go in and then kind of be fine with the fact that he does have that ultimate available if something does go wrong. I think this is a much more straightforward composition than the one they had last time where they were lacking a lot of engage, didn't have a lot of options. And so definitely feeling like they are set up for a little bit more success here. Even though KT's composition looks like it has all of this cool synergy moving into team fights, what Chinese Taipei sort of had was just being better players.
Yes.
Even if it didn't necessarily work out as well in their match against Bro. So looking forward to seeing whether they can actually make it work this time around and move up to 2-2 to keep themselves in this competition.
I am really looking forward to seeing how much of an impact that Maple and Karsa can make in the early game, either rotations to bottom lane, which is more common, or even to the top side if Mbessa is starting to put the pressure on there, just because they have such long engage range. Like Maple can Weaver's Wall from so far away. He also can surf his way to a lane super fast. And, of course, same with Skarner and his charges. We're deep in.
Yeah, Woody's already taking a bit of damage, but Betty's down to 50%. And Maple is also in trouble, so he's going to have to flash. Already! KT coming out pretty strong in this game.
I'm a little bit disappointed with KT, though, because they denied us the dubstep.
Yeah, what? Can we just go back? Can we rewind the tape, go back to some dubstep action? I really do want the actual intro, if that's possible.
I just want them to press it now. Hey.
Yeah, it's like, wait, hang on a second. We can just do it ourselves, right? Like,
Maple?
Hey. No, it doesn't quite have the same vibes when you don't have the dubstep.
Yeah.
It's okay. We'll have some dubstep next time.
I was a little bit worried that Maple was going to end up getting Zenith Blade there with no flash, as Peter still had his. But then Podok going to the top lane here after level 1. This is what kind of you could do with an Ashe composition, is put the pressure on early, especially with a Galio, and just say, hey, if you want to interact with us, you're going to maybe drop some summoners, and we get to put the Ashe where we want to. Aja now going to be zoned out of farm, and casting is here.
Aja? Okay, just wanted to get a nice little high-value slice and dice. While I believe one of the minions was going down there. Should be able to get experience from this one as well. Not too bad. Got to have a look at experience numbers. That's what it's all about in these lane swap scenarios. Meanwhile, Betty is just chilling by himself on the bottom side of the map. That's always a worry because Betty's power in the mid game has been something that Chinese Taipei has been leveraging so far.
They really have. Good sweep here from Peter.
Yep.
We'll clear out this vision. Young-Jae going to look for some early clear in the Chinese Taipei jungle.
See how he rolls as far as the first mark is concerned as well.
Yeah.
Whether it's on north or south scuttle is going to be an important thing. As Aja now moving on down. Grump will be taken here from Young-Jae as he does make it to level 3.
Woody is zoned out at level 1 as well. This is very frustrating.
Yep. Wolf going to get aggressive here towards Aja. As I don't know whether they're going to go for it. There's a Zenith Blade as Peter picks up the turret aggro first. Aja lit on fire. Decent volley damage there, but they're not actually able to grab any kills just yet. And it looks like this experience will be going over to the Renekton. Really important stuff.
Casting just instantly teleports bottom side, so he's getting a lot of experience as well. He got some of the split and shared experience there with Podok, so he's level 3.
Oh, that's the steal did happen? No, it didn't. So Casa was actually able to secure that. Everything is going to be okay. Oh no! Wait, hang on.
No, I think
Casa actually take the KT side blue buff?
I think
no?
so. I think so. Yes, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Mark is bottom side, by the way, and so there's an insta ping from Young-Jae that's heading down there.
Yep.
I believe Young-Jae secured that blue buff.
Well, he does have one of them. Both of the players have one of the blue buffs.
He was top side the entire time, right? So he
so
must have been his secure, right? I don't think he was able to get his blue buff and then go up there and make that top side play. So I'm pretty sure you're right. And he's going to get a mark as well. So feeling really good about how this early game is going.
Yeah. So first mark secured. Always nice. And it actually didn't matter where it rolled. I feel like as far as power on the map was concerned, as the Scuttlers were spawning,
sure.
KT were looking pretty good.
And when you consider that, Ashe into Renekton is a way better matchup for Ashe, and also Mbessa and Davaris is playable in the bottom side. Like you can see casting actually putting the pressure onto Betty. Look at Betty's health bar there. Look at the wave state down in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
KT's kind of winning everywhere because this lane assignment lets Podok win. It let casting, worst case scenario, go even, but he's also kind of winning here. They got the bottom scuttle, and now even looking to contest scuttle here top side.
The only thing is that one plate that has gone down towards the bottom side of the map, given the fact that KT were the team that went in for the swap. So that's going to be helping out Chinese Taipei. We're going to get the big old zoom out. Some double value here from the volley, but now Casa is making his way over. Bit of a drive-by, and now Peter is going to catch him. Casa forced to flash away. Zinni trying to get into position. The taunt not quite working out there, but it's first blood going over to Young-Jae against his opposite number. So is that 2 marks already picked up here as well? It is.
It is. You can see it there bottom left. And
that's like the worst possible first blood here for Chinese Taipei.
This is exactly the type of scenario. Okay, Podok, hold up. He's going to have to cleanse.
Ruthless Predator is going to be able to at least get that summoner, like you're saying. Another Zenith Blade comes through, but it's a nice use of the Pulverize.
But this is exactly the kind of scenario I was talking about with the Kindred versus Skarner, where he's like, I'm going in. I'm very tanky, and Kindred's like, I do a lot of damage, and there's a lot of damage output on the other side of that fight. So look, Karsa charges in, then he's stunned, and then he's rooted, and then look at the damage coming through from Podok and Young-Jae here. He's just so incredibly low already, and then look at this play from Zinni as well, just kind of locking him in there. Oh god, he goes for the all-in.
1 health.
Goes for the all-in and fails. This game is like, I don't want to say it's over, but it is so rough for Chinese Taipei. I mean, you can see a little bit of CS deficit between the 80 carries here. That's like the one thing you could say. You mentioned the plate earlier. So he goes for the all-in here, gets the empowered stun, but there's so many minions here. Podok's got the slows.
Oh, that auto, and then the fact that the Shield of Daybreak comes in at exactly the right time.
Oh, that's so rough.
I'm
I mean,
tilted.
it's so close.
I'm tilted in like for him. Like Aja should have been able to pick that one up. As now Casa milling about. I don't think he's going to be able to help with these grubs. As now Casting just fighting against this Scorpion. Heroic Entrance going to be able to lock him down though. Knocked up by the Justice Punch, and that should be a dead Scorpion. There he goes. Casting also now trying to get on top of Aja, but Woody's the one that's in the most trouble. Casting gets over the wall. He's burning down, but now the rest of KT are going to be here. They'll answer that. Top lane for top lane. And Casa here, you can see scratching his head a little bit at the end of it.
He's having a rough
three
game.
grubs going over to KT.
He's having a rough game, and KT 5 kills on the board, 3 grubs, as you mentioned. And the only reason why, Aja was alive for so long there at the end is because they want to make sure that kill was given over to Paddock. As, I mean, you can see this fight is just so split up here. Like, Woody's chasing Youngjae into a pit, isn't able to peel for his team at all. And he's at level 3, has to flash, but still gets caught by the Zenith play. Then Casting comes in to finish off the kill. He's got those dashes there. Will eventually go down to the empowered W there from Aja, but look, they give the kill over to Paddock. And now you're looking at, okay, Ash is down 15 CS, but has a kill, 2 assists. Was able to farm pretty well on the top side, all things considered. You have an Ambessa who's low eco, but picks up a kill anyways. And then Zini is 10 CS up on a Talia, has a kill, 2 marks on the Kindred. And it's just, it's all KT Rolster-sided right now.
It really is. And yeah, Youngjae is the real danger for me, is the fact that he's the one that's been involved in so much early on, has those 2 marks already picked up. The Lamb's Respite is now in. Paddock is going to take a little bit of damage here from Betty, but like the combo is now available here to KT.
And they have the mark on top side here, and Chinese Taipei are actually grouping to deny. They're like, no, we are not letting him get a 3rd mark on this scuttle. Yeah. Hell no, absolutely not. But this does mean that bottom side here is somewhat open for KT to potentially start up this first dragon. In a really good spot here. Paddock has his ultimate online now too, so can really deny any sort of entry over here. And Youngjae's damage output, I mean, he's just sitting on the Hearthbound Axe right now, but that's enough. Oh, he gets a Retrix as well. I didn't even see that he picked that one up. So he's got a lot of damage.
Yep, he's ready.
And it's a Cloud Dragon, so not too tanky.
Yeah, they'll be able to take this one down. Double 80 carry. We'll be able to sort that one out. Casting, taking care of the bottom side. You can see Aja actually laning pretty nicely, though, able to get back a bit of that CS. And Casting now just pushing another wave in. Cute little use of that double hit. As Aja is looking to back away because Peter making his way down. Youngjae doing the same thing. Just walked over a ward. But Peter getting in here should be able to get that Shield of Daybreak down. Slice and Dice might be able to get Aja out of here, but he does have to invest the ultimate. Now Woody dancing around this fight as well. Does get a trample as Betty comes in. There is a minion wave here, though. Peter should be able to taxi his way out. Chinese Taipei, there's the flash forward. Casting, no flash available. Headbutt Pulverized does come down. Youngjae, can he get the damage in? As there's the Lamb's Respite. That's going to keep Casting alive for the next little while. He does get the ultimate. Dashes now to get himself out of there. Some Alcove Gaming as the extra investment's going to come through. The Impale goes down at the same time, and it's a double kill for Betty, exactly where they want that money.
Absolutely. This is huge for Chinese Taipei. Bit of an overextension there. A bit of greed from KT Rolster does get punished. And that is, I mean, now you've got a Ghost Blade. I mean, the first real completed item on the Rift is going to where the main lead was, the CS advantage, right? The plate that went over earlier. This is your main carry, and now you have a pathway back into this game. I'm not saying that they're in control by any means, but Aja bought a ton of time here. Look at the minimap. You can already see Betty is heading down here. Skarner can rotate over so quickly, like I was saying before. And then Woody comes in, and he's like, all right, let's see if I can lock them down in here. Betty gets that first arrow, gets the Comet to proc. And, Casting plays this really well. It actually taxes his way out here with the ultimate in just a moment. You'll see, and is able to build some space here. But they actually try to fight this with the Lamb's Respite. If they had just left here and been less greedy before Karsa shows up, maybe more members get out. Maybe Youngjae actually lives here. Casting, it was really cool to see the mechanics there, but he is ultimately still going to go down. Really nice Impale from Karsa. Guarantees that 3rd kill and 400 extra gold for Betty. I think he has the most gold in the game now.
Just a big overextension. And yeah, I think he already had the most gold in the game, and now it's a huge problem for KT. As Paddock, I don't think he's going to be able to stand toe-to-toe. Woody, on engage, just looks like a completely different player. They're going to be able to get the stun down. Doesn't have the ultimate available just yet. Paddock does, throws that into the cow, and Youngjae going to be able to get yet another mark. But look at Betty. He's doing so much damage, even though he doesn't get the kill because somehow it's Ignite that's able to tick down and grab it. Casting now fighting against Aja, certainly has the health advantage, but as you can see now, all that fury has been stacked up. There is the ultimate to come through. Casting just going to use that to get himself to a better position.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that Ignite did steal that kill away, but he's like, well, you know, I've got a decent amount of gold. It's all right.
Yeah, not the end of the world.
The mark is on the blue side Raptors, so this is very awkward for Young-J to get that next one as we're fighting over grubs.
Yeah. Headbutt Pulverize actually just going to get exited. Flash out from Zinni, though, so they had to invest that. Aja going to get teleported on here as Casting makes his way in. A little bit of top lane combat there. Some damage does go down. You can see Castle looking to try and lock down at least one of these grubs. They do secure the first one out of this second 3 as there's a Pulverize. Gets the headbutt back there onto Zinni. He's tanking up so much as Aja doing the same thing. Zinni taking so much as the Lamb's Respite almost gets him out. The Justice Punch! How does he make it out of there? It is going to be even grubs, but KT, it could have been way worse.
Never really considered the synergy for the Skarner into the Lamb's Respite. Just pull him out of there. They do get back in there, and he just barely gets out with the punch, and it is going to be even 3 for 3 here on the grubs. Karst has got his smite, and we'll secure that one there, but a very close fight there between these two, and it was nearly Chinese Taipei actually running away with it and taking a lead in kills. The gold is dead even. I still like the position here for KT slightly because all the gold is on one champion. It's the right champion to have it on, and he does have a lot of poke. He's lethality Varus here. But if they can punish him, if they can catch him with an arrow, get his cleanse somehow, then, you know, punish him, then once he's down, the rest of the gold isn't spread as nicely here for Chinese Taipei. But still, very even game here, and some good plays on both sides. Karst had a really weak start to this game, but I think he's bounced back significantly, playing really well despite some early blunders.
Yeah, setting up these team fights beautifully. You can see now it's Kraken Slayer completed for Young-J. Almost does have his Merc Treads done as well. And this is a composition that will stand the test of time, right? Like the way that it works late game, you can kind of see how these team fights need to be constructed. As Young-J going to be taking this Rift Scuttler as well.
4 marks, by the way.
Yeah, has been able to get up there.
That's really fast.
700 range is a lot of range. So the Kindred really a champion at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, to contextualize this for people, some Kindreds never get that in a game. And
We've
mostly
seen, like,
you
what
get
was
it
it?
at 20, 25.
I think we saw it at Worlds this year. It was like a 27-minute 4th mark. It was really a bad time. As Casting going to take a bit of damage here from Aja. Let's press that W, gets a shield, but the damage is being done. As now Betty with that Ghost Blade, Chains of Corruption. Ooh, the walk tactic here from Podok is working gorgeously.
Woody is positioning here good to deny a follow-up arrow potentially onto Betty, even though he has cleanse. And they're just going to rotate over to Dragon.
That Dragon coming down, Justice Punch on top of Maple here. Seismic Shove, though, as Zinni's taking a fair bit of damage. Aftershock now wearing off. He's taking some real damage now, as now Peter's going to get headbutted back. Teleport in, but maybe it's too late as the heroic entrance does come down. Knock-up comes through. Betty is just getting destroyed. Podok delivered the money there as well. This is massive. As the arrow will connect, the Solar Flare lands down as well. Peter focusing onto this Crocodile, but Aja is going to survive. Maple takes down the Leona and picks up a double now as they lose the Kindred. But it's Podok, it's the Psyduck, and he's ignored as the Scorpion will fall. The emote there as well, as once again Zinni survives on a sliver.
And Podok is just, he's got very little mana in this fight, but it doesn't matter. You know, he's an 80 carry. He's just going to do so much damage. And it starts off with Peter actually setting this up with Zinni. Look at Betty. He's in such a really greedy position. Woody's trying to save him. He's like, no, I got to try to peel for him. But Peter still gets his Zenith Blade over the wall. Has that ward in the Dragon Pit. Justice Punch follow-up. And they still get that final auto. Podok picks up 600 gold on the shutdown. And then look at Podok. Just watch Podok. Like, oh, we're going in. We're trying to kill Zinni. He's so annoying on this Galio. Podok, no mana. It doesn't matter. He's got the slows. He's helping peel for Aja's aggression here, who flashes onto Zinni, who just casually gets the walkout here. The taunt is set, and Casting shows up, and he and Podok just rip through those health bars. A huge swing of gold over to KT Rolster, now up 2,000.
Oh, man.
Wild game.
Really nicely played. I mean, it was a bit of an Ambessa situation there towards the end, but I think you're exactly right. I think the focus has to be on the fact that Podok, there was no way they could get on top of him.
And also the fact that they were able to kill Betty so early on in the fight. All of the gold, all of the advantage for Chinese Taipei, all of that damage is gone, which is part of why Zinni is able to live in that fight.
And Podok goes back and spends shutdown gold as well. Like, he was already a problem in that fight, but now it gets even worse. Rift Herald has been started up here. Pulverize onto 2 here from Woody. Does have the Unbreakable Will. Finally, the ultimate comes down. That's going to keep them alive as Casting gets into the backline, and Betty able to get a fair bit of damage down, but the shield comes through from Casting. They take down both of the top laners, and now Product's diving forward. I don't know about that one, but Maple's throwing these threaded volleys, and there's the pulverize. They should be able to take him down. There goes the jungler. Young-Jae is now down. Product just trying to keep himself alive. Peter being the hero as they trade him for Casa, but it's Maple that picks up a triple. Okay, Weaver's Wall coming on in here. Maple, I don't know about that one as the autos are going to come through, but still sets it up for the rest of the team. Taunt comes down. Is Woody going to fall? The answer is no, because Betty gets another one. This game is out of control.
This is so silly, but it's so fun. Betty has 5 kills now, gets another shutdown, this time onto the Ashe, who ended up getting so many kills, right? Product getting it in the last fight. Watch the beginning of this one as well. Woody setting this up. Aja on the flank here, but it's all shut down by the Lamb's Respite here. And Casting on top of Betty denies a lot of follow-up here. He's super low, but he's able to get out and survive. Casting trading all of his health for that aggression there. And then Product flashing forward here. He's so fed. He wants to do so much, but it's the shield that comes through from the Seraphs here for Maple that makes his overextension so unfortunate. And then you see, Taunt goes down onto Carson, and he's trying to offer as much damage as he kites back. Product ends up getting another kill here, but the damage has been done. I was a little bit skeptical about Maple going back in here, but it does ultimately work out in the end because they end up getting the full kills.
Yep. Being able to take out the Ashe in that situation meant that they were able to just move Betty forward. And so, I don't know whether the Rift Herald went down at all there, so it is just going to be taken here by Young-Jae as Casting. I think he senses that he might be in a little bit of trouble, and now he gets the bad news. Dashes out of the way of Casa, though, as Maple is going to come in. 4 members probably going to be enough to be able to take down Casting, although he does get a big old shield. He ultimates out onto Casa, but still he's just dead. So I got a little bit excited for a second. Didn't really need to. Still, it's going to be a Rift Herald taken and a outer turret in the mid lane going to get traded for first turret blood on the bottom side of the map.
I think this is still better for KT because they get 2 turrets for this. Xeni's going to get the top side turret. The Herald is going to crash into mid.
Might even be another mark available for Young-Jae as well as it is on the Wolves at this point in time. But it looks like he's not going to greed for it.
I mean, if Maple was able to get this full inner, you'd feel like, oh, okay, this is actually still pretty okay for us. He's going to deny some farm here, but it is going to be cleaned up by Xeni, who doesn't have to TP. And that mid turret is basically a breeze away from death here. So KT still feeling pretty good about how that trade went. This is just a battle of carries here, though. And right now,
okay, Product taking so much damage here. The Hail of Arrows, I think, might have been enough to take him down, as he's going to have to go back home. Betty on this Lethality Varus is so scary. 2 items, moving towards 3. Like, Manamune is not an expensive item, so Mura Mana will be stacked up very, very soon. Only a few more on that tier in order to get that instant transformation as he goes back.
It's going to be massive.
1,200. Yeah, he almost just has the money for the completion already.
The thing is that why I like the position here for Chinese Taipei is because they have 2 real threats here, whereas Xeni is kind of a facilitator for this Ashe. And sure, they have the Ambessa, but Betty is so large at this point, and with 2 items on this Talia, it's really easy to snowball this fight, or these fights, these upcoming fights, potentially this one right here.
We'll just have to see how Young-Jae is actually going to be out of position to make sure that this ultimate does get all of that work done. Justice Punch not going to get interrupted by the rocks on the ground, as the Seismic Shove's going to find him this time around, and now Xeni in a bit of trouble. He's burning, now gets impaled as well, as he gets a little bit of a taunt. Does have the Lamb's Respite, as Heroic Entrance going to come right back down on top, but he's still going to be taken down. Betty, so much damage in this backline. Untouched right now, double pulverize as everyone's flashing. Maple in amongst 3 people, and it might just work out here. He flashes away as Product so close to death, and he will finally fall. This is the Chinese Taipei team that we were expecting to see in this tournament.
Oh, it's looking so good for them now. And in part of the threats, I was talking about the Talia, the Varus, versus, you know, Xeni has a decent amount of gold, right? He's sitting on 2 items as well, but he's such a vulnerable target to all of this single target CC, and when Leandri's is also on the table, when you could stop these dashes with the rocks and stuff like that, look at what happens to him when he gets isolated here. Lamb's Respite's going to come out, and they're going to try to save him, they're going to try to keep him alive here, but he ends up getting pulled back by the Impale, super low, and then it's just really easy to chase here. Look at Betty in the backline. He just waits, times it out perfectly as the Lamb's Respite goes through. They have so much chasing power with this Skarner. They're like trying to decide what to do with this Blast Gun. They're like, okay, and at the same time, Maple's like, guys, I thought you were taking the Blast Cone. He has to flash over the wall and does go extremely low, but does not get taken out, in fact. And then this is just really good play here from Carr. So they barely take out Podok there, but they are able to do it. And it's these types of moments where when you see the neutral fights where Zini has to be that front line because casting's not that tanky, he's just so easy to pick off. He has a huge hitbox, and he's just this slow-moving Galio. And if you could chain CC onto him and then send out that Varus damage, it's just massive. Muramana is completed. He already had that extra pickaxe, and he still has those extra stats on top of it as well.
Yeah, it just feels like this double AD carry composition really isn't working as Betty, possibly overstepping, does have to flash. As now Podok, oh no, there are so many bad guys. He has no flash, and he now has no life. The Impale, as Casa is just standing there holding on to Peter, who's just flung back by Maple. That's going to be another one. Betty looked like he was in danger, but he wasn't. Woody is now taking a little bit here from Young-Jae over the wall as Maple is just stepping so far forward, as he has this entire game. Reckless Abandon being played with. Still, it's only a couple of picks so far, as KT are at least still in it. As never mind. Nope. Maple's going to move forward. Casting's going to be dashing away.
You know,
these walls are so aggressive from Maple today.
We had such a huge lead for KT in the early game. Let's not forget, everyone, that we had Young-Jae with that first blood, picked up the really early 4 marks. Like, he was massive, right? But then Betty picked up the triple kill, or picked up 3 kills early. And you could see, like, okay, we got to get Betty. We're going to make this happen. But then he goes so far forward here trying to set this up that he gets picked. Look at that damage from Betty. And it felt like the early game was like, okay, it's a little bit KT favored. Then we had some crazy back and forth fights where bounties were traded. And if you think about it like a scale tipping, it was like, I'm putting a huge rock on my side. They're like, I'm putting a huge rock. But now it's just like the scale is tipped so hard in favor of Chinese Taipei that if we just keep fighting like this KT and we don't play the map, you don't play around Galio's ultimate, you just keep trying to force picks, you're just behind on gold, and this Varus has such a great front line that you lose out almost every time, and now I feel like it's almost just too much. It was such a close game until it really wasn't.
Yeah, and the way that KT were winning is they were playing around like Peter getting into these really good positions to deliver a Galio, and now it's Chinese Taipei that is setting up the fights. It's not KT that have any sort of agency, and therefore they're just trying to struggle to get towards Betty, and in the meantime, just dying, just being picked apart one after the other. The Lamb's Respite always being used so defensively,
I mean, he's
unable to be used from a good position.
He's got Cleanse and Edge of Night, so it's just so difficult to pick him off.
Well, they're going to have to keep fighting for it. There's no other real way to get this one done. As Betty's still with that Edge of Night like you were talking about. Hasn't been broken just yet. Podok really wants to use that volley to take that one down. In the meantime, Zinni up here towards the top side fighting against Maple, not feeling fantastic. And speaking of which, Aja just smashing these side lanes. All right, Maple will be able to thread something through. Seismic Shove just goes wide as the Justice Punch gets Zinni out of there. Winds of War will be able to clear up these minions as now Casa moving in. Wonder whether he's going to throw down the ultimate. I don't think so. A little bit tanky as Zinni for the minute. There's now Woody moving over.
Okay, this is really greedy here from Chinese Taipei. They should be very careful about overextending.
Yeah, Solar Flare as the arrow flies through as well. Unbreakable Will not needing to be pressed just yet as Woody just tanks that one up very comfortably. He is going to take a fair bit of damage now, though, as Podok over the wall, realizing that Aja could be a bit of a problem. And now Peter's going to be able to deliver the Gargoyle. Young-Jae throws down the ulti to keep himself alive, but is it actually going to be enough? Aja's so tanky as he gets himself out of there. Winds of War doing no damage at all. And look at that, they just reform the Phalanx, and what a KT to do.
Yeah, KT can't actually get any kills here, but it's difficult for Chinese Taipei to just say, all right, well, we take Baron at this point. I mean, they have the health bar advantage, but he is still full. TP is coming to the top side here with that reset from Aja, so they're going to force a TP onto this turret. Peter knows that they're likely doing this, and is going to get some vision here. Yeah. It has to be a very fast rotation from KT. They have no teleport for Zinni.
Young-Jae moving on in here. He's going to have to walk across the parade of wards. But I think he might have an opportunity to just queue into the back of this Baron pit and go for this. So the turn is going to come through. There's a Seismic Shove onto Casting. Can't get the shield. Can't stay alive. And now they are without their top laner. Young-Jae just trying to get into a position to do damage. But it is so hard. Chinese Taipei now moving forward. The Weaver's Wall comes down. The flash out from Podok as the Seismic Shove. Not going to quite find him. The threaded volley almost there. As Young-Jae dances out of the way of a few of these skill shots. Still, Chinese Taipei, it just looks like they're unkillable.
Yeah, Baron denied as the really only good news here for KT Rolster. You know, when you look at that last fight and near overextension, I would say it's an overextension from Chinese Taipei, but they're so far ahead it didn't get punished when they were going for that play towards the top inner. I think those are the types of fights KT have to win, is actually defensive ones where they can rely on those Ash slows, the extra damage from Young-Jae, try to set up big taunts and force Chinese Taipei into these choke points. But when it comes to Baron turn, they can't really set that up on their terms, but I think their best hope is that Chinese Taipei overextend and they could take a defensive fight, because trying to pick this Varus that has Flash now, will have Cleanse soon, still has Edge of Night. Like that was the old game plan. It's just not working. There's too much of a beefy front line to get through. So if you want to play proactively, I think it's always going to fail. But if you just want to hope for a mistake, then that's not a proactive gameplay decision either. It just feels doomed for KT. Like their only hope is maybe Chinese Taipei get a little bit too aggressive and try to side lane a little bit with Zini here. Doesn't have teleport, but with his ultimate can join skirmishes, can join fights. Going to get some vision around this Baron, you have to imagine, here pretty soon as well, KT. And hoping to just maybe be able to take that defensive fight around this objective, but it is just a pipe dream at this point to come back in this one.
Yeah, Young-Jae, level 13 at this point in time. Betty, he really is the target. Does have his Edge of Night broken, and KT do have a fair bit of control of this Baron area. Man, it's just still that breath of air as the arrow is going to be able to pick up the ultimate from Woody. Unbreakable Will going down. KT's still able to have a bit of poke and a bit of engage from range, but the arrow being on cooldown is a bit of a problem. Solar Flare up, Heroic Entrance up, so they do still have that 1-2 punch of the Leona Galio, but now Chinese Taipei moving on over to the Baron Pit, discovering that there is zero vision in this area. KT losing control of mid as well. This is problematic. Teleport going to come through from Maple. They're going to start this one up yet again. There's an Ambessa in the bottom lane. Will be able to teleport in. As you can see, KT now getting the bad news. They will have their hands forced. Peter, can you sweep your way forward? That's the question. Teleport for the flank angle here from Casting. KT might be able to make something happen here as he gets in, but he's greeted by all of Chinese Taipei. The flash ever pole. And yeah, you're not going anywhere, buddy. That is going to be an easy pick-off.
Just not able to use his ultimate to get to the other side of the fight. I guess he was thinking maybe he would be able to, because his burst too quickly.
Yeah, Pulverize comes through. That's a really nice Justice Punch, but now the wall comes in. Maple will get stunned up by that Solar Flare. The Heroic Entrance is going to keep Zinni safe for the moment, but that Impale is gigantic. Para can't do anything, and they will just get wiped out. KT just left on the floor. That's going to be the Baron, and Chinese Taipei. I think this was probably one of those last nails in this metaphorical coffin.
I think we are certainly looking at these two teams equalizing at 2-2 into the standings here. A fantastic showing from Chinese Taipei. The recovery from the early game, the utilization of this Skarner into a really tough composition to crack with how tanky the Galio is, with the Lamb's Respite. I mean, when you look at Casting here, I think he's hoping, okay, maybe I could just ult my way out, but he's got that ward. He's like thinking, could I ult, maybe get onto Betty, then get through, and then it just takes him too long to decide, and he's just chain CC'd before he can use it. So now it's a 5v4 fight, and it still goes, I feel like, as well as KT could hope for. Like, everybody's kind of in this choke point here. It's a nice taunt from Zini. Look at the engage here, follow-up from Peter. The ultimate from Zini, also fantastic, but it doesn't matter. They get pulled off the Lamb's Respite, and there's just nothing Pada can do. He's like, sorry, guys, I'm out of here. This fight is lost. And that's Baron. And like you said, essentially, this should be the game.
Yeah, the anti-synergy of the good old having the Lamb's Respite and then just getting torn out of it. Casa really taking control of Young-Jae's ultimate is a bit of a problem, as Peter was going for a long con and Young-Jae was going for the Death Chamber. Young-Jae is going to be successful. The long con continues here from Peter.
Yeah.
He probably wants to wait quite a few seconds, though, as Young-Jae is dead. As Casting is going to get spotted, slammed into the wall, impaled, and Woody can now just headbutt him around Ragdoll City here for the Ambessa, as the inner turret is going to fall. And Chinese Taipei just going to continue wandering this one forward.
I actually think they can just end. I mean, all they have to do is rotate Aja over, and Betty is so big that if he hits Paddock with a single arrow, he's like, okay, GG, by the way.
I think if they CC Casa, I think it'll take them about, like, I don't know, a solid 25 seconds to get through his health bar.
Nice TP flank.
Yeah, that's an odd one. Seismic Shove going to throw Zinni back in once again, and he's just dead. The delivery does happen as Casting thrown out of the fight, and he's pretty happy about it. Peter not going to be so lucky as Betty just rains the arrows down on top of him. Lamb's Respite comes in, but there is no respite for you, Young Jay. You are dead once more. Triple kill for Betty. An absolute monster. 16, 1, and 7. But I think that it was all Maple this game. That's what I'm feeling. I think this guy had a phenomenal performance. The walls looked unhinged, but they won in the end, and he never really went down. Like, it was like 6, 1, and 12. Died in that last fight, but that caused the Nexus to fall down. Really nicely played here from the Chinese Taipei roster.
Betty looks like maybe had a little pop off there at the end. I think well deserved on the energy on that one. So this does put both KT Rolster and Chinese Taipei at 2-2. So we have 3 2-2 teams with BNK, KT Rolster, and Chinese Taipei. A loss for DRX in their next game would actually put us at 4 2-2 teams.
Woo!
And we could end up in a tiebreaker scenario because obviously head-to-heads are how that is decided if you beat the person that you're next to. But if you have like 4 teams with it, then it gets a little bit more complicated because we have a Swiss stage where you have to decide who's higher seed and all that stuff. But a fun one, to be sure, and it was very back and forth in the early game, but eventually, like I said, the scale tipped a little bit too hard in Chinese Taipei's favor. That Skarner got a little too tanky, and Karsa, rough start to the game, but fantastic recovery from him, and those team fights were so well played by Chinese Taipei. This is, like you said, I mean, you put it really well. This is the Chinese Taipei we knew we were capable, that they were capable of showing us at this tournament, and it's finally coming to light.
Yep, and I love it because, like, this is a classic Karsa game. I feel like he does have these like whoopsie moments, but he's so good in these team fights, coordinating with the rest of his teammates. The utility junglers really are working out for him. At this stage of his career, he was, of course, you know, that Lee Sin guy running around with Maple really killing everyone, but now it's not really the case. Setting up for Betty to knock him down, and he absolutely did. 39,000 damage worth of knocking them down. Speaking of which, KT, looking real good. 2-0 start of the tournament. Now catching back up to 2-2. Maybe reality sitting in, and 92% of Koreans were wrong. Well,
yeah,
that's crazy.
That's right. Or any foreigners who may have voted in that poll.
Yeah, or
We
anyone.
assume
Yeah.
mostly
But I
Koreans,
mean, it's theoretically a Korean vote is what I'm mentioning there.
I
so.
am, looking at this next match, I heavily favor DRX. So they're likely to go up to 3-1, which will put them tied with Bro in that first place spot in terms of win-loss. And Kwangdong Freaks, so they really need this win. This loss eliminates them from competition. So they really, really need this win. It's going to be a tough one. I want to see a better performance from Slayer, but Lazyfield looks like he might be the best AD carry in this group. So
It's nuts, isn't it? Like the Vietnamese talent joining DRX and really looking absolutely phenomenal, but he's going to have to do it again. See whether he does so up against Kwangdong Freaks after this short break. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup. We are well and truly over the halfway point, and now it is time to see whether the Kwangdong Freaks can find a victory here in this tournament. This is the big question, Wolf.
Yeah, this is the big question. And if they do get a victory, that puts them at 1-3, and that requires 2 other teams to also go to a 1-3 scoreline, which...
Is that even possible?
Actually, hold on. Well, they need to win both games, and they need to go to 2-3 and require 2 other teams to go to a 2-3 scoreline, which is possible because BNK, KT, right now, and Chinese Taipei are all on 2 losses. So it is actually possible. So they need to win this, but that, again, alone isn't enough. They need to win both, and they need, as you guys could see here, some of these teams to grab those 3 teams sitting in the 3rd place spot. One of them needs to get a loss, or 2 of them do, in fact. So... It's tough. It's an uphill battle, but not mathematically eliminated just yet.
Yep, they can meet a couple of teams on -1 as far as the points are concerned. But you can see right now, 3 behind absolutely everyone is not exactly what you want to see. So they'll rely on some of their opposition also finding some faults. Whereas looking at DRX, they can really start streaming ahead here. Of course, Bro having already lost a game means that... they will not be undefeated, and so DRX can match them here with a victory against Kwangdong Freaks, which should, on paper, look pretty possible. And as soon as Kwangdong Freaks goes to -4, it is doomed. It's all over.
It is. And we will have Bro versus DRX later on, so whoever, if DRX does win this match, then that match will decide first place, actually.
Yeah.
So that's really exciting. When you consider if DRX lose here, it keeps Kwangdong Freaks in the running, and it also puts us at 4 teams at a 2-2 scoreline. So that would be pretty crazy. As here are our lineups here. No changes on either side.
And this is kind of sad, right? Because you look at these players, and you're like, Pengyan, this guy's like really like an up-and-comer in LCK Challenger. Doiv has had some great moments. Even in this tournament, has actually looked like he's been able to get it together. It's the bottom side of the map, both Slayer and Quantum. Quantum, who was playing in the LCK, really has not found his footing, and Slayer has really not been slaying.
Yeah, I think there has been some nerves in the bottom duo. The problem for me, for hoping for Kwangdong to take a win, because I think it makes this group way more interesting, is that I just think that they're running into the strongest bottom duo that we have in this tournament. You can make an argument for Betty and Woody. It's like either LazyField and Pledder, Betty and Woody are the strongest bottom lane in this group, I should say, and Slayer and Quantum look to be very clearly the weakest in the tournament. So I really hope we see a better performance from them. They have had a day of rest. They've had a day to kind of try to work out how to get back to the best we've seen of this bottom duo. As you can see them at the bottom of your screen here, Slayer and Quantum.
Yep. Looking like they are a little bit, you know, more pensive than perhaps the rest of their teammates. Still, Doiv well and truly trying to headbutt the camera as much as possible. That is what we like to see from him. And let's just hope new day, new Kwangdong Freaks, and they can get back on the horse. A little bit unfortunate that they had to play all 3 games after what felt so rough, but still, it's a new day. And if they can get to 2 and 3, there is a chance that they can figure something out. And we'll just have to hope that it's going to be okay.
There's always a chance. There's
Indeed.
certainly that hope. There's that dream. Pengyan keeping his spirits high, it looks like here at least. Pengyan, one of the biggest and most hyped mid laners outside of Zini of this year. And then we've already seen this team dominate today. If you weren't paying attention, I recommend going back and watching the VOD. LazyField is so incredibly good.
Yeah, this guy's really, really impressing a lot of people, of course, from Vietnam. And coming in and finding this level of success as, you know, someone that's outside of Korea, here in Korea, whether it be Challenger or not, is still really impressive. So, LazyField, definitely a player to keep your eye on moving further forward.
I think he's just really been fostered incredibly well by DRX's academy. And this is not even like he wasn't on their Challengers team. He was on the academy team. And he's just really been honed quite well. And that's the kind of stuff you want to see from a young talent like LazyField, because maybe he finds his way as the first foreigner in the LCK if he can keep it up.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. So looking forward to seeing what DRX are going to be able to bring here today. We're expecting this one to be a little bit one-sided unless Kwangdong Freaks can really pull themselves together. We know that they have the talent for it. It's whether the bottom lane can get their heads in gear and the top lane can continue doing their thing, but maybe with a little bit more coordination with the rest of the team. I think Doiv and Pengyan a lot on their shoulders here moving into this game, but unfortunately, I feel like DRX are just equipped enough on their opposite side to make things happen, right? Like, this is LCK talent, like Sponge and Frog up there towards the top side of the map, definitely very dangerous. And Yehu has looked like, honestly, the shining light of a DRX that has a few of those shining lights already.
Yeah, and Yehu's been someone who's been up and down. We've loved some of his mage play, but I think he's really looking a lot more consistent in this tournament, at least.
What's that? What's going on there?
That's a weird one.
Okay, so in order to get to 70-30, what does the split have to be? How many people are there going? It's not 7-3 as far as the votes are concerned. I mean, that's actually pretty close.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to assume there are 10 voters. Unfortunately, the DRX people didn't wake up. Do you guys agree in chat? I'm going to have a look.
Chat,
I'm going to have a look. Who was it? Yeah, no, there's a lot of people looking pretty confused.
If you are just someone who casually watches LCK and then you look at those two names and you didn't look at the rosters and you just were like, oh, I'll vote, like, you'd probably be like, oh, yeah, Kwanglo's a stronger team in LCK. Maybe that's part of it.
I don't even know whether I'd vote if
I mean,
it was
not,
the LCK.
not now. I mean, like, in 2024 for the most part.
Yeah, no, in
like,
theory.
In spring and summer season of this year. So now, not so much.
Maybe they know something that we don't. Maybe they witnessed Kwandong Freaks getting some of that Michael's Secret stuff if you are a Space Jam enjoyer. Maybe that's what it was. I'm not entirely sure. Aurora and the Azir both banned away here. Banning Aurora on blue side is quizzical to say the least, as Yone and Corki both gone. Ash, Callista, these sort of things, probably what we're looking at.
I'd love to see Slayer in a kill lane here because when he's been sitting on weak side and trying to kind of stave off the pressure in lane, that is where he and Quantum have just not found success. So while I think Callista is very weak in this meta, if he locks it in here first, or even the Ashe, I'd be okay with something where they can have a little bit of power early and aren't going to be the vulnerable side of things. I'd feel a lot better about, but he is going to opt into instead, or they are going to opt into instead picking up the Skarner and leaving his pick for counter, as now DRX can go for the Ashe themselves, and that might just put Slayer on the Varus.
Yeah, it could be something like that. The Vi is still up and available here for Sponge if you would like to head down a more aggressive route. You could get yourself, like something more powerful there and save counterpick because Varus and Ashe are both up, and we've seen a fair bit of that sort of traded back and forth.
It's looking like a Sejuani Ashe situation, though.
Yeah, that could certainly be a fair bit of value as never mind. Okay, so the Varus going to be picked up. Still the same line of thinking. We're kind of putting Ashe and Varus kind of on similar ebbs, but a little bit more flexibility when you do have that Varus, and LazyFeel has looked really good on this pick.
The Varus has just looked like it's been, I mean, a little bit of recency bias, obviously, in that last game, but it feels like it's been more successful than the Ashe, too, and more consistent. So, hovering a Sylas here, blind, I don't
know about that, personally.
I don't agree with it at this moment in time.
Because now, like, Yehu can head towards, like, something melee in the mid lane, feel very good about it, and then pair it alongside a Sejuani. It's a little bit of a dangerous pickup here for Pengyan, but they just might want to brawl, and with a Cassandra being locked in as well, that is certainly going to work out for them.
Also just kind of completely face-upping their entire composition here. The Gnar was hovered, and they were like, ooh, that's good into Cassandra, but they're like, ooh, that's not great into Sylas, so let's maybe not get that one. Will end up hovering this Jax here, which is so incredibly strong with the Sejuani. They banned the Yone themselves, and maybe they just feel like, you know what, we're not going to interact with the Sylas that much, so we'll just take the Gnar anyways. It's also strong into the Skarner pick, so okay with it.
Yeah, there's a lot of good ultimates, so maybe it doesn't matter. But
yeah,
picking Gnar into Sylas always feels a little bit weird. Certainly feels good into Cassandra, though.
I feel like in the LCK or in major regions, the Sylas often really punishes the Gnar, but sometimes in some of these scrappier tournaments, it's a little bit tougher to pull off, especially if the Sylas falls behind. So maybe they're just feeling really confident here, which I think is somewhat warranted. Again, scholastically, probably not the right call, as we just see Ashe and Callista both taken away here. So this means that Slayer is likely going to have to be on something like, an Ezreal here or some sort of other scaling pick. They could go like Misfortune, Rel in the bottom lane, which works okay with his composition, but it's just not where I feel comfortable watching Slayer and Quantum play right now.
I would agree. I think not priority picking Slayer something that's half decent is a little bit of a worrying sign, but we'll see how it does go. DRX now with an option to pick up either a support or their mid laner. I would imagine counterpicking for bottom lane would be a great idea here for Lazy Feel and Pleta,
Yeah.
just so that they can make sure that they can continue that domination. And this could be that. As, of course, Poppy locked in. It does mean that could be going into a solo lane, but not likely. I haven't seen Poppy mid in quite some time.
Yeah, I think this is kind of a bizarre choice to just pull this one out right now when you could have waited to see. Oh, this is like going Smolder is like the ultimate, like, I'm going to be a weak bottom lane and get totally destroyed.
Yeah.
Ezreal is also the same story. And this is what I was worried about for Slayer. As you can see, like, they're not confident in this. They didn't want to draft for him because they were like, this is a rough time. Now, at least this will offer back some pushing power. This is what if we're going to play Ezreal into a draft like this, I feel like you should be indexing into the Karma, especially when you know there's a Poppy on the other side. The Poppy's going to get no value into this whatsoever, and you should be able to hard shove. As Yahoo, maybe he wanted to keep it a secret.
Perhaps. A little bit of Sulka energy, of course. Former DRX alumni quad. A bit of a Cassiopeia player, but the Hui feels so Yahoo.
It's his
great.
iconic pick. Yeah, ever since he joined the LCK and Hui was released, he has played this pick very successfully. Even in losses, he looks really good on this pick. So it's got this comp has a lot of range. It has a lot of peel with the Poppy, the Sejuani, and also the Gnar. And even though there's a Karma in the bottom lane, it doesn't necessarily mean you auto-win. You should have a pretty nice advantage into this lane, but we'll see how Lazy Feel plays it because his accuracy on this Forest has been so fantastic. And if he goes lethality and sets up, you know, some early aggression down there, maybe if he can weave some autos in between those empowered Qs from Quantum, he'll be in a good spot. Quantum has also been known for playing enchanters, so it's a much more comfortable look for him than something like a Nautilus or a Leona, where he's often been a little bit shaky. His Rel, a little bit shaky at times.
The thing that I'm really worried about here, Wolf, is the fact that you have Hui and Varus, two very, very adept poke champions, and Kwangdong Freaks have Ezreal. That's the only range they really have here. Karma, I guess, can throw out some buttons, try and get some slows, things like that. But Cassante, Skarner, and Sylas all need to try and close the gap. And how are you supposed to set up for that into this team? Just think that it's going to be so difficult, especially with Pleta on this Poppy, able to set up that steadfast presence, not allow Sylas to do those dishy-dashy things and try and get in there. Ezreal feels okay into the Poppy, of course. You can always Arcane Shift, but I don't know whether Slayer is really going to be the thing they're going to be focusing on. It's making sure that Pungyang can never get in there and find value. That's going to be so important because Lazy Feel will always have range advantage. Yahoo will always have range advantage in these matchups.
I do think this is a really risky draft here for Kwangdong Freaks. At least the Karma does also empower their 3 melees on the top side. You know, speeding them up, giving them shields will allow them to brawl a little bit harder. So there's some extra power there when we come to those early team fights around the first few objectives. Herald, maybe second Dragon. You know, those are some moments where Kwangdong Freaks can find some real power with this Sylas. But I'm worried.
Yeah, we're diving straight in. We do have a bit of dubstep. Here we go. A bit of a listen. We're just seeing whether this invade is going to get anything done. Glad that we were at least gifted a little bit of dubstep.
Yeah.
Wolf.
We've got a few little hey.
Yeah,
It's like 1 or 2 haze.
Not enough haze, honestly. But
I actually think
hopefully
5
in the
should
next
be
game we'll be okay.
5 should be about the minimum. But like 2, we're 40% there. You know, they gave it a good try.
Yeah.
Lazy Feel's going top, which is normally when you think about Varus versus Ezreal, you think, yes, I'm winning, but not when your support is Poppy and they have a Karma, which is why maybe they should have just picked Hui and then saved counterpick, but I digress.
Ooh, Lancer going for the cheeky little alcove gaming play, like ships in the night. They will rotate around us.
This actually could be really good for Lancer if he's able to capitalize on this.
You are in experience range if minions do die in the middle of the lane. And so he is now going for a little bit of a back. And so not actually... Oh, never
I don't
mind.
think he's going to complete it. Yeah, I don't think he's going to complete that back. Pleta is here. He wants to wait and see if it's just Lazy Feel alone. This actually is really nice for him, though. Like you said, he's going to get that experience.
Yep. So these melee minions, they're going to be taken. Nicely done here for Lancer, but now he has to try and make his way out. So Heroic Charge going to come in, and he does have the W. He's burning down, though, still has to use the Flash. So
that's what
Flash for 3 melees, man. It's once again,
it's the
maybe
second
it's
time
valuable.
of the day. Yeah, it's just like, okay, you flash for some XP. That's what being a top laner is like right now. Nice Karma lane.
Yeah.
Kick.
Well, the Karma lane, like you're saying, isn't exactly doing too much. Sprog just going to help Sponge out because he's got nothing much better to do.
Yeah. I mean it in the sense that, like, oh, you got Karma to crush this lane, but I'm not there.
Yeah.
And Frog does hit level 2, siphons some XP on his way down here.
That's a mantra Q, you know, it's the value. Love to see it. Able to hop out of the way. Sponge just full clearing, as we'd expect. It's not my favorite Sejuani game. You know, the old pick Sejuani, then pick Na, Quay, Varus. I mean, at least there's a Poppy there to help activate some Permafrost, but it's not feeling all that melee heavy.
Yeah, it is. It's all right.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's okay. But it is going to be some really nice setup potentially for some Chains of Corruption. Was surprised they didn't go for the Ashe themselves with this Sejuani lock-in. But Varus has just been so good. And Lazy Feel after that game earlier today, where even like DRX was tweeting it out. I saw Molecule was big up on him. Like,
yeah,
the guy is just so incredibly talented, and it's time to celebrate his Varus. And they're going to do just that in this game and give him a free lane here on the top side to start coming online.
Yep, Quantum moving on over, trying to catch up Pleta here a little bit. They do manage to set up the snare. Nicely done. Yehu, though, going to be pushing Punyan out of here. And this is what we were kind of expecting, is that Wei, you keep the Silas at arm's length and continue throwing abilities at him.
Once you hit level 3 as Wei, you just constantly both harass and shove the wave. You set up that little Hui equalizer, and you're having a good time. So Punyan down TP now. And if Yehu can offer some extra damage here before he backs, then he's going to feel even better about how the lane is going to continue to go.
We'll see exactly where the lane state is going to be. Cannon, of course, going over to Punyan, so he's feeling all right. And honestly, if like things are about a wave in difference, it's actually okay. The Chain Lash not going to quite connect there, as Yehu needs to be careful being in melee range, but as you can see, able to even out trades
so
decently well.
He's like, cool, now I got a third of your health bar, or just over it, and like 2 fifths or so, and I can TP back. He's going to drop a pot and catch this wave. Punyan is, shove this one in. Will find himself only a little bit behind in CS. Like I said, not the biggest deal in the world. The question is if Yehu can come back here and continue to harass him with that HP advantage. Silas, though, does have a lot of sustain.
Yep. And Frog now going to hit Mega Knight here towards the top side of the map. A little bit behind on experience thanks to those 3 melee minions, baby. Still no flash here for Lancer, so not really wanting to go toe-to-toe or anything like that. But still, sitting on about a wave in advantage when it comes to the minion kills is real nice for K'Sante in this matchup. Punyan going to be spotted by Pleta. Don't know who's doing the spotting necessarily, but they are going to see each other.
Yeah, there was a ward.
Started this one up.
Ward on the Silas, so technically Pleta seeing him first. And Quantum Freaks are going to get this first dragon here. As, you know, they had control of the bottom side this entire time, and that's what you naturally expect. Lane swaps going back. It's continued to be a guarantee. As there's not really anything Pleta can do here. That's why he's roaming and trying to find value elsewhere. So an Infernal Dragon picked up early. Feels really nice.
Yeah, and Pleta taking a bit of damage here as well as Quantum able to get a little bit of harass down. Piercing arrow connecting onto Slayer. Not too much to worry about there as Sponge standing on top of a ward as he looks to try and start off these grubs. He will be able to at least get one of these before Dove makes his way over, but the fact that they get Dragon and then are able to contest a few of these first grubs is going to be pretty nice. Sponge takes down one, doesn't have to use the smite.
Yeah, that's really important, so he can at least contest the second with smite here.
Yeah, Lancer moving on up as Meganar does come on through here as Yehu spiraling despair stolen away, and he's likely to die. There it is, first blood solo kill for Punyan in the mid lane. And already Frog getting taken down so incredibly low. Lancer gets another one back, and Kwangdong Freaks. Another day, and it's a new team.
It's a new team. And I want to see what happened on the Herald fight, because when we jumped into mid, you know, we knew Punyan was going to win on that one with the way how much damage he could offer before he dropped his ultimate. But it looked like before we panned over that the fight was looking pretty good for DRX because Frog hit level 6. He had his Meganar bar set, but I'm not entirely sure what went down. Dove obviously shoving him into the wall there to kind of close things out. So hopefully we'll get a better idea here. So Sponge pushed off here. This is kind of where we jumped away. So let's see. I mean, look at how low the K'Sante is. I thought, you know, at this point, we're looking good here. Lancer, really nice all out, though. Oh, look at the damage.
Yeah.
That was just a huge outplay from both Kwangdong Freaks players, but Lancer in particular,
Damn.
Jesus.
Yeah, that all out was absolutely absurd. That was like, this was not the
I'm like, wait, do they?
the Cassante I was expecting. This is like release Cassante.
But I was also like, wait, are we sure they lose that? Like, I'm like, wait a minute. I forgot about Cassante's really good abilities, especially
Yeah.
the R button in this case.
Tomorrow we can ask Showmaker about
Like,
it. He'll be
oh
able to let
my
us know.
God.
That was so stupid. All right, now he's on 55 CS to the 43 of the Gnar that he's up against, picked as a counter into this champion. Lancer is going to be a very large problem. You can see here, continuing to be so. Frog turns into a bit of a dinosaur, not going to be throwing houses in any happy way here in this top lane. Level advantage still for this Cassante as well.
I guess chat knew, man. They're pred.
Yeah.
They knew about the Michael's secret sauce.
I guess it was like just what was going to happen, as Frog might just be dead yet again. All out, not quite up and available just yet, but he can just keep coming up here and throwing these Qs towards the Gnar. Frog now going to have to go back home. Look at this lane position. It is horrendous.
Not playable. No teleport for Frog. Buys a Phage.
Yeah, the desperation Pahage. Not exactly what you want to be seeing here, is even Pungyeon having a much better time, having been able to pick up that first blood. Yehu, I think, thought that he was going to be able to take down the Silas, followed him into the brush, didn't see exactly what was happening, but I think just overextended into Fog of War,
Yeah.
and Pungyeon was like a Silas. Therefore, you just win if you're in melee range.
Yeah, as Hui, exactly. As Hui, if you're not in melee range of Silas or in stun range of his, his chains, then you do always win those. But if you're in melee range and he chains you and he has your ultimate, you always lose those, actually, in fact. That's just kind of how the game is balanced, you know? Melee champions are balanced around the fact that their high damage is exposed by the fact they have no range.
Yeah.
But when you eliminate that from the equation, yeah.
Not the greatest. Anyway,
What was
you've got
that true shot?
True Shot Barrage doing a lot of damage here to Pleta, like you were talking about. Doiv is so tanky. Double belts and a rock. As Pleta going to hold off on the back for the moment. You do have Sponge moving down. They do have information now as the boulder hurtles past Lazyfield's face.
So funny how he didn't use the boulder to stop Pleta's back, but he's like, I actually don't want to stop it. Pleta's like, nah, I'm going to stop it.
Yeah, I think maybe they wanted him to go home so they could then just 3v1 dive.
Yeah. Good sense there from Pleta.
Yeah, nicely done. Still, not out of the woods. This is still looking a bit dicey. 1,000 gold at 10 minutes. Connacht Freak's going to have to keep it up, right? Like, we have seen them throw things away in their previous games, but this is very, very different, right? Like, Doiv got great advantages, but the bottom lane was a disaster in their first loss. This a little bit of a different story where it's just kind of all going Connacht Freaks' way.
Yeah, look at all the lost minions in mid, in top. Look at Gnar, like, running down as fast as he can to the bottom lane. He has TP. By the time he gets down to the bottom lane, he might have to TP top to solve this problem up here that Guangdong Freaks is getting ready for, the second wave of grubs. Oh, man. Pleta, I mean, he's got a lot more World Atlas procs, you know, than Quantum does. That's the one good thing, you know? 17 CS lead for the Poppy, but everything else is looking pretty grim at the moment.
No, it's not really what you want to be seeing. Is Lazyfield now just positioned in the mid lane, trying to get things farmed out. The grubs will finally spawn. Doiv able to head over to there very comfortably. Way on the top side of the map here. Yehu just trying to catch the mini wave that is shoved in by Lancer. As we talk about that, this ward here swept momentarily, but as you can see, it's just going to be 5 grubs going over to Quandong Freaks. No answer here for DRX, and it just feels like they don't understand what they're supposed to do to get back into this game, and I honestly couldn't help them,
I mean,
to be honest.
They just don't want to commit. Like, if they teleport Frog to the top side, Pungyeon can match. He can also interrupt him, so he can't really get up there, so they're like, this is really rough. We're behind in all the lanes. We can't actually get to the grubs fast enough. There's just no winning play. Like, on one hand, I agree with what you're saying in terms of, like, maybe they're not sure what the best move is here, but I feel like there is no move. There is no play. And you know that old saying, like, the only way to win is not to play. That's just not how League of Legends works. You actually have to play.
Yeah, the only way to win is not to lose, actually.
You do, in fact, have to continue to participate.
Yep. Winning is conducive to winning. It's just how it works. Okay, Lazyfield going to clear out the wave, but Doiv just goes up, grabs all the grubs, goes down, grabs the dragon. He's way too tanky for DRX to deal with. This is suffocation. And it just feels like DRX's like champions don't work that well like in this scenario,
well,
right?
Like it goes back to what you're saying. Like, where's the synergy for the permafrost? We don't have that. You had the lead in the Hui Silas matchup, but you botched it, so you lost control of that. Also, counter pick in top lane for Gnar. That should be going well, except Cassante absolutely destroyed them on that top side fight, so they ended up falling massively far behind there after Cassante had a small experience lead as well. And then in the bottom lane, you had the losing lane because you picked Poppy blind and gave the Karma. So yeah, you lane swapped, and that was working okay for a little while, but then you had to go back and face the music. And you can see like this hubris buy here for LazyField is just desperation.
I think that's a lot of hubris. It's a lot of hubris, actually.
It is, but it's also kind of like, I hope that I can pop off and carry later, because if I don't, and we don't somehow rip this game back into our hands with a really clutch team fight, there's just no way back in.
Yeah, I feel like the Stonemason is probably not going to have too much work to be done this game, is what it's feeling like to me, but you never know. Decent little fear here. As the Unending Despair comes down, Pleta will be able to move Pengyan away. Does use a minion to taxi his way over. Sponge getting up here. Can Pengyan actually find something back? That's the question. There's the range. Nicely done, as they are able to get one, but now the rest of Quantum Freaks are turning up. Keeper's Verdict comes down. Quantum speeds himself up with that Inspire, but that's not going to get them any kills. Just going to be a little bit of an advantage here as Chains of Corruption somehow manages to hit here. The Blight comes down. Hail of Arrows is there as well as LazyField. It's only going to take one more as he flashes over. There's the auto attack and the solo kill for LazyField, Vietnamese finest. Moving on over here to Korea, and Slayer continuing to have a horrible time here this tournament.
Slayer, like, you can't be taking these fights, unfortunately. And if you're going to flash anything, you got to flash that Chains of Corruption. As this looked like a nice play for Pengyan, he's like, oh, I'm just in range, but it's just a bait here from Yehu. This time around, being in melee range is not what he wants, because he's not going to be able to extend the fight as they do show up. This ends up being a longer one, where Pleta actually gets the knockback and actually saves them here. The Slayer's used his ultimate. He has Barrier and Flash. He's down a level over LazyField. And as far as versus Ezreal, he's walking into this and eating forward, just completely misjudging. Has to flash this in order to survive, but he already lost the fight. But he would have had to flash to be down Flash, but he actually was so far in, and Flash is here, that it's easy to follow Flash and get the final auto.
Yeah, the Arcane Shift just on cooldown for way too long, and he was never going to get out of there. Really nicely played there by LazyField, though, just understanding that he's going to be all right. And the problem is, he's got this item that kind of does want him to just continue to get some of these advantages, and maybe LazyField just knew that the hubris was going to be rewarded.
Well, the hubris was on Slayer's side in this case, if you know what I mean.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, that was... we always say don't E-forward on Ezreal, but especially don't E-forward in a 1v1 against a Varus.
Yeah, I would say so too.
Who has a lethality item and is now stacking it up.
When you don't have ultimate and he does.
Yeah.
It's subpar, absolutely. Now it's a 2-level advantage here for LazyField. Chains of Corruption now at level 2. Feeling really good, because he's got it back off cooldown already. And Quantum Freaks, a lot of turret plate gold, actually. That's a large reason why things are going a whole lot better. That and the top side of the map. But man, LazyField really turning himself into a win condition, and that is really dangerous. We saw exactly this happen with the Chinese Taipei squad, as Betty was able to get so much work done. Its Frog is likely dead, but no, Lancer just going to force the flash out. Now, ulti comes through. That was Pengyan stealing that one away from Sponge, so not going to really find too much. But Lancer here on this bottom side is just able to take down the outer turret.
He is crushing it in a counter matchup.
Yeah, Pleta taking a little bit here as Yahoo threw his ulti forward. They're taking a lot of poke damage from this Hui.
Sponge has so much power in this moment with his ultimate. Quantum Freaks have to respect. He was holding it there going, I don't really want to hit this Skarner, but if they do push the issue, I will, and we will end up getting this this pick here. LazyField has his ultimate back online, and he was also kind of moving up towards the top side of the map. Once they retreat, he comes back here to mid, and we'll just start to stack up these minions. But yeah, with two big blunders, the overextension top side and then that mistake from Slayer, DRX are, I don't want to say they're fully back in it. They're still 2,000 gold behind nearly, but they have win cons now. They have these pieces. And once the Leandries is done here for Yehu, he's going to be a huge threat in these upcoming team fights. Still a ways away from that, but there are benchmarks that DRX can hit if they can just stave off the pressure. And grabbing just 5 minutes of time from this dragon would be a great way to get there. Frog does have teleport, so he can join this fight if he can set his Narbar. He's so far away from hitting anything, though, so doesn't seem likely. As you can see, Lancer's already here.
Well, piercing arrow here from LazyField, just searching. Try and find a little bit of damage. And they do want to be playing around this, right? Like hitting as much poke as they can. Nice little fear onto Lancer there, but he's very tanky.
I mean, with Blackfire Torch, you do have some poke here as Yehu, and that Narbar is starting to get built up.
Yeah. Okay, Pungyan to be clearing out this control ward that DRX did have in position, and with the Rift Herald coming down, does mean that DRX is going to have a bit of a problem as Lancer pushes them back, decides that he wants to possess this Rift Herald. Not sure about that one, as
There's
now
a
he's
TP
taking
ward.
so much damage. There is the Glacial Prison. Lancer able to utilize all that tankiness to make his way out of here, as he will be pierced by the arrow of this Varus.
Oh, the interaction!
Okay, yeah, the interaction really cute there with the Keeper's Verdict, as Pletter is going to be sent alongside Doive. But he takes him on a wild goose chase. He'll continue to do so as, Deft's little thumbs up is going to fly forward. Slayer is given a kill, but it is going to mean this Dragon does go over to DRX.
DRX back in this game in a big way here, buying some extra time there, trading a 1-for-1.
I didn't even notice the Quantum died.
Yeah.
And so that's actually a big deal. They win the kill trade as well.
Yeah, it's actually a 2-for-1. In fact, he respawned already. But yeah, like the observers are really showcasing it quite a bit. Frog's also going to get some additional gold here with this Demolish. He's going to take this turret down. They had that teleport ward that Frog went to. He should be fine here. He's got Mega. No one else is nearby. But he had that teleport flank ward. The observers kept peeking up the top side to show, okay, he's building his Narbar. He's got the close in the Slayers in big
Sponge
trouble.
looking for a little bit of an angle here, but Lazyfield's also in trouble. There's the Nar. Pungyan going to be able to answer underneath the turret. He's tanking this one up forever, as you can see. The turret shot's really getting dangerous, but he does have enough in order to tank this one up, and now Lancer gets in there. No one can walk past him. He's a brick wall. And that is the carry being taken down solo as, oh dear. Yeah, I think Doive actually wins this one, as Pungyan's moving down as well. Not a lot of health bar, but he's got the Kingslayer.
Yeah, I don't think Frog can do much here. If he gets a hop, maybe?
Yeah, he's just going to die to Doive. Doesn't want to give any money over to this Silas, and that's understandable there as well. As Pletter is going to get discovered here by Lancer, immediately turns the other direction. No blame for that one. And now KDF, like, demonstrating that they are indeed ahead. And so please treat us with some respect. And Frog is orange buff right now.
Okay, we're going to go back to this fight. Like, Sponge kind of gets baited in here by Slayer, who has E and Flash, so can get really far away. And then it's just so much damage output here from Lancer. Like, Slayer actually isn't even offering very much in this. Like, a lot of that damage went straight into Pletta's, item there that's going to mitigate the damage. His Crescent Guard, or not Crescent Guard, why am I?
The Cosmic thing?
Yeah, whatever it's called.
Yeah, whatever it is. As Quantum is in a bit of trouble. He is going to be able to take the boar for a walk, though. Slayer not doing a lot of damage here, but Sponge not going to be offering anything back either, as Lazyfield does find himself a piercing arrow. Frog making his way down. That's the one.
Yeah.
Okay, Sponge will be able to dodge the boulder. Doive picks up another one, looking to throw that one around. Pungyan is looking real scary. Coming out with these 2 items now completed, he really is able to go toe-to-toe with basically anyone that he finds here. There's Quantum, taking a bit of poke, but the problem is that they are bearing down on this outer turret. That one's likely to just go. Glacial Prison now available with the hijacked version from Pungyan.
You know, the other bad part of that replay we kind of jumped out of, Lazyfield dying means he lost his hubris stacks.
Yeah.
And that's really unfortunate, because that was really part of why he was doing so much. And he's still doing a little bit here, as you could see. But that's a big spike that he kind of was able to grab earlier on through some mistakes. So Quantum Freak's now kind of washed away. And that's really frustrating. He's also got kind of this awkward build now where he's trying to build into some armor pen, and he doesn't really have a real item.
Ooh, heroic charge. Pungyan might be in a little bit of trouble here. Sponge moves up. There is that hijacked prison, but this is a lot of CC. Pungyan's going to be able to flash his way out. Still has to use that highly valuable summoner spell as well as his ultimate in order to make that escape happen.
Yeah. I'm looking at this game going, like, you know, what is the window back in here for DRX now? And it's definitely not this.
Yeah. Frog is an example of something that hasn't been going so great. However, he does have the leapfrog ability. His name is Frog, so he'd be pretty good at the leapfrog hop maneuver.
Yeah, he's a good hopper.
Yeah. Good Frogger and good hopper. I think he's too
Frogger,
young to have played a lot of Frogger.
Frogger 2 was actually so good.
What did they add in Frogger 2 as far as mechanics are concerned?
I mean, there's like double jump. Obviously, there's like, I mean, that game had like a whole story mode. You could go on like a Z-axis. You could go up. You know, there was like staircases and stuff. Frogger 2 was great. I don't care what anybody says.
That's almost too much. I mean, I just wanted to focus on crossing the road.
Yeah, I mean, it is a whole story mode. You know, Frogger, like, he used to be, okay, I got on the log, you know, I'm going through it, got to get the butterflies at the end. Nah, Frogger 2 changed the game.
Well, it must have, because they put a 2 at the end. And that's enough change for me, is now Sponge looking to change their prospects as well. But right now, just going to be able to steal away some Shellfish. Still not bad, obviously. 26 seconds on this Cloud Drake. Maybe team fight opportunity
The
here.
thing about this fight is you've got Randuin's back up here for Sponge. You know, you've got 2 items on the way. The Serelda's second item here for LazyField is ready. That's going to help him get through these tanks. I mean, this is the best fight you're going to get as DRX, I feel. You really need to find something here.
Yep. Yeah, who's moved up? Frog there as well. Holding on to this one as Doiv gets engaged on. Quantum just holding them at bay. There's the flash forward, finds the Impale onto the Sejuani. Not exactly the priority target, but they're CC'd for so long. Pleta trying to get rid of this Cassante as, oh my god, the burst damage. LazyField finding one in the team fight. Lancer popping off, but it's against Pleta. Pleta doesn't care about it. He's just going to flash away.
Well, Doiv is super low, and Lancer's isolated here. I think DRX got a good angle.
Yeah, heroic charge is going to come on through. He has to flash to get out of the way of the wallop. And Yahoo, great position to throw down this artillery fire. Quandong Freaks, I think they just have to get out of here. It's 2 Drakes going over to DRX.
This is the best case scenario for DRX. Pleta played it super well. Slayer here is just going to try to split push. Looks for the steal here as well, but it's a bit too early. And that is going to be the Dragon going over. Quantum also may get punished here as well.
Yeah.
Slayer is really pushing the envelope here on this turret. They will get an inner for this at least, but DRX hanging on by that slim thread.
Oh dear, this Keeper's Verdict, so valuable. However, Lancer just eats it. Great fear comes through. Now Pungyan possibly finding an angle. He steals away Keeper's Verdict though, so it's not really going to help as far as chasing them down. So they do make their exit. And inner turret is the trade for the Dragon. So still gold trade in favor of Quandong Freaks.
DRX making me believe here a little bit, to be honest. Like, Sponge's positioning here is fantastic. He gets impaled, but he has his Randuins, right? So he can actually really survive here for quite some time. And keep your eyes on Yehu and LazyField on the left side of this. Look at the burst damage. Look at how much damage even Doiv takes in this exchange. It's so much that he can't really come over here and continue to chase. And now he's like, ooh, can we do Dragon? And then you have Lancer on the other side of the fight where no one can come in there and help peel for him, so he kind of just has to back off, ends up taking a ton of damage on his health bar as well, and DRX are able to come in there and secure the Dragon. Pleta doing so much work there as well to help them secure it, buying space. And this Poppy pick, even though it wasn't great for lane, has been very high value in these big team fights around objectives.
Well, Pleta is now going to possibly be in an uncomfortable spot. However, he's just making sure he keeps an eye on these members of Quandong Freaks. There's a decent Impale onto 2, though, and then Pongyan's going to make his way in. The Meganar is decent. The Wallop even better, as they're holding onto it as best they can, but the damage is just not quite there, especially in melee range against this Quandong Freaks roster. Now Lancer closing in. Slayer in the front line. I don't know whether he really wants to be there, as the piercing arrow's still hurting. They look to kite back, but they lose one. Pleta going to be respawning pretty soon, because he's pretty low level, being this support Poppy.
And the Swifty value here for LazyField, he's zooming in and out of these fights, weaving in that damage where he can get it. And the Hui ultimate missed there. I think in that choke point with everybody stacked up there, if Yehu actually hits that, they end up doing a lot more damage there. And maybe LazyField could even push the envelope even further. But by the way, he's offering enough damage back with Yehu dropping that burn on the ground as well to prevent them from chasing further. So they end up getting relatively unscathed out of there. And it's like, you know, Quandong Freaks have such a lead, especially if you look at the Silas advantage here, that it's really oppressive. Also, the advantages that Lancer had earlier, kind of a little bit smaller now with the turret that Frog was able to pick up earlier and stuff like that. But the fact that they were so far ahead and DRX are really holding on is a testament to how smart these players are and how well they know this composition. And it's not over just yet. And it's starting to feel like more and more, even though the Silas has a massive lead, the Hui's damage output in these fights is so incredibly important, because Ezreal isn't backing up the damage that LazyField is putting out here. Even though he's got, you know, Mystic shots he can toss and he can offer some poke damage here, it's not necessarily that type of composition, and he's really just not able to really hit the mark here so far.
Yeah, hasn't really been able to make his presence known on this map. Does have the items to do so, absolutely. As Sponge going to be able to take his big Raptor. That's highly valuable. His vision, pretty fantastic to be honest, for DRX, as Doiv taking a bit of damage. Frog finally being able to like hold his own here in this lane, as he has hit those 2 items. Black Cleaver pretty good.
Yeah, cleaving his way back through.
Yeah.
As Sponge here is saying, like, Doiv, you know, my Varus does a lot of damage. If you want to play with fire, we'll go with you.
Yeah, Baron's still up and available. There's a lot of purple going on over here, especially Doiv's skin, so it feels like they have Baron, but they don't. True Shot Barrage going to soften up Sponge here as that's a great Mikhails from Quantum. Out goes Doiv, the heroic charge comes in. And Sponge, I don't know how he's still alive, but he is. Pleta, Yahoo, they're still with a lot of damage available, and somehow Sponge is able to walk it off.
I mean, DRX's front to backing in these team fights is just insane. Like, Kwangdong Freaks have so many advantages. They have this huge front line, right? And they're pushing through, and DRX just don't get caught. Yahoo and LazyField's positioning in this game has been so good. And not to, of course, take anything away from Sponge and Pleta, who have been doing such a good job at peeling for them so they can get that damage through. I cannot wait to see what the damage numbers are for Yahoo and LazyField at the post-game, even if they don't end up taking this win, because they have really just taken a game that by all rights should have been Kwangdong Freaks, as they and it still likely is,
yeah,
and just turned it into a real banger of a game here in KeSPA Cup. I mean, it's just incredible to watch how good LazyField is. Yeah, this guy is like suddenly making me more hyped than I was for Viper back in the day. I'm like, who is this man? He's insane.
Well, he's playing really, really well. I want to shout out LazyField's, Yahoo's build as well. Going for the Blackfire Torch and the Leandries, the Mega Burn.
Yeah.
And
it's
there's a
here.
lot of health bar here for Kwangdong Freaks. Let's see whether any of that is going to go down here, as we do see the Baron has been started. Full information over to DRX as Pleta trying to force his way forward. Great use of the steadfast presence there as Pengyan's going to have to go golden. LazyField sidestepping. That True Shot Barrage is now, they're looking for the turn, the Impale onto just the jungler as Sponge does go down. Pleta's in there, but it's a little bit of miscommunication here, as they do not have the follow-up. Lancer taking a fair bit of damage, but this is just a pick onto the jungler. And if Kwangdong Freaks are able to get the reset, it should be Soul Point or Baron pretty comfortably for this squad. The easier option is to head over towards this dragon, make sure that they lock that one down.
The greedier call was to go for the Baron, but it's obviously a higher reward as well. But unfortunately for Kwangdong Freaks, DRX are able to stave them off of that. But it does mean they will be able to get that Constellation Dragon, as you say, because they won the fight. They got that pick on the Sponge. They didn't get the prize they were looking for, but they'll get a prize nonetheless. These small incremental advantages that Kwangdong Freaks maintain over DRX that keeps them in the lead, that allows Pengyan to keep pushing that vision forward. They have so much map control. And it's been these defensive front-to-back fights where DRX kind of like put Sponge in the front line there with Pleta, and they're like, Yahoo and LazyField, I hope you guys can get enough done. And it's usually not enough to win a fight, but it's enough to survive. And that's kind of been the story here. They have also got really good wave clear in this comp, so they can buy a ton of time here as LazyField.
Oh dear, Chains of Corruption. That's going to hold him in place. Boulder's flying forward. There's the Keeper's Verdict charged up. Pleta realizes he won't need it, so he's going to let that one dissipate. In the meantime, Lancer has been discovered. Great Fear is going to stop his advance. Takes a lot of damage, but the problem is if you don't kill him, he just goes back, gets all that health bar back, and then he's going to wander back out again, be that front line. Lancer has been really good so far this game. I think top side of the map really has been performing well for the Kwangdong Freaks, but they're going to have to keep it up. Because I think that, like, DRX really just have not been going quietly.
Yeah.
It's the gold lead has been incrementally advancing, right, for Kwangdong Freaks, slowly but surely. It was 3K, now it's 4K over the last 15 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, it's like baby steps, you know?
Yeah. But DRX, I feel like they're teetering. It's like one big team fight win away from just really taking control. Because if this team composition gets Baron, how do you stop them from sieging?
The siege is insane. The wave clear is insane. Uh-oh, lack of vision here for Pengyan. Okay, it does have that control ward, so my bad. I thought he didn't see any of them, but either way, he's going to be pushed in.
Oh, man, if that heroic charge had have actually found some joy, that would have been a really scary one, as Yahoo taking some damage here from the True Shot Barrage.
Wave.
Yeah, moving on over. Sponge able to get over the wall there.
This is actually a really scary spot for DRX. Like, if they ended up getting, split spawn there on the recalls, that could have been disastrous. It's still going to be a potential Baron opportunity here for Kwangdong Freaks.
Yep, the control ward in the back of the pit certainly helping out as far as DRX are concerned.
Just don't have any teleports here, but Kwangdong Freaks really just trying to secure a little bit more deep vision before they're confident to start that one up.
Yeah, Sponge now looking to try and push Doiv away, wanting to make sure that they get this red buff. Quantum coming on over, Slayer there for the DPS, but oh dear, Yahoo, so scary. There goes the Ezreal, the backup damage not quite there, but Pengyan comes in, doesn't get the Chains of Corruption as they do move themselves out. The real one is here from LazyField, throws it on top of him, but he goes golden. Sponge goes down, and now Kwangdong Freaks are finding the team fight they're looking for. Now they should probably be able to go over and grab themselves a Baron.
Yeah,
it took a while, but I think this might be that straw they've been looking for.
Yeah, I think so. I just don't think there's any way LazyField without Flash can really offer any poke damage into here. They have no vision. Yehu also wants to get in, but he's punished.
Yeah, able to flash out of the way. Gets the fear as well. It's a lot of damage being taken here by this Silas. The Baron down very, very low as Frog having to ult very defensively. And now LazyField, oh dear, he wanted to try and go for a steal. And unfortunately, it does not work out. Looks a little bit silly in the end. And, oh, well, I mean, it looks like hubris, right? And that's the item that he built, so
yeah, I mean, I can't
go.
fault him for trying to go for a play like that, because that might be the play that saves the game. You know, that might be the play that buys them enough time to actually have a second lease on life. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen. This ends up getting a little bit messy around this right side of the Baron Pit fight. Like, you know, DRX are hoping they can get all of this value out of way in the choke point, Varus in the choke point, but they go a bit too far forward here. The Keeper's Verdict knocks Slayer out, but the big threats are still here. And unfortunately for the side of Pleta here, he's just going to get burned down. And like you could see the damage coming through here from Yehu. He's like, look at all the damage, look at it, but it's just not enough to get a kill. It's always like 2/3 or 1/2 at worst for the health bar, but if you don't get that kill and you start losing your front line, then the battle is lost. They just don't have enough time. They don't have the items. Void Staff is done here for Yehu, but this Baron is just going to be so difficult to stop. They've got good wave clear. Like I said before, Yehu, you can see how he's trying to put in the work.
We'll see whether they can actually stave this off. You can see split push here for Lancer on the top side of the map. He has teleport at the ready if they would like to go for any sort of flanking play. He certainly can do that. Sponge pretty tanky, but he's going to have to be as tanky as humanly possible in order to keep this turret alive, and they're definitely not going to be able to keep the inner alive on the top side of the map. True Shot Barrage coming from the mid lane as Lancer, yeah, he's just going to be able to take this one down. Somehow, Frog has a gold advantage. I'm not sure how that one really worked.
I think he ended up just getting a lot of turret gold earlier and spent a ton of time in the side lane.
Yeah.
It's a bit bizarre.
Has evened things out as far as the CS numbers are concerned as well, which is pretty impressive. Slayer taking a piercing arrow. But the problem is the base is really in jeopardy. Frog trying to defend this top lane inhibitor, but unfortunately you cannot defend in multiple fronts. As, okay, Glacial Prison connects onto Slayer. Chains of Corruption there as well, but unfortunately Sponge is just not tanky enough. They take down LazyField, and the Kwandong Freaks, it looked like they weren't going to be capable of a win. They turn up here for their first game of the day, and they rip apart DRX. Looked a little dicey in the mid game, but the early game was absolutely gorgeous. Slayer looking great on his Cassante. Dove continuing to look brilliant. Honestly, was yesterday or the day before and is continuing to do so. Look at that forehead. Phenomenal stuff here by the former Giga Chad. Still a Giga Chad.
Still a Giga Chad.
But just not on the bros.
That's right. So, Kwangdong Freaks, second lease of life in this tournament, and now DRX 2-2. So we actually have 4 teams sitting at that 2-2 scoreline right now. So this is going to get really interesting here as we get closer to the end of the evening, because we have 3 matches left. So Chinese Taipei against BNK, then we have Bro against DRX, which if DRX won would have been kind of the deciding factor to see who takes first place. Now it obviously depends on what happens in the rest of these matches. And then Kwangdong Freaks need to win the final match of the day against KT Rolster as well, which would put them both on 2-3. What a day.
Yeah, this is kind of nutty. Our next match going to be a really important one, of course, for Chinese Taipei, wanting to try and take down BNK. A difficult opposition here as well, but we'll just have to see what happens there. But it's looking real neck and neck.
I think
tiebreakers might be necessary.
I think I'm overhyping LazyField a little bit, but I'll also just allow myself to do it, because the guy has just been insane. He and Yehu both played such good League of Legends alongside Pleta here to really make this game, which seemed so doomed, such an interesting back and forth tug of war. I really, really enjoyed seeing DRX try to hold on. It was like a valiant effort. Like, you know, remember the Alamo level of like, we can hold on, like we can fight in these chokes.
Why did Dove do so much damage though, Wolf?
Dove?
Yeah, he did 18,000 damage.
I mean, they
on
nerfed his
Skana.
Q, but it still does a lot. And he also went Heartsteel, so he was kind of slapping a little bit.
Very nicely done. Surprised that Slayer did as much as he did. Didn't necessarily look like as much of a factor, but as the late game ticked closer and closer, the Ezreal found a whole lot more value than we gave Slayer credit for. Because honestly, he's had a woeful tournament. This definitely the right move forward. And
One
we'll
step
see
in the right
whether
direction for sure.
Yeah, in their last match against KT, whether they can actually bring them down. Because KT, a little bit weakened here as well. That's 2 losses in a row for them. Oh, man. Okay, so next one, going to be Chinese Taipei taking on BNK. See whether BNK can get back on the horse or whether Chinese Taipei can actually find themselves advancing towards the Swiss stage. It's really getting close here
It
in
really
Group
is.
A. This is great stuff, but it's now time for us to take a short break. When we get back, it's going to be that Chinese Taipei versus BNK. We'll see you there. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup. We have a few more games for you this evening, and this one is a special one. Chinese Taipei are taking on B&K, and it's not the B&K that you're expecting. A little bit of a change-up moving into this one.
Yeah.
And we'll see whether Chinese Taipei can actually keep themselves alive in this tournament.
That is the question. So in terms of where both of these teams lie, B&K sitting at 2-2, Chinese Taipei sitting at 2-2. The loser will drop down to 2-3, which means that if Guangdong Freaks win their final match, they can actually advance from the group. It's going to rely on two other teams going to 2-3 as well, though. Every team will play 5 games, right? So 2-3 is the maximum score. Like you can't go like 2-4 or anything like that. Like that's the lowest you could get. It's the highest that Guangdong can get. So 2 of these teams will, depending on how these match up, which I haven't mapped out fully yet, because we ate dinner during that last break, will potentially give Guangdong Freaks that in, but of course that's assuming Guangdong Freaks win their final match of the day against KT Rolster, which is a tall ask.
Yeah, that one's going to be a tough one, although KT have not necessarily had the same day today as they did on the first day of matches. So maybe there's going to be a chance there, especially if they continue their form. Doiv and Lance are actually having a really good time. Maybe the Skana will be banned away this time. Who knows? However, we're getting ahead of ourselves. It's now time to have a look at B&K versus Chinese Taipei and see whether Chinese Taipei can, keep Maple's career alive for at least another few more days. You know?
That's the real question. Again, a loss here for either of these teams doesn't necessarily eliminate them. It really depends on what we're going to see for the rest of the group and some of these head-to-heads. But here's the lineup. Diablo will be starting
Yeah.
here with Kellen here for B&K.
That's the big difference, is a full bottom lane switch up here for B&K Fearex. So not going to have Envy in there, not going to have, anything else. Just going to be Diablo and Kellen making their way through. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Kellen can do. Of course, Kellen was a man that had a lot of criticism when he was on D+ Kia. Diablo as well, really having some rough times in Challenger.
An incredibly young player.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, it was definitely not looking great, but has been slowly but surely getting better and better.
Yeah, Kellen also a player who has had some great performances on Renata, but has been criticized for his engaged support play as well as his lack of shot calling when he was on D+ Kia. This will be the last time that we see Chinese Taipei, of course, in this group stage. So unless there are tiebreakers or they advance, take a good look. As for the rest of all of the teams that we're going to be seeing today, it will be their final match of the group stage as each team has one game left.
Only one remaining. We'll see whether, Maple and Caster can keep themselves in the tournament. We just don't want to say goodbye to Maple. This is the thing that's really rough, is that this guy is one of the veterans of the scene. Feels like as they start dropping, right, like Deft and Maple, like Faker is just kind of the last guy of that old guard. Impact, thankfully, still playing, so I guess there is that too, but still, it's kind of crazy, especially as old men like us who have watched all of the players come and go.
Yeah.
Sobro, Bonnie, Daystar, Diablo, and Kellen, though, will be your B&K Fearex roster, and Kellen in a different jersey is kind of weird. It's weird to see.
It is weird since he's spent his entire time in the LCK in a Dam1 jersey, D+ jersey, I should say. It is weird. It's like seeing Peter in a KT Rolster jersey.
Yeah, that's strange.
It just doesn't. It takes some adjusting, and that is what we're gonna look to see here from these guys. I am curious what sort of potential change-ups we'll see in the bottom lane, because Diablo kind of played mostly standard stuff. He often struggled on scaling picks because he wasn't able to get through the laning phase. So maybe something like a Kalista, a Caitlyn, which we've seen him play in the past, would be like where you're hoping to see, but that's not necessarily what the meta is asking for.
No, he was always kind of like a Lucian guy.
Yeah,
is what he
Lucian
felt
as well.
like to me. And I don't know whether that necessarily fits either. Kellen was a bit of a Nami guy, though, so maybe they do just like throw in a Lucian Nami game. We'll see exactly what happens there.
Lucian Nami, imagine playing Lucian Nami where you're like, my whole win con is pushing this lane. Oh, there's no 80 carries here.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, we're in a lane swap. Yeah, that could certainly be a problem, but we'll see exactly how they do manage to address it, because Chinese Taipei have certainly started to rev up here in this tournament, and about time too, because otherwise they could have found themselves in the very bottom tiers, especially with the fact that Quantum Freaks were just able to pick up a victory. The fact that they are still alive in this tournament is kind of nutty.
It is.
Because they were 0-3, looking like they were never going to be able to figure anything out. As B&K, 77% of the vote compared to Chinese Taipei. Once again, I feel like the nationalism is going pretty hard here in Korea. But still, 23% ain't bad.
I feel like no team in this group has been incredibly consistent except Bro. And even they started off rocky, right? But
Yeah.
like they found their consistency. So I feel like these online predictions, we make fun of them sometimes, and then sometimes they're right. Sometimes we're like, "Wow, you guys had no clue." But it's just really difficult to predict. Like,
I feel
it's
like
so
all
much
of us have
volatility.
no clue. I think that's what really fits.
It's BO1s, it's a meta that's fairly solved right now, I would say. Like, we're not really seeing a whole lot of any new stuff come out. Like, the craziest thing is like, oh, they actually put Corki in the bottom lane, or like, oh, it's Silas, which we've already seen like 3 times, but it's like the rarest pick that we have in the tournament.
Yeah. I think that like there are certain things like getting rid of the Aurora that we only just really started to discover today, and B&K, as you can see here, are going to discover it here in this draft that we just find ourselves in.
There's been a move to ban Azir on blue side also, as well as we're seeing a little bit less Kalista priority today, which is something I've been pretty happy about because it's just been so incredibly weak so far in terms of how it gets out of the mid game. So Aurora, Corki, Skarner, Ashe, these are other picks that could be banned here by B&K.
Expecting the Ashe ban, that's been the most cookie cutter, but I would love to see the Skarner banned away. We just saw Doiv pop off on it. Casa has looked great on the champion as well, so I'd expect that one might be addressed. We'll just exactly see what happens as the Vi is taken away from Bonnie. Interesting.
Bonnie had a pretty good day today so far. You know,
Yeah, hasn't been too bad.
It's a little bit rougher on day one, but looking much better today. Okay, Skarner gone.
All right. Is it first pick Ashe for Betty, or is it something else? And Bessa is up and available. There are quite a few things that are certainly first pickable here.
I'm guessing it's probably going to be that Ashe.
Huh. Yeah, I was expecting Nidalee first pick, but weird that they move over to the Lee Sin. Crazy stuff.
Okay, Sejuani is one of those stock standard picks that we don't normally see first pick, but is very flexible. It also denies it from the B&K roster, who could pick up an Ashe here. And Ashe Sejuani has been something we've loved so much in the LCK. Less prominent in this tournament. Teams are like, no, Varus Sejuani, and stuff like that. That's been a little bit weird, like we saw in the last game.
Yep.
Varus will be prioritized over the Ashe here, though, for B&K, which means that Ashe Sejuani is going to be likely on the cards for Chinese Taipei. The question becomes, what do they get with this? So they just go Ambessa. I'd like to see it. I think it's a good lock in here.
I wouldn't mind it. Yone is up and available, though, so maybe they do just take that away. I'm just worried about Sejuani Yone just being locked in, and then Chinese Taipei just looking too scary.
I'm also a little bit concerned about, can Daystar play Yone to the level he needs to play it at?
Yeah.
The Silas just jumping up in these last two games into blind prio is
that's
kind of
kinda
wild.
nutty.
Yeah.
Blinding a Silas into Maple, though, who's played in like every Silas meta ever, kind of knows exactly how to deal with it. And Bessa going to be the first thing on their minds, though. Aja and Casa, a lot of synergy.
Yeah.
This is the top jungle
Maybe
duo.
we just see, the Ambessa into Talia here, and you've got a lot of pick potential, a lot of great CC to follow up on.
Yeah, wouldn't mind it. You definitely, like, the Glacial Prison plus the Seismic Shove is pretty powerful, but getting your hands on Ashe here doesn't sound too bad either.
Very strong. Rumble is available, so it'd be a lot of magic damage here for B&K, but I wonder if they'll respond with that here. The Ashe isn't locked, but it's all but locked. 2 seconds left to go.
Yeah, Maple is actually going to take that one away for Betty. Hasn't looked like his best champion. Of course, his Misfortune looking phenomenal. His Varus looking really, really good. His Ashe was kind of like, Wasn't crazy about it, but it's Ashe. Every AD carry can play it. It's been around forever. And Xin Zhao going to be looked at here by Bonnie. Yeah, exactly. Everyone's built that Thornmail,
Daystar gets the lock in here for Bonnie's Xin Zhao, so not opting into the Rumble. I kind of feel like Rumble's a bit too much into this composition, and you already have the Silas in mid, so as great as it has looked, I mean, again, it's a bit of a finesse matchup, but it's been pretty comfortable into the Ambessa. Just doesn't look like that's going to be what they opt into here. They'll ban it, in fact, instead, potentially expecting that it's going to be Maple playing the Ambessa. He did debut it in the mid lane.
Indeed. Hasn't really been the Aja pick so far this tournament, but we know that it is likely a very comfortable one for him, given his pedigree and the champions that he does know how to play. We absolutely know. Still, let's see where Chinese Taipei decide they want to be throwing these bans. Right now, it is top lane and support that we are looking for, as the Nara is going to be the one taken off the board first.
Interesting. Cassante is still available and feels pretty strong for both teams. In fact, if it is going to be Maple playing that in the mid lane, there'll be a lack of magic damage for them, which means the stocks, go up for armor on the side of B&K, depending on what they want to play. That Talia that I was kind of expecting instead does get banned away. It's a little bit of a mixed signal we're getting here from B&K with both the Rumble and the Talia bans coming down.
Just kind of spread your expectations here, just to get the worst of both worlds off the table.
I mean, remember, heel Rumble mid was a thing back in the day a little bit.
Yeah, true.
I like that ban.
It's like forcing a Renata pick so that then you get to have like the first dibs on mid laners or top laners. Actually be kind of cute.
I wonder. Okay, that's another pick that could have been strong here for Aja if that's going to be Maple playing Ambessa mid. But again, tough with no magic damage here to set that lineup up. Like we know he can play this, but like, are we going to see? We'd have to basically see a Kennen top almost at this point to make that viable.
Yeah, this is the thing that's a bit awkward. The Renata, very obvious, right? You see the Blitzcrank ban, you're like, oh, Renata, that's what's going to happen. Of course, B&K can go towards something like a Nico if they'd like to.
Gragas.
Kellen would like to go there, and Gragas is going to give them some magic damage.
They did hover it, actually, in their last game as well as a first pick. They didn't lock it, but I was like, oh, yeah, I kind of forgot about this champion for a little bit.
Yeah.
He's going to come through here.
Great answer into the Jax. Really like that choice here from Aja. And now, Kellen, what are we going to be playing? Support Jax. You know, they completely befuddle us. But no, it's going to be a Poppy consideration, at least. There it is.
Not a big fan of that into this lane.
It's called lane swap. That's what locking the Poppy is called.
That is true. That is
we
true.
We are going to lock in lane swapping.
I keep forgetting that when I think about support counter picks, my brain has thought about like the last, mostly a decade of League of Legends, with some exceptions, and not the world we're living in where you just walk top. The scary thing, though, about trying to lane swap into the Ashe is that at level 1, Chinese Taipei's comp is really strong.
Yeah.
And you really have to be careful about how you get up there. They might have to just kind of like go straight to top lane and rush into the brush, and hope that they can then just be able to pop out of the brush when the minions clash. And then, you'd put a Jax in the bottom lane. That's okay. I guess that definitely could work. Daystar, this is the first Sylas we've seen in a while that isn't just going to get chunked out by a mage in those first few levels, so he's going to feel pretty comfortable into this Abessa matchup.
I'm hoping that he feels better than he did the first time he played the Sylas here in the KeSPA Cup, because that did not look so good. This time up against Maple on the Ambessa, of course, his Ambessa looked really, really good in his debut match, picking up the win there, but that was largely carried by Betty. See whether this is going to be a different story as far as where this game is going to go. And remember, stakes are this Chinese Taipei team really wanting to get themselves into a winning position in this game, because otherwise they're likely to be eliminated, right? Like a loss here puts them on too many losses is what it kind of feels like.
Yeah, I mean, it's not elimination necessarily, but you have to have the winning record against the other 2-3 team that you'll be tied with in order to actually advance. And it could be multiple teams, depending on what happens with Guangdong in that last match against KT, which will put KT on 2-3 as well as Guangdong on 2-3 and them on 2-3. So we're going to get to all that later on.
That's a lot of 2-3s. Let's get into some dubstep.
Hey. It's the first haze we've had in a little while.
I know. There's like no more level 1 shenanigans that we saw really taking over in the previous setup.
Look at where Maple is right now, over there with his crew here on the mid lane, maybe trying to catch any stragglers heading down towards the bottom side, but it is just going to be 3-man top here for B&K, the lane swap we predicted.
Yeah. This is also, like, that ward is so high value.
Yes.
Here for B&K, spotting out exactly what Chinese Taipei are trying to do.
Another ward, though, we'll see the rotation over of Kellen, see Lavaris here for Chinese Taipei, so able to get some information there. There's no secrets here. We had heavy expectations. I think Chinese Taipei did as well, but they weren't able to leverage their Ashe, level 1.
Nope. And Kellen already taking a little bit of damage here, as we can see. Welcome to Summoner's Rift for the KeSPA Cup. Kellen, haven't seen too much from him. Him and Diablo have been taking a bit of a rest, allowing Korea and Envy to play instead. As the duo lane is indeed in mid lane, of course, as we are very used to now.
Yeah. Sometimes bottom as well. Like Kellen will likely come down there and help Sober out in a minute here, but he's gonna need it.
Yeah.
Let's have a biscuit in inventory at least. Chugging a potion now.
See whether he can get himself to level 2. Of course, having Leap Strike as well as Counter Strike is a lot of utility to try and keep yourself alive.
Aja is going to try to come up here and get some experience as well.
Yeah, Sobro going to be flashing here. Gets hand shook as Woody is definitely dead. Oh, yeah, almost manages to make it happen, but he's
executed.
How did that even happen? How did he get executed? I guess it's a melee Jax, and so, of course, he's not going to be able to hit.
Yeah, when you aren't hit, as it turns out, weirdly enough, by Sobro at all.
Yeah.
Even though you got the aggro on the turret, you get the execute there. Sometimes bailout can do weird things where it gives the kill to somebody else because the last hit was like a ignite or something like that, so you can steal the kill away. You can be like, okay, well, I'm giving this to the support now with bailout. But in this case, he just didn't touch him at all. You'll see it here again. As Woody comes over at autos to grab the aggro, and Soboro is handshook into the wall, can only attack Karsa here. So Woody bails out, gets bailed, still dies, but it's an execute, so he doesn't care.
Yeah, he's absolutely fine. Holds onto the flash there as well, so still going to have a whole lot of power in this lane. Soboro being able to get out level 3 now, get some extra farm. So first blood going over to Chinese Taipei. They are 500 gold in the lead. BNK still kind of all right with their top lane situation, given the fact that Soboro was able to get back to lane with the teleport and find some minions. But otherwise, Aja in a good spot as well. Level 4 now. And now it is BNK's turn to go for this dive. Bonnie going to be hitting him with a few abilities as Diablo not going to get hit back on that one as Kellen finds the wall bang, and Diablo going to be able to grab himself the kill. That's a clean one. No executes here. But still, that's just going to even out the gold here. BNK back in it.
I remember when lane swaps were niche and like a little bit strategic, and now it's just like really hellish for top laners.
Maybe we should say like a bot lane and support being in the bottom lane is now the lane swap.
Yeah,
Maybe
I was
this is just
actually
League of
literally going to
Legends.
say the same thing. Like, if it's actually like Diablo and Kellen versus Betty and Woody, I'm like, wow, they lane swapped to play the 2v2. Crazy.
Yeah.
But
But when the puppy was locked in, we kind of knew.
yeah. Well, you called it out right away. I was like, yeah, this is tough. And you're like, well, that's funny, Wolf, because I don't think it's going to matter. Yeah. They will avoid the tough matchup and see what transpires here in the next few moments, because it's a trade of kills, right? One going over to the Ashe, one going over to the Varus. Both 80 carries picking up that kill. It's lethality to start here for Diablo, even though he went lethal tempo. He went for the serrated Dirk.
This is weird. Yeah, why is he lethal tempo and then...
I'm kind of feeling like maybe it's just for the extra damage onto the Gragas in some of these extended fights with him, but like that's just so irrelevant very soon, so
Maybe it's like that weird Callista build that Deft went for, the Opportunity Rageblade Callista, which was very strange.
Yeah.
As Daystar going to be interrupted there as he tries to dash away. Permafrost comes down. Bonnie coming in here. The flash does come on down. I thought that maybe he wouldn't flash just because he's so incredibly low, but he's going to survive.
Really
the
well
rest
played.
of Chinese Taipei turn up a little bit late. Yeah, well done.
Daystar, however, doesn't have teleport, so isn't going to be able to get this massive wave that's crashing through. That's going to go somewhat to Bonnie here. Even a Demolish proc from Woody should give some plate gold over to Betty.
Yeah, nicely done.
Like, you know, our Vietnamese squad yesterday, they are going to actually be willing to put the 80 carry in mid in some of these weird scenarios to actually collect some of this gold and put the pressure onto a melee champion, in this case, the Silas. So, fun to see.
Yep, Void Grub's going to have spawned here as Bonnie making a beeline over there. Let's see, Woody does have a ward.
No cleanse for Betty. Not that it would affect any of these champions, but he's basically sitting over here up in the front. And I'm getting scared for him, but he will actually be okay.
Soboro turning up here. It's going to be 5 members. As Daystar with the Ash Arrow.
No cleanse for that.
Yeah. Will... Okay, Karsa actually able to steal one away here. Very nicely done. Should be a 2-for-1 in favor of BNK. There it is. There's now Karsa getting knocked up. Flashes back towards his team, but the Steadfast presence is going to be there. Bailout not actually reaching the funds necessary as the party cask gets thrown into the back line. Not massive damage as Kellen finds yet another wallbang there as Woody going to flash away. Betty free hitting for the moment, but it looks like BNK just happy to exit. They will be able to get themselves out, so they'll get the majority of the grubs and an extra kill to boot.
Yeah, that's really nice for them. Kill going over to the Silas feels really good here for Daystar. And when you look at how this is set up, it's not really a shock that BNK win this one out. Like, Karsa is completely isolated and also is blocked from that retreat in part by the Steadfast presence. And the Maple up here is like, okay, maybe I can actually make something happen. Doesn't have his ult anymore in this fight, but wants to come back in and collapse because Betty's full health. And he's got slows, but they're just not quite able to do it fast enough. And it was a close fight, but Karsa's the one who bites the dust in the end. And Karsa's had some really unfortunate early grub fights today.
Yeah. It's been a little bit like the early game he hasn't quite figured out, but obviously, team fighting in the late game has certainly worked. So we'll see whether that is going to be the case yet again here on the Sejuani that we've seen Casa play like a bajillion times. And he's going to be grabbing some shellfish and looking for a dragon. First dragon going to be possibly going over to Chinese Taipei here as Bonnie is making his way out of base right now. Although they do not elect to head towards it. And so it's just going to be a late Drake.
Yeah. Very late. It's a mountain dragon to specify. And
What's the second one, Wolf?
kind of feeling Cloud and an Infernal Soul.
Ooh.
Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Good old Earth, Wind, and Fire. You love to see it in order as well. Absolutely brilliant.
Bonnie has his ult here and could actually buy some space. Had flash too, but not quite able to close the gap there in time. Karsa also being nearby is a big deterrent.
Yep, control wards all over the place, as we can see here. Castle turns up, Chains of Corruption does come down. The flash over the arrow from Diablo. Kellen goes in, Betty down relatively low. Bonnie just taking a very long time to get here as the Audacious Charge comes forward. There's the Glacial Prison, very nicely done, and I don't know whether that ultimate's going to be enough to save him as he flashes away. B&K, it's now their turn to turn tails and run as the handshake does go wide. Oh man, a lot of biffo, but not a lot of results just yet here on the bottom side.
Yeah, really good spacing there from Betty the entire time because ideally Bonnie would have liked to flash Crescent Guard and cut the rest of the team off, but Karsa's still here. Maple's wrapping around.
Yeah, Maple coming in, full health underneath this turret. Still going to be a difficult dive with all the buttons that they do have available to themselves, but in goes Maple. That's going to be the execution. Karsa gets himself out of there. Kellen will survive as the bailout not going to work there. So it's another execution. Are you kidding?
Nobody can touch him. It's all melee here.
Oh,
they kill
God.
Diablo instantly, and no one can get onto that Renata. And once again, Woody gets away with murder. And now we have 2 kills on this Ashe. Looking very good here for Chinese Taipei. Sure, you had the Varus kill from earlier when they went for the dive. You had the Silas kill as well, but the Ashe getting accelerated feels really nice. This is very successful here. You look at the top side of the map at the same time, you know, the Jax is getting pushed in. Good matchup for the Gragas. And because of the lead here and the faster rotation, I mean, massively faster rotation coming over from Maple, like the Silas is just so late. Like, Daystar is way, way too far behind to actually make anything happen here and impact the play. So, good roam from Maple. Very aggressively pushed into the jungle there of B&K.
Yeah, excellently played. Wanted to see whether Daystar was actually able to get anything back, but you can see he's still behind in farm, actually, against Maple. So, despite the roam, still not quite able to build any ground. 500 gold about the lead here for Chinese Taipei. Not end of the world or anything like that. So, we're looking for some grubs. Second round as far as that is concerned, and Casa just walks in. He's going to see whether he can even this one out. They need to get 2 out of the 3.
This is a scary place to be.
Yeah, Sobro walking in, finds Aja here. As this Jack's in a little bit of trouble is, okay, Woody down very low once again. Chains of Corruption just barely going wide. That's a real shame, as already Aja getting taken down so incredibly low. The bailout is going to work there for Woody as the hostile takeover was stolen. Daystar absolutely destroying them with Woody's ultimate. Caster going to be falling here as well as 4 members of B&K bearing down on Maple. And even though he does have a full health bar, I don't think that's going to be enough to save him.
We just keep seeing these 500, 600 gold lead swings here between these two teams after, you know, fight after fight is just so brawly between these two squads. But I said this isn't looking great here before the fight happened, because if you like kind of pause it like right when this starts off, you're like, ooh, Chinese Taipei really don't have control because Silas has TP. Can join this fight. You can see him coming right here. Soboros got Counter-Strike at the ready. They have this choke point controlled. And I guess they thought Renata ult was going to be enough.
Oh, there's an ulti here from Maple as he dives on top of Diablo. Diablo is just getting toyed with and will be taken out. So not an opportunity for any sort of escape there. A little bit sad. And Chinese Taipei just going to grab themselves a swift pick. You can see a scratch of the head there for Maple. He knows this is not quite enough to get them into a very happy position. They're going to have to make moves like that to pull tempo back.
A second proactive play on the map for him.
Oh, Daystar. Oh, gets the flash out of Aja. He was pressing a lot of buttons. I understand the flash. Is Kellen moving on up as well?
If he gets caught by that chain and then gets cast back, he's 100% dead, so do appreciate the flash.
Yep, expertly played. Sobro going to get handshook into the wall.
Woody's crazy, man. I love it.
Yeah.
He's like, let me tank this again.
He wants
got
to get
bailout.
himself back down to like execute range so that he can just tank like a couple of hits without too much risk.
I'm trying to get a quick back. Betty's like, it's 13 minutes, bro.
Oh no. Counter-Strike is on cooldown for the next little bit. You can see Casa is taking the Gromp. Sobro did actually press his ultimate button there.
Yeah, this is going to be another plate.
Yeah, might actually just be the turret.
Yeah.
As they only have one grub, whereas here on this top side, there are 5 grubs available. That is a cask, as Bonnie is going to dive on forward. Finds his own cask, and that's going to be able to get him out of there. Wind becomes lightning, and it doesn't become attached to the Gragas, so he's going to be absolutely okay.
And like you said, this whole turret is going to go down. No teleport for Daystar or Sobro. Daystar couldn't come over here and bail this out, so he tried to go for the big
Did
top
win the
side
race.
play.
Did win the race, though, so
Yeah.
I think it's kind of all right, just trading 1 for 1.
Does end up being pretty okay, as you say. Scary thing is that Silas has so much gold already. And, you know, the fact of the matter is he's going to be such a big, beefy boy for these really important dragon fights. Like, this is still the first dragon. 14 minutes in.
Oh, Diablo is going to be able to find himself an ultimate. Onto Casa. Maple gets on top of him, though. The arrow going to connect. Thank you very much. Maple says to Betty, aiding the rest of his team. As Sobro now is just in front of 3 people. Woody going to be flashing beautifully to get out of the way of that. That'll be just fine. Maple will be able to sacrifice himself, though. And so the answering kills are going to be there. B&K, in the end, come out with like a 200, 300 gold lead as the dust settles and a 4-0-1 Silas.
I'm surprised we haven't mentioned the most important thing of all, though, is that it was the Cloud Drake I predicted.
Hey, there we go.
So, I mean, looking at this situation here, obviously, Glacial Prism going to catch Diablo here. Then you have the perfect follow-up with Maple getting in. The arrow coming through as well. Just Diablo's worst day ever. Worst day of his life. No good hair day, etc. He's just really having a horrible time. Sobro also trying to look for this play on the Woody, and then Woody just flashes it. So Woody is, man, he's had Sobro's number today. Sobro's not having a good time. He just can't quite reach that Renata. That blasted Renata.
Yeah, this, I mean, honestly, like Woody has only died for real 1 time.
Yeah.
Sadly, for B&K.
They do end up getting the Herald at least. And I do think this composition, if it's all together, if it's grouped for an objective fight, which they were not all set up for, they had, you know, the very quick rotation of Diablo, but he's just blown up. If they're all there together for some of these fights, I mean, there's an incredible team fight composition here at this stage of the game. Just haven't been able to actually group.
Ooh. Speaking of grouping, we do have Daystar making his way down towards this bottom side. Going to be able to steal away a cask.
His last cask into Aja wasn't his favorite. Let's see if this one is better.
Yeah, takes a little bit of barrel damage as he looks to dash cannon his way out of trouble. As okay, there is the wall bang, finds the heroic charge, and that was a better one. Arrow going to connect, but the aggro was on Kellen.
Kellen missed time, though.
Not actually going to be able to stop Maple from getting in here. That means the Daystar's going to be in trouble. The public execution does come down. The ultimate's going to miss there from Diablo, as the ultimate also going wide from Casa. Everyone just throwing things all over the place, as Maple's going to be able to help Betty grab a kill as Bonnie does go down. As the dust settles, how many people are dead? I mean, I think there was an extra one making their way out. Yeah, Kellen's death timer was not exactly the longest, and so he is back up again.
Yeah. So, I mean, when you look at this play here, it's very cool. You know, all right, got him, push him into the wall. The cask is also fantastic. But the arrow doesn't actually connect onto the turret aggroed target, but I think Kellen missing this ult, just an uncharacteristic miss. I mean, a pro player usually will have that perfectly timed on the teleport. Maybe he's been playing too much PTR with the new flying teleport. I don't know.
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, that was a bit of a weird one because that really does his team in a big way. So it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Chinese Taipei. Sobro had teleport, but wasn't going to be able to impact the play down there at that stage. And also, unfortunately for him, didn't have a turret to hit. So he was up in the top lane, but he wasn't threatening in her. He was just kind of chilling. So Chinese Taipei don't get punished for grouping everybody down there for that defense. If you look at the gold here, it's really like Betty versus Daystar in terms of where the advantages are.
In a big way, as we can see. Still, I think Diablo is going to be valuable as the game goes on. He's still being able to farm and things like that, but 2 items being hit before the Varus here for the Ashe is actually kind of huge, just given how cheap these lethality items generally are. And so we'll see. Edge of Night still needing to come in. And then Diablo is going to be feeling a whole lot better 2 items, though, are there, as Lich Bane and Dash Cannon are done for Daystar, so he is real scary. All right, Bonnie just going to jump straight on top of Woody here, gets towards Betty now as well. Chains of Corruption go wide, but so does that Glacial Prison. Down goes Callum, though. Once again, not exactly finding the fight that he's looking for. Flash out of the ultimate there as Maple unable to find any joy, but does get that big one. And oh, the cask is so good. The Glacial Prison for real is fantastic, and Sobero, he is just going to die. Eventually. There it is. Cask are going to be able to take him down there using the Winter's Wrath. And B&K, I feel like they're just running out of steam.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, they're trading. It's really unfortunate Chinese Taipei trading up in these big skirmishes. They're looking for these attempts. Look at how well spaced Betty is here. Like, Bonnie has to actually flash in to get the knock-up. Betty's just walking by. He's like, nice Glacial Prison attempt, Daystar. I'm still sitting back here way too far away for you guys to impact. And because he has those slows, it's just so hard to actually stick to him. And then that cask is amazing there. Over here,
yeah, bit of a battle, as Daystar now has the ultimate of Maple. Maple's isn't actually available himself, so he's not going to continue pushing that one forward. Public execution here from a Silas. It'd be the first time that I've seen this one. It's kind of fun.
I mean, not a great target here really to go for, so I think he is going to complete this back. Dragon is live, though, and this is just Chinese Taipei furthering their advantage. I mean, 7 kills on this Ashe is insane. He's halfway to his 3rd item now.
I think they just knew that they were going to have to give this up.
Yeah. And part of it is the fact that Maple was able to get so much damage done to Daystar before the fight even went off, or before the group even happened here for Chinese Taipei. Daystar's like, this is frustrating. I wanted to make something happen, but he's hijacked an ultimate that isn't going to be too useful in this situation either.
Oh, Earth, Wind, and Chemicals, my favorite band.
Oh.
As Arrow, oh, the walk strategy, love to see it. Not going to work out of that, though, as the handshake comes in. Oh, it's a pump fake the whole time. As Maple pushed under the turret, it does get ramped up quite a bit, as now Betty going to get taken down as well. So B&K answering, as that was very weird, very funny. And B&K now might actually be able to get enough time to be able to take down this turret. They do have the Rift Herald up and available. And Aja, he's going to be needed to come in. There's another Glacial Prison. Bonnie going to soak that one. This cast, not exactly the best that we've seen so far from Aja, though. As Cast are getting taken down to half health. There's the knock-up from the triple strike from the Xin Zhao. And Shelly even getting another charge. Big news for B&K. And okay, I'm going to stop saying that anyone's winning, because this game is just going to be even until a Nexus dies.
Yeah, it's like, it's not even a boxing match. It's like not even the way to describe it. There's just there's no like longevity to any advantage. It's almost like a turn-based card game or something.
Yeah.
That's 1,000 gold to shut down, by the way. That is picked up, I believe, by Daystar. He's going to get another kill as well after this turret goes down. Pretty insane gold on this Silas, who is just so massive. This cast, like you said, wasn't great, unfortunately. But Daystar is going to be able to avoid that ult from Woody. He gets another kill onto Karsa. I'd like to see what his gold is at now. Like, he's on Zonias at 21 minutes. That's expensive Zonias, you know, that's current year Zonias. And he's just like, I go in, no one can hurt me, nobody can touch me. And Ashe is got to be scared of this guy right now.
Oh, yeah. I think Betty already was. And now it's only worse. 6-0-2 for Daystar on this Silas. And
Bonnie?
There is no player that deserves this more, by the way. Like, as far as mid laners in this tournament are concerned, because Daystar had a rough day 1.
Yeah, he did.
So really good to see him
he
having
had
a good performance.
Much better day today, like on, for example, his Azir that we saw.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't win, but like he had a great performance. You know, he's looked much, much more comfortable today. Perhaps some of the jitters of playing in a big tournament like this.
I agree. It's good to see having a better showing as Daystar picks up a Glacial Prison. Baron has just spawned a couple of minutes ago. But I don't think anyone's really going to be going for that one right now as Aja gets a ward down. Kellen does the walk strategy, speeds that up as he flashes in. Does get the knockaway onto the Gragas as the teleport in. Sobero just finds Aja here as he's looking to get that flank angle, see whether Sobero can actually join the rest of his 4 members of the team. Daystar going gold and not really getting too much value out of his Zonyas here.
Yeah.
And B&K just going to move towards the mid lane, see whether they can take down an inner turret while the rest of Chinese Taipei are out of position.
2 flashes taken pretty huge here by B&K. They get Maples, they get Karsas, and we are getting closer to a potential take of this Baron, especially because Daystar has an abnormally large amount of damage at this point, but we're not there yet. But if those flashes are down, you know, it means that there's a potential second set of picks that can come through here, or second fight, second type of skirmish like that goes through, they don't have those flashes, they just die instead. As you can see, the total damage here in this game, it's crazy how much Sylas has been able to do this early on. I mean, out-damaging the Varus, that went lethality. See if that damage comes through for Diablo later. Still, not feeling too great about the lethal tempo pickup here, but
yeah, I'm still confused about that one. Maybe just like deciding against what he wanted to do with the build, or maybe it's just for like the early laning phase. Maybe it gives you a little bit of an ability to do something as far as auto attacking is concerned, as Maple misses the ultimate and Sobero does the walk away strategy. No harm, no foul though, as Daystar not going to find the Lich Bane proc on this outer turret.
yeah, Daystar going to clear this super fast and continue to put that pressure on. Maple has had a really successful game in terms of being able to roam and affect the early game, but his team fights, he's looking for some really optimistic flanks and has been often punished, as Daystar's just going to toss that one out before it expires, I suppose.
I think he just picked it up. I don't know. He's just happy to throw barrels around is what it feels like. But this cooldown is not very high. Level 14. In a couple of levels, it'll be like he can use it multiple times in a team fight. But right now, it's already halfway done.
He's like... he's stolen so many casts this game. He just steals it just to stop his addiction. He's like, no, I can't take this one in the next fight.
yeah, exactly.
Let me give you that hijack protection. I got to stop myself.
Now, you really need Glacial Prison. Let's make sure that we get that one instead.
Don't want to accidentally click on that pesky Gragas again. That's definitely what happened.
Maybe that's actually a thing, Wants to make sure that he can get the hostile takeover, the arrow, Glacial Prison. I mean, I actually think Karsk is probably the worst one.
I do remember once Zeus stopwatched a hijack on Gnar back in the day. There's some weird stuff that does happen.
Oh, yeah, that was very cool.
You try to stop this Sylas from actually getting what he wants. Trying to stand on top of each other. Maybe he'll misclick. He gets the Renata ultimate this time, though.
Yeah, I think hostile takeover is definitely a good option.
Be his second big one, potentially, this time for him, as he had that one on the top side of the map earlier.
All right, Aja rotating around. Sobero does have eyes on him as Betty, awkward position here for the Ashe. We'll see whether he can remove that one, as now Castle looking for Daystar. That Glacial Prison does absolutely nothing. Hostile takeover doing a lot of work, as even the Dragon's getting involved. Sobero starting the engage at the wrong time, but Daystar is going to make it look good. I tell a lie, as both of the mid laners do go down, but it's one after the other, and Betty with that bailout is going to be there. Bonnie comes down. Sobero comes back to it. The bailout is almost able to work. Doesn't have another counter-strike, and that is almost the ace, as it's only Diablo left standing. Man, that fight was just ludicrous.
3 for 4 is enough, though, here. The 3 dead here for Chinese Taipei means they have enough damage, or they have enough sticking power to actually stay on this Chemtech Dragon. And, Aja is coming down here now, so kind of right about what I said. There's a little bit of extra damage coming through. It's kind of out of mana at the moment.
Yep.
But you watch this fight, the self-isolation here coming through from Maple is actually really not doing him any favors when that ult comes out from Daystar. The stolen hostile takeover keeps the rest of the team at bay, but Maple still just takes so long to be taken out here, and Diablo takes so much damage regardless, and it's really hard for him to actually get back in this fight, and they get so close to getting these kills here. Bonnie does finally get that kill onto Betty, just barely, because his Crescent Guard actually keeps him alive for that bailout to expire. Oh man, that was a really close call. Like, Daystar was also so close to getting that elimination that maybe this fight looks totally different.
Ooh, arrow going to connect there onto Bonnie, gets handshook back. Crescent Guard going to be there to try and keep him alive, but he's still taking half of his health bar in damage. Chains Corruption just to buy some space. And the piercing arrow is pretty dangerous. There is an Daystar presses his Zhonya's. I think he wanted to press his dash cannon, and that was a little bit of a shame. But Maple, he's going to make up for it by diving on forward. Does have the bailout, so he will be able to live through this one.
He's got a Aja cast to keep everyone away as well.
Yeah, this is nutty. It's just throw everything at each other and then wander away and try again later.
Yeah, that was like, when you break on pool, oh boy. No Zonias anymore.
Yeah. Doesn't have the dash cannon either. He's going to have to flash himself out of that, as Woody almost overextended, but he didn't.
He's got everything on cooldown. He's got no hijack, no teleport, no flash, no dash, no Zonias.
And he can't pick up the cast.
His sweeper on cooldown.
Oh, God.
But yeah, he does get out of there alive. But yeah, that Gragas ult there from Aja really prevented any sort of follow-up from B&K. when you break and pull, when you scatter the balls. That was kind of what it looked like there. Is everyone's like ready to fall up on that choke point, and Aja says no.
And he's
Maple
got,
is
it's like
so-
a 4,000 gold lead here for Daystar as well, and it just doesn't really feel like Maple is that far behind.
Yeah, no, it feels like Maple's making a much bigger impact in these fights. Even though sometimes he's isolated himself, the team has supported him so much that it actually ends up being okay for him most of the time.
Well, he just needs to be a distraction, and
Yeah.
it feels like he's very successfully being a distraction for about as long as Daystar
He actually has
is.
out-damaged Daystar, as you can see here.
Oh, man. That's nutty. No one's been able to out-damage Betty, though. Having a very good game on the Ashe, currently 3.5 items. And is only going to get tougher and tougher to take down from here.
Funny interaction there with the Edge of Night being taken away to stop the recall. And he
Yeah.
just walks away.
Sobro going to be clearing up this wave. And 2 items is not enough to make a Jax happy. 0-5. I mean,
We kind of just quietly got to 30 minutes into this game. I'm like, wait, are we in the late game? It feels like we're just still skirmishing for stuff that... Like,
and
the turret is
gold
still up in mid.
Even. Like,
Yeah.
it's exactly even.
Like, I don't know if this game ends anytime soon. It feels like it doesn't, you know? Because nobody's really dying anymore. People were dying a lot, and now nobody's dying.
Well, Arrow is going to be thrown out. There's the Glacial Prison as well as, okay, Kellen spinning around like a helicopter, but isn't actually able to find too much more there as Maple was looking for a wraparound. Aja towards that top side, teleport in hand. To be able to take down a turret, I'm pretty sure. That outer going to be the second one of the game here for Chinese Taipei as Woody getting poked out. Diablo's got to land a bunch more of these. We've seen Varus be a lot more impactful than what we've seen from Diablo today. And so, fingers crossed he can make something happen.
Daystar is very close to that death cap. Trying to get this topside farm. If he can get that before this dragon or the upcoming Baron fight, Sobro's flank.
Yeah, this flank angle is absolutely fantastic. Into the back line he goes, finds the stun onto Betty, who cleanses that one immediately with the help of Woody. Hostile takeover is only going to land onto 2 as Diablo is going to move himself back. And once again, we just see buttons being pressed. And both teams not really finding too much. Outside of this outer turret finally falling down.
It's a war of attrition, though, the Chinese Taipei are winning out on slightly, it feels like, in all of these exchanges. Like, the first time we did it, okay, didn't get any kills, but weathered down that turret. And then the second time, they're actually just going to take it. And that gives them Baron Prio here. I mean, basically no ults but the Ashe Arrow. I mean, literally no ults but the Ashe Arrow here for the turn. However,
yeah, how are they supposed to do anything about this? As Bonnie is right here, yes. Does have his flash available, but they're looking for the turn. Oh, the arrow and the body slam go wide, and now Casa is in so much trouble. Bonnie goes into the middle of the fight, and Diablo very far away from this. Sobro looking for that flank angle, and once again, it's a bit awkward here for BNK. Can Daystar be the hero? No, it's Sobro that's the hero! The bailout's going to work out there for Betty. He gets another one, and that is going to be a wash. It was so close for BNK. But then no one dies on the side of Chinese Taipei, and they're going to be able to take a Baron and possibly just win the game.
honestly, Aja is kind of pounding this game, though. Like,
This
the timings,
Gragas is so good.
the timings of these bailouts have been fantastic for Woody as well, but when you watch if we get a replay of this, watch Daystar try to enter the fight and Aja just say no. Like, look at where he's standing. Yeah, the arrow misses here. Karsa takes a bunch of damage. Redemption goes down. And Aja's just constantly waiting for this opportunity here to get in here, deny Daystar's entry, stick to him here, cast the rest of the DPS away. Diablo can't actually follow up on damage. Daystar goes golden, and Aja is just continuing to block out. And I mean, you look at like how easy it is to kind of kite this Jax once he goes in because there's too many targets. Everyone's got just enough health to survive. The bailout is there. And then once the Counter-Strike is down, he's just picked off. Extremely great front to back there from Chinese Taipei. That was a really clean fight. Now they've got Chemtech Soul, Baron, and then this is their
the
map.
first real gold lead. Like, that's what's happening.
Yeah.
This is going to be like flatline gold when we have a look at the graph at the end of this game, and this is the point where it kind of shoots to the moon.
Certainly.
Well, they're going to have to actually kill a Nexus, though. And we've got Enthusiastic for both of these teams so far in this game. This is the first real lead.
I feel like this one's definitely one where you can feel pretty confident that this is a real lead that's going to lead to some significant damage. Even though,
but the higher they get, the harder they fall.
that's true. But I mean, there's a bunch of inners here. Like, all 3 of them are up, so that's a lot of gold to go into their pockets. But it is a bit of a buffer here for BNK to try to keep these inhibitors alive. Instead of trying to get all the inner gold, they're just going to push hard here as 4 towards this bottom inhibitor. But they get slowed down and stifled. Only a minute and a half left on this Baron.
Yeah. Cerberus just doing his very best to play defense, but it's not really working. Baroned up minions really making short work of this inner turret. And he just wants to be able to stay relevant. It's so hard. Like a 0-6 Jax, two items. It's really just not happening here. As B&K, last-ditch effort. Possibility now as the chains are going to connect. Hostile takeover lands onto only Casa, and the arrow is going to connect onto the priority target. Bonnie going to get hit by that one as Sobro gets into the backline, gets 2 with the counter-strike stun. He will be dying, but has he done enough is the question. The answer is absolutely not. Diablo, Sobro, Bonnie all on the floor already, and Daystar and Kellen just have to watch as their base gets turned to rubble. Another minion wave making its way in. And Chinese Taipei, yeah, I think they'll sacrifice Aja for a Nexus any day of the week.
Looking very good for the Chinese Taipei squad here, pushing in and looking to end this game and push themselves to that 3-2 scoreline.
It's so sad, though, because Daystar had a really good game today. Just unfortunately was not enough here, as first Nexus turret is going to go down. Second one going to be going down as well, as Daystar is just ripped to shreds by Maple. Once again, hats off to Woody as well. The double executes to start off the game, but the way that these bailouts have been just keeping his team alive has been terrifying to watch as an LCK fan. Beautifully done here by the Chinese Taipei roster.
The other thing, too, is like when you saw that last fight, Daystar tries to make it happen. He handshakes him, ruins his hostile takeover, the one that's coming through from Daystar, then goes forward and sets up his own hostile takeover to split the team in half. Then you have the Jax trying to get in there and salvage things on the top part of the fight, but he's just too split off, and everybody's caught. Daystar got stuck there trying to go for the engage. The handshake just completely denied him. Woody had a phenomenal performance. Aja had a great performance. Maple had some incredible engages, even though sometimes he went in and then either died or had to get out. He bought enough space for his AD carry to push forward there. We saw Betty popping off. 7 kills on the Ashe early on in this game. And yeah, Chinese Taipei, some ups and downs here, but I feel like finishing on a high note in this group.
Oh, 100%. This is exactly how they needed this day to go. Things weren't looking perfect in the first day, but this is definitely an upgrade. And Betty, a big part of that. As you can see, 36,000 damage he was able to put down. Very even between Maple and Daystar, but the problem was they did even the damage. They did even damage, but Daystar was 5,000 gold ahead for half the game. So I don't know, just finding a little bit more value in that later stage of the game, and I think the utility that this composition that they put together brought out was just fantastic. Things a little bit awkward with the champions chosen by B&K here.
So 2 teams now with finalized scorelines in Group A, and those are,
here we are.
Chinese Taipei at 3-2 and B&K at 2-3. Every other team has 1 game left to play, which are those 4 teams there playing against each other. So our final 2 matches of the evening will be settling the score there, and then we'll finally know who is getting out of this group.
Yeah, so KT, they could tie with Chinese Taipei by getting a victory over Kwangdong Freaks. That will unfortunately eliminate Kwangdong Freaks. Kwangdong Freaks, though, could tie then with B&K. DRX could then theoretically take a win off Bro and then tie them as well. So we could certainly have a bit of a 3-way tie situation here. Oh, KT would be there. It's a 4-way tie. I don't know what we're going to do
We need to look
that
at
if it does
head-to-heads
happen.
as well. So I will try to spend some time during this upcoming break kind of solving as much of this as I can. And I can try to look through the rulebook and see if I can figure out how that all breaks down. But no promises, guys, but I will try my best.
Yeah, we do have the rulebook here. It's a big dusty tome just in the back of the room. So Wolf is going to have to get his reading glasses on and really start to get through those pages because it is a long one.
I got to get my mask on as well.
Yeah, you really do, because you don't want that dust getting into your nose. Your allergies were playing up yesterday. We do not want that to happen again. It is time for us, though, to go to a short break, consult the tome, and then come back with you with some answers as we get into the second last game of the night. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup. We have 2 more games remaining, and that will let us find out whether there's going to be a 4-way tie or not.
That's right.
the fun thing about it.
So there's a lot of head-to-heads that need to be looked at, but there's too many possibilities for me to map it all out right now. But after we have this game, we'll know a lot more, and then it'll be easier for us to know exactly how those scenarios could potentially unfold, and it'll give us confirmation of whether that 4-way tie is possible or not.
Yep.
We were able to confirm because we didn't actually know if those matches are going to be played here today or not, if there are tiebreakers, but we were informed that the first rule of the tiebreakers are A, it's based on
Don't
head-to-head.
talk about the tiebreaker.
Yeah. Okay, so A, don't talk about the tiebreaker. Don't talk about the tiebreaker. B, head-to-head is the first point where you contest. Second point is game time, and then the third and final point is that a tiebreaker will occur if it's like a triangular or quad tie, and it's not easy to solve. Then you have another round robin that will be played off stream, so you guys will be told the results because it will not be broadcast.
Yeah, we will in fact be going home, unfortunately. We apologize for that, but it's already been a very long day, as you guys could appreciate. Let's have a look at the standings here to see what could possibly happen. And the tiebreaker will occur. If DRX manages to beat Bro, that will mean we'll have another team on 2 and 3, joining B&K, who is already there. And Chinese Taipei picking up that victory, moving to 3 and 2. But if KT lose, then not only Kwangdong Freaks will move up to 2 and 3, but they will also be on 2 and 3. And so that means that we will have 4 of them, with Bro and Chinese Taipei sitting at the top.
If Kwangdong Freaks win the final match against KT, they both end up on 2 and 3. And if DRX beat Bro, they also end up on 2 and 3. So it becomes a 6-way 2 and 3.
A 6-way?
Yeah.
How does that work?
Bro loses, right? They go 3-2 to DRX, who go 2-3. Oh, no, they go 3-2.
Yeah, they're
okay,
the 3-2s.
No, you're right.
Yeah. So
sorry, my bad.
I got completely blown away. I'm like, how do we get to
No,
a 6-way tie? That would be so cool.
No, I'm just...
You got me too excited.
I just opened my new coffee.
Yeah, we haven't injected the caffeine
it's really
in just yet.
It's
so
just
we're waiting for it to sink in.
The 2-win teams we're talking about here.
Yeah, so the highest we can get to is, in fact, the 4-way tie, and that will involve
wait a minute,
Bro winning.
Hold on, but if Chinese Taipei lose to T1
Aha!
and go into the other group for a second, we could have a 7-way tie.
That's going to happen. Let's focus on what's going to be going down in this matchup that we have right in front of us. This is Bro taking on DRX. You can see not too much of a change up here. It is Bull that's going to continue playing here for Bro. He was fine. Actually liked some of his flashes on his Ashe in their previous match today, so didn't actually play too badly. And then DRX, it's exactly what you've been getting used to. Unfortunately, nursing some wounds after a recent loss, but still definitely a fun team to watch, and looking forward to seeing what LazyFeel has for us here in this one.
I mean, he's the player to watch right now for me, and I have really been enjoying him here in this group. So that's the most hype part of this.
Oh, yeah.
As we will be taking a look at these teams one more time on cam here. Starting off with Bro. Closer is having a bit of a laugh, a bit of a giggle. He and Edgar.
Yeah, there's high spirits here for the Bros. This is their last match, of course. It's relatively late in the day, and I believe they were there for game number 1 as well.
Game 2.
Game 2. So they've been sticking around for a while. As you can see here, DRX, a little bit more business, but Frog, always a happy-go-lucky guy. And in fact, everyone getting some smiles back, except for LazyFeel, who looks a little bit like he's in meditation mode.
He laughs when he gets the kills on the Rift.
Yep, that's where it is. He is the marksman, that's where he finds the joy.
Yeah. He is getting focused up. We're going to be jumping into draft momentarily.
Indeed.
In a few moments.
Yeah.
Momentarily.
That is what momentarily means, doesn't it?
Yeah, just in case people didn't know.
It's not like we're getting there within a moment. It's not like we're delving in like Ant-Man, goes into the
earlier
quantum
when
realm,
I said 6 minutes,
the moment realm,
the 6-team tie, that was me having a moment.
like a senior moment. As
Yeah.
DRX, 72% of the vote over the Bros. Oh, I feel like gone are the times that Bro won the fan prediction, which was earlier on today.
I don't know. I feel like these voters just kind of like close their eyes and go, you know.
Yeah, no, which is what they do is they close their eyes, but actually they open their eyes and they're like, which one of these teams won Worlds?
So
and that was DRX.
A stat for you right now: we've had 8 plus 5 games. So we've had 13.
8 plus 5, 13. Yeah.
Yeah, 13 games so far, and of the 13 games, we have had 10. Of
13 minus 10, 3.
Well, 10, it's been 10-3, blue side to red side.
Oh, 13
Blue
plus
side has
10,
won
23.
10 out of 13 games so far.
Oh, 10 divided by 13.
No,
I
10.
can't do that.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Don't do it to me, Atlas. I'm trying to. This paper is like covered in like. Look at this. It's kind of covered in like all these drawings.
It looks
and
like
stuff.
a prison wall from like a crazy person prison. Oh no! In like one of those fantasy movies or something like that. Let's get into the draft. That should make everything okay. I think so. That's the solution here, Wolf. The Varus going to be banned away from Lazy Field. The Aurora is an essential ban. Lovely to see that one gone. And we'll see what Bro's going to be banning away next. I think Skarner has certainly surged in its win rate and something that's worth looking at here for our red side.
Definitely. Corki also banned here on blue side.
Ooh.
Interesting from Bro. So taking away 2 AD carry threats here. They might even take the Ashe themselves, and I'm like, what are you first picking? Makes the Skarner ban super free, super obvious here.
Yeah, it's a good one, though. I think these are the two most consequential champions. I think we've seen them run away with games more than anything else
Maybe
so far.
Poppy here, since it's been such a strong red side pick so far.
True.
Could be a safe blue side ban. Depending on what they want to run, obviously it might impact what they want to lock here. It is going to be the Ashe. I was joking about it, but they're like, triple AD carry is gone. Lazy Feel is really good. He didn't play the Corki yet, but I mentioned it on day one. He's been spamming it in solo queue, so I know he's ready to play Corki if need be, and they're just like, this guy is out of control good. Let's lock down some of these meta picks.
Is Bull going to blind Draven?
No.
Good. Because that would be rough. The Azir.
The Azir is the way.
Yeah, it's going to be left up. Closer is going to snap it up, and he has been pretty good on this champion. It wasn't like his debut best, right? He was the Aurelia guy, stuff like that. But
It's, you know,
it
it's-
did get better.
When you look at like players like Closer, you know, in the LCK, he's being compared to some of the greatest Azir players of all time. You have players like Faker and BDD, Chovy in the tournament, so he gets overshadowed, but he's a very good Azir player. So Frog gets the Ambessa here, and they will grab Vi. Pretty snap locks here for DRX, and this is going to leave open the Sejuani.
Sejuani Cassante is the most cookie cutter thing to lock in.
But Renekton's more fun.
Another Shuriman option there for the top side of the map. And more Shurima, actually, as the Talia is locked in. So, Yahoo, back to an old favorite here in a good matchup, as Closer's Talia was so incredibly good. And he's the one now that has thrown down the gauntlet. He's the one that's going to be playing the Azir this time.
So we're looking at now bottom lane, which is already thinned out quite significantly. 4 AD carries gone. Might see like some trades of support bans here too, depending on what they want to run.
Oh, keep banning them. Yeah.
Jhin gone. Ziggs, I feel like not that strong in this situation. Maybe a ban on Ezreal could come through here.
I wouldn't mind the Ezreal ban. I think that one feels pretty good. I think banning Bull's Draven does make some sense because it is a champion that he does have a fair bit of comfort on. We'll see exactly where DRX are going to go, because it does mean that the range is relatively low, but when there is a Azir on the other side, you are a little bit worried, right? Because there's a fair bit of range for these Sand Soldiers to get towards those backline champions.
Feel like Lazy Feel is kind of fishing for an Ezreal pick here. The Caitlyn's gone, the Varus is gone, the Kai'Sa or the Kalista is gone. So I mean, Kai'Sa is still open, that's for sure. They could play the Kai'Sa into the Ezreal if he locks it, but
so far 6 AD carries have been banned. It's going to remain the case as Misfortune. Okay. Yeah, that was pretty good.
So can you find a duo where you feel comfortable taking away the Rel here is the question for Bro. I mean, they have a lot of champions that work well with the Rel, even if the AD carry isn't the most synergistic. We could just see Draven Renata, to be honest. Like, Renata's still open. It feels pretty good here.
What about Siva Karma?
Yeah.
Or Ezreal. I guess you could just play Ezreal. It's less interesting. But I just like Sivir and Azir together. I just feel like it's a lot of consistent damage. You murder Baron. Dies extraordinarily
Well, do
quickly.
we send Misfortune top lane by locking the Karma here?
Wait. Oh, yeah.
Or do we just
yeah.
try to take the Rel away?
I mean, I feel like Rel fits the colors that Bro have shown. You know? Oh, this also fits the colors.
I mean, this was a really strong duo when Ezreal was absolutely broken in summer season.
All right, nicely done. So Leona is going to be picked up here. Yeah, some sunlight going to be offered to the lane, as we saw have a lot of success earlier on in the year.
Well, there's only one pick that could fit the bill here.
What's that, Tom Kench?
Is it Thresh?
It's Yumi.
Is it Janna? No, it's Rel.
Yeah, it's probably Rel.
They're just using 5 extra seconds of time to communicate what they want to do at level 1.
Ah, got it. Well, 2 seconds, and Pleta is going to be taking the horse pants lady. And some pretty, like, I don't know, the way that it's shaped up, it's very clear. Like, these drafts, you can understand exactly why these champions were picked. Nothing is off the wall or anything like that. It's like Azir was picked. Oh, we're going to pick the Talia. There are a heck of a lot of AD carries banned, but we still got to Misfortune versus Ezreal, which is, I feel like, something we could have seen elsewhere in the tournament anyway without all of those bans.
That's true. I feel like I'm disappointed with this draft, not because it's got something like it's not extremely boring. Like we did have so many 80 carry bans that it got a little bit interesting, but it's because Lazyfield is playing Misfortune, which I feel like in this meta is one of the least skill expressive champions.
Yeah.
Like she presses Q and clicks on someone. She drops like a little slow. Otherwise, Rel does things, and then she's like, "Oh, thank you, Rel." And then fires out the bullet time.
Is that the sound that she makes? I always thought it was a little bit different. But yeah, no, that sounds about right now.
It's like,
I don't know which one's better.
but
that
Lazyfield,
last
like
one was closer.
he really doesn't really get to be a god tier 80 carry on this one unless he's set up. And that's not fun for me after watching him play Varus in a losing game and almost bring it back.
Yeah.
But that's just my personal grievances.
Yeah, and once again, we've got to the beginning of a game, and I haven't spoken about Morgan's Renekton.
Yeah.
Oh, so sad. And why was I saying that they should pick Cassante? I'm such a silly Billy. Obviously, it's Morgan's Renekton. Very happy to play this one. Played the other side of the matchup earlier on in the day. We'll see how he's going to go against Frog. Morgan and Frog, of course, were facing off against one another for a lot of this season. Last year, Humbuck versus Sponge was something that we saw a lot of in Challenger. Closer and Yehu facing off all year as well. This is a lot of very familiar matchups, and this is some familiar dubstep, baby. Hey! 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 Heck yeah, here we are. Onto the Rift for the second last game of the evening.
And the second to last game of Group A proper.
Indeed.
Assuming no tiebreakers. But, you know, Bull, I want to mention really quickly for those who... Okay, hold up. Might have to wait a second.
Ooh, Lazyfield. Very cool skin. Do like this one. Looking very pretty.
He was the player who played, like you mentioned, his Draven, his Varus.
Yep.
He's the hard win lane kind of guy. He's the snowball type 80 carry player.
He basically just won on Draven and Callista, and then people realized that you can ban Draven and Callista, and then they didn't win again.
He was not the guy who won on the scaling picks, like the Ezreal, the 2-item spike kind of situation. That was not really who he was. So maybe he'll show us a different look here. Remember when you watch Bull play on-hit Varus in Challengers in 2022, you're like, we'll see how this one goes. But oftentimes didn't work out for him. It was Leaper who came in for Kwangdong Freaks to kind of shore up that weakness. That Bull
the
had.
Zeri boy.
Yeah, he played Zeri, he played Ezreal sometimes. He was able to play Jhin really well. So Bull, kind of, I want to say a little bit off comfort for him on this pick, based on what we've seen from him across the last year and a half or so.
Yep, I would say so. But he's stacking up that pressy attack, and Pleta and Lazyfield going to have to cede control of this lane for now as level 2 is gained. Level 2, of course, a very big deal for the Ezreal and for the Leona. So they are going to be able to get this wave shoved in. Lazyfield should be very, very close. As we can see, just one more. They're going to be able to grab that. But now Frog and Morgan hitting each other with their respective crescent-shaped weapons.
Yeah, I think someone told me what those are supposed to be called at one point, but
Yeah, I think
I
they're
didn't
called
believe them.
Rengifos, which is, of course, Crumbs' last name.
yeah, I was like, isn't that just...
That's what I assume they are. Everything comes back to Crumbs in the end, Wolf.
yeah.
I'll have you know.
Well, he left us crumbs to follow.
He did. Did indeed. If you guys didn't know, he was actually here in Korea for a while. If you don't know who Crumbs is, that's okay.
For a second, I thought you meant recently. I was like, what? He didn't text me? Yeah.
He would have, don't worry, he would have. He was here in, what was it, 2017? 2018?
Maybe...
I think he was here for 2018,
It
right?
was the last year of SPO LCK, right? So, yeah.
it would have been 2018.
18.
So, good times. Anyway, that's some reminiscing there. And hopefully they're gentle with their Rengifos between both Morgan and Frog here in this game. Sponge, a little bit of a punch as he does a bit of a drive-by as Humbug looking for a little bit of a reset time as they do. Gentleman's agreement, full clear into Scuttle as Close is going to get flung back by Yahoo. So far, everything, like, the most even. Like,
Yeah.
even the warding and the map movements, like, everything is the same.
Yeah, and the bottom lane swapped to 2v2. Crazy.
Yeah, true. I can't believe we have a lane swap this game.
Yeah, it's been a while. Like, we've been seeing the standard 180 carry goes top meta for most of this tournament, so it's crazy to see like they actually have 80 carry support facing off against each other down here.
This is sort of my favorite. You know, I know it's uncommon.
It's
but,
really
it's
rare,
really
but I
nice.
do feel like the game is almost like unintentionally balanced towards this.
Yeah. It is weird that it feels like that, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just this weird sort of like vibe I have.
Yeah. Well, that's a lot of damage onto Platter. He might actually just be dead, but no, he's able to get that crash down to work. But his pants are in rough shape.
Yeah, Aftershock can get you so far, as Frog
dear.
doesn't know.
This is not the time that you want to be doing this, as he flashes, gets a few dashes, and he will be okay. But without flash, means that he is a bit of a target here for Morgan and Humbug.
Yeah, maybe if Morgan flashes and gets that empowered stun, he might end up getting taken out there. Does decide to back either way, so a pretty big successful gank there for Humbug. And the wave is pushed away from Frog, so really frustrating. He walks back, and Morgan will just TP in to catch it. Sponge is going to grab Dragon.
Yeah, so Sponge is going to grab the Dragon. I believe Lazy Feel is going to be pretty far ahead after this wave has actually been snapped up. So has actually been catching waves quite nicely. It did really look like Bull and Polu had a lot of control, but as it turns out, the CS does not tell that story, despite the fact that Pleather was sent home. All right, Sponge moving on in here as Closer, walking over the rocks. Didn't have shoes on, I don't think, because that one looked like it hurt.
We need to address the elephant in the room here.
Where's the elephant?
You know, I said like it's 10-3 blue side in this tournament. I wonder how many of those games have actually been, sorry, in this group, that is to say 10-3.
Zenith's played.
Sponge.
Yep, Sponge is going to get hit by a bunch of CC. Cute little flash there. Still going to have to use the flash in order to get himself out. Didn't really risk too much. Of course, his blue buff was still secured.
So it's been like, 13 games across this tournament, now 14 in this group, and it's been blue side. But I wonder how many of the total tournament games we've had in general have been Chemtech Soul, because we're primed for like another one here. Like this, we might be the unluckiest people on the planet. Like this might actually, I might have needed to buy a lottery ticket instead of doing KeSPA Cup. I don't know.
I think there's another universe where every single dragon was a Chemtech dragon, though, right?
Yeah.
Like theoretically, Schrodinger's dragon states that is, a possibility.
It's true. But I mean, if we get another one here, it's absolutely obscene.
Yeah, no, that would be ludicrous. So surely that's not going to happen. Like right now, we've got to get Hextech, Mountain, and Inferno.
When I thought Infernal happened last game, I was like, oh, it's clearly destined, right? But
No,
it was just Chemtech again.
that's what it is. It's always just the Poison Dragon. Man, this is really mirrored. Everything is so mirrored.
Yeah.
Yahoo rotating down towards the bottom lane. That is the only really, I guess, different thing with both junglers on blue buff. Taking that down. Basically exactly the same amount of camps. As Yahoo waiting in the brush here. Those are just going to be able to clear out that wave. Everything going to be fine. Swapping positions here, Frog and Morgan. Frog was, of course, on a bit of a win streak on the Renekton, as Morgan is going to press his Dominus button before Humbuck does even get here, as there's the ulti that's going to interrupt the escape attempt here from Frog, as Slice Dice, and there's the Ruthless Predator that we know. First Blood goes over to Humbuck, and Morgan, he just knew. That's why the ultimate was pressed so incredibly early. He knew that Frog was dead.
Just trusted that Humbug doesn't miss those.
Yeah.
He certainly did not, and the wind-up there, Frog's ultimate just locks him in place, interrupts, and that's a plate on top of it, so plus 125.
Plus 125 and plus 30 CS.
Yes.
Damn.
Yeah, we'll watch this one more time. I'm ulting!
No, you're not.
Oh, wait! I didn't go!
This is
Well, this
right
is the most
on the
interesting
edge as
thing
well.
that happened this game, so, you know.
Yeah, it's beautifully done.
Really proactive play from Hambach. Morgan putting the pressure on. 20
Why
CS.
didn't Morgan use his like shaky hands emote though?
Why didn't he?
Yeah, he didn't use his shaky
Yeah.
hands emote. I'm really sad.
Probably because he knows it was actually really Hambach's play that got him the assist.
Ah, okay, so he's giving him the flower. It's actually
Yeah.
pretty cute. It's fair enough. All right, Lazyfield doing a lot of damage here. BF sword in hand, so battle stats certainly in favor of this Misfortune. And if there is going to be some sort of gank attempt here by Humbuck on next ultimate towards the bottom side, that double up very satisfying. Is True Shot Barrage going to snag Lazyfield here as the Flash Magnet Storm hits absolutely nothing. So does the bullet time. Solar Flare going to land on top of Bladder, and oh dear, that was an absolute mistake. Bit of a travesty, to be perfectly honest, as far as the button placement.
I mean, I really think that in general, like the fact that Pleta felt that he was going to be able to set that up is really predicated on Bull just not reacting quickly, but he did. We'll watch this one more time. I want to see if Bull Arcane shifts forward or what exactly the thought process is here. He just flashes it after the E instantly. That was actually just so well played from Bull.
Yeah?
I thought he didn't have his E, but he actually did. He E-flashed out of it so fast. Pleta just did not expect him to be able to react that quickly.
Probably just
I don't even
was
hate on...
thinking that was likely to be the outcome, I guess. Had it on the mind.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even blame Pleta for this. We just got to champion Bull's reaction time.
Yeah, it was well played. Looked a little bit silly when Lazyfield was a bit late on the ultimate. Still decided to press that button when no one was hit by the Magnet Storm, but that's okay. DRX still with some opportunities here, and while they didn't get a kill or anything like that, still an opportunity. So Bull just going to catch this wave as it heads towards the turret, and with the ultimates coming back up again, see whether DRX can get their eyes in and figure it out this time.
I mean, despite like so many things going wrong in this bottom lane, Lazyfield's still up on farm, grabbed a plate. I was like, yeah, there's not that much skill expression on this champion, but he's expressing and giving me a good impression about how his laning works on it, as that's a spot on Yehu.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to walk over this control ward as well. True Shot Barrage not going to connect. It's all right. Grubs have spawned. Sponge looking to try and take one away as Lego Renekton going to move towards the back of this pit. There's the secure.
He's called Renektoy. Okay.
Sorry. Is Lego a toy?
Actually, I don't know if that's what he's called in Korean. I don't know if that's, maybe it's just Toy Renekton in English, but I like Renektoy.
I think Renektoy is better.
Yeah.
We're going to lock that one in because it's at least Renektoy somewhere.
Yeah.
So Morgan going to be able to clear out that wave. And in fact, Sponge just comes back and looks to take down the remainder of these grubs.
Morgan coming back too, though. He's got a ward here.
Yeah. Sponge going to give that one up. That is going to be 2 Drakes. Oh my god, Wolf. What the hell has happened?
I'm telling you, man. It's bugged or something.
This universe is ridiculous. There is one guy in chat that just keeps saying, wow, that's a bug, over and over again. I'm not entirely sure why they're doing that, because it doesn't seem to be at any specific time.
Yeah, there's no Kazakhs in the game either, so I really don't know what he means.
They do just keep saying it. But that's fine.
Like, I actually may be crazy enough to go home and instead of taking a break and getting ready for tomorrow, just actually go on like Games of Legends and look up the Drake stat and be like, all right, we need to actually math this out, the chances of this.
Yep. Yeah, there's been way too many Chemtech Drakes. Also, hi, Tony.
If
Hope
it's
you're
like
doing well.
1 in a 1 million chance, we may have to like actually report this to the government. we may actually have discovered some sort of like wormhole in the space-time continuum
Well,
here.
I mean, just because something isn't likely doesn't mean it's impossible.
No.
You know, it doesn't mean that something weird's going on, technically, you know?
yeah, I mean, that's how probability works, but it
Yeah.
could also mean that maybe you and I could travel through time or something.
I feel like this is like an X-Files theory. Maybe this was actually in an episode. That'd be really cool, because that means that we might be able to meet Dave Duchovny. I really like that guy.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I think.
Did you watch Californication?
No. I heard it was good, though.
Yeah, that's a good show. It's a bit depressing.
You know what's
But it's good.
what's good is coming up here and trying to bail out your top laners having a bad time, but he's a bit
Yeah,
late.
that's a Glacial Prison, and that is another really dead Umbessa. This is...
Wait.
Okay, never mind.
Wait.
Actually looking for an opportunity here. It's
Hold
burning,
up.
burning. That is going to be the Leona picking up the kill, which is suboptimal, but Sponge going to throw down the cease and desist. And Humbuck, realizing that he's just dead, not going to bring Sponge towards the rest of his teammates, and it's a 1-for-1 in the end.
Sponge tried his best, man. I was really trying to set him up. Like, you know, it's a good thing. Come up here. Frog's having a tough time. Sponge is going to get in there. He's going to help out. You can see him on the mini-map here. He's rushing over. He's vault breaking his way over. He's checking vision, but he's too slow. Palu's here. I don't think he accounted for that. Didn't know where Palu was. Frog actually buys a ton of time with some shielding and dashing. His ultimate almost, if it actually didn't go the full distance there, might have actually helped him pick up 2 here, but it's just going to be one that Sponge gets here as Humbuck's. Maybe I get out now. Assist will go over to the Ambessa, and the shutdown goes over to the Vi.
Nicely done. Trying to get something back here as DRX on one. Oh dear, Polo has found Lazy Feel. So see whether he's going to be able to get out of there. The Mystic Shot misses, but who cares? He's still got auto attacks.
He didn't know there was a ward there, but feels lazy, man.
Yeah.
Recalling right there in front of the potential engage.
It's a good joke. Good joke and pretty appropriate.
I'm trying to keep myself in it. This game was real slow, and now it's speeding up, but it's like not getting more interesting. It's just a sad tale for DRX.
Yes, it's like speeding up in the understandable direction of DRX's demise.
Yeah.
The alliteration was unintentional, but it felt fun.
To be honest, we've had some really nice back and forth games in this group today, where one team got a pretty nice lead, and then there were some comebacks or some attempted stall outs. But this one's kind of looking like it might be going the direction of what day one's Group A looked like, where we had a lot of lanes get snowballed and then the game just kind of falling over.
Yeah, a little bit more steamrolly.
Yeah.
Was the first day. This has not been a repeat of that. This has been very similar to day 2, where we've had a lot of 40-minute plus games that have been going the distance. So that's good to see. This is not one of them, though.
Yeah, no, this
is feeling a little bit less good.
It's looking like a little bit sub 28-minute territory at this current pace, with the Ezreal at 15.5 minutes working his way towards finishing his Manamune before the tier is stacked kind of situation.
Yeah, it's a roughie. Bull is very, very strong. On a champion that he's not necessarily known for. This was more a Leaper champion.
Exactly.
If you remember the Quantum Creep. So Sponge going to be taking away a Gromp, and now Humbuck is in a lot of trouble. Lazy Feel coming down, though. Let's see what they can actually find. Bullet Time once again going to Narnia as Closer going to push Yahoo towards Humbuck. He's down extraordinarily low. They are going to be able to get that kill to start this fight off. As now in the backline, Closer doing battle. He's not tanky, though, so he's going to be dead. It's another one, and DRX, they're finding their way back into this game. Some interest now.
Yeah.
As the rest of Pro in a little bit of trouble. Bull going to have to get himself out of there. Morgan as well. Going to need to press some buttons and make something happen, or he's just going to die. Bull, 1 versus 3. I don't think he likes those odds, although he gets over the wall and might be able to keep himself alive. Morgan, maybe not so lucky, but Bull is on the wrong side of the map, ladies and gentlemen, so he is likely not alive. As, Lazy Feel just chases him down. And
skill expression of that MF.
It is just huge. But do you know what just happened? DRX just got a gold lead.
Yeah.
It was right as the Chemtech Dragon spawned.
What I figured out today, I'm not a superstitious person. Like, it took me a really long time. Hold on, let's talk about this fight real quick, then I'll get on my little rant.
Yeah, please.
Sponge here putting himself in a really insanely dangerous position, but he knows he has his teammates coming over. The teleport comes through, and they're just like Closer and crew are like, "What are you doing, bro?" But then they realize, oh, okay, this is actually a really nice turnaround here. Everyone, literally everyone on DRX shows up. Closer was actually really wise to save his Emperor's Divide, because he was like, okay, something's not right about this. I'm not actually trying to push this Vi into me yet, because I think they're all rotating down. He had some information there. But then ultimately, a Zephyros Divide isn't going to save them anyways. What I was going to say is, when we had that last game where I was like, oh, yeah, no, it's Earth, Wind, and Fire, and then it was Chemtech again, I realized I have this uncanny ability today to curse things. And so I just wanted to make the game more interesting by telling everyone it wasn't going to be, that it was going to be the one-sided one, that it was looking like it was going to be the steamroll. So you're welcome, chat. We got a game in our hands now.
Right, there we go. Well, this is feeling cursed. Be it your caster curse or just the fact that that last little passage of play was very cursed. It felt like Bro definitely had things in their hands, and now it is all over the floor. They're not making an omelet anymore unless they want cat hair in it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Something, got to break some eggs.
Yes.
Bull is, he's still, even though he died in that last fight, still quite accelerated and does have his Warhammer now, so he's getting closer and closer to that Muramana completion. Just, just under 2,000 more gold to finish it.
Oh, that was a drive-by. Nicely played there, Sponge.
Good
Gonna
job.
secure his blue buff.
He's had a good game.
Yeah.
He didn't die,
saving
actually,
it here.
in that last
201.
fight.
2 items are now done as well. 160 CS. What the hell? How does Sponge have 160 CS?
And he's really been doing a good job of clearing out his jungle wall, so making an impact on the map and stealing camps away. Yehu will grab this turret as well. It's going to be in trade. Neither of these were first turrets, so it's not like a race situation here, but they will trade it 1-for-1 across the map.
All right. Where is the game going now? Where are we feeling?
Well,
is the tempo in DRX's favor now?
I would say when you look at the front line that DRX has, like Frog is, he was actually having a really rough time. Right now he's just 100 gold behind. Like he's not actually
like basically even.
Yeah, he's not even really having a struggle. He's actually ahead on items, technically, because I don't really value the plated steel caps gold here that much in this situation versus, he just has regular boots because he's got a cleaver. We'll see if Morgan will be able to pick up an item here soon. But I like the front line that they have, a 2-item Talia. Very, very accelerated buy here. And so the MF, who also has 2 items, is going to be looking really good when these setups come through, and they have map control. So unless DRX mess up a really big fight here, I like their chances. It's going to be on Bull to offer poke in the neutrals.
Yeah, Morgan in a lot of trouble here as the public execution comes in. Bullet time this time will be enough to take down Morgan, and unfortunately, the Lord himself will be falling, and maybe it means this inner turret as well. DRX, they've woken up. They were a bit sleepy at the beginning of this game, and now everything's looking to be totally fine.
This is really unfortunate for Bro, because if DRX win this, by the way, in terms of the standings, then they actually get first place in the group because they win the head-to-head in the tie between them and Bro. So this is like a battle for first place.
Okay, that is going to be the ulti landing on a lazy field. As Chinese Taipei as well, where do they fit in when it comes to the tie breaks? I think DRX are ahead of Chinese Taipei as well, so yeah, ahead of the group.
I'm pretty sure that's correct. I think they won their first game against them on 2 days ago.
Yep.
Whatever day of the week that was, Saturday.
That is only if they're able to win. Still an opportunity here for Bro as they head towards the Baron and look to... Sometimes you wish upon a coin.
Yeah, well,
Or, like, you catch them napping, as Fletter is going to discover what's going on. Sponge is going to look to move in here as they're looking to play some defense. Oh, Sponge! He does it again! This man has done this before, and he's no stranger to it. That is going to be the Azir going down. DRX have just taken the bull by the horns, ladies and gentlemen. This time he is a blonde boy, but it's got horns, and it's been taken. Yeah. They're winning.
Take a look at this again. It's funny watching Pleta. He's like acting like he's Jungle Rel. He's like, hold on, I got this. But he and Sponge do actually coordinate this really well. Hambak is under a ton of threat. He does end up falling here as well, as Sponge really saves this for DRX. They were already ahead. A Hail Mary here for Bro is going to fail. And yes, they do end up killing the jungler here. Ultimately, Sponge does have his first death of the game. But the 400 gold up now, and that map control I was talking about earlier is now just going to snowball.
This is so silly because, I mean, Bro were so far ahead. Like, everything was going their way. And then they, like, this ball they were carrying around looking so majestic with, it's a very unfortunate situation now that it is shattered all over the carpet. it's like it had honey in it, you know, or something like that as well. And now, like, your relatives are coming over, they're all stepping in it and judging you for having honey in your carpet. Why is there honey in the carpet?
Can you
Wolf?
imagine though? Like you cleaned most of it. There's a little bit of residue. Somebody steps in it in their socks because they take their shoes off here.
Yeah.
They look at the sock, it's yellow.
Uh-huh.
Oh man, what's going on in the house?
It's really not good.
That's how you feel if you're bro right now. Your grandma stepped in the yellow.
Yeah.
And she's not happy about it. And she doesn't like your girlfriend either.
Nope. Oh my God, we're projecting now, Wolf. We need to be a little bit careful. It's all right, DRX. They have shattered at least the front steps of the house, as that inner turret has gone down in the mid lane. Top lane as well, next to be worked on. As you can see, a big conga line of minions going to be cleared up here by Yo.
I mean, I really think Bill's going to have to use this True Shot barrage to try to convince Grandma that she actually has a really hardworking job.
Yeah, no,
and, like,
exactly.
She's not home all the time, but she's a really good girl. And she's going to try to, like, deal with this Baron buff. There's the True Shot. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, no.
But just like Grandma, it's just really not making an impact. She's like, I
No.
don't think so.
Yeah, Grandma's just like, yeah, no, show me a victory at the
Well,
screen
we'll
at the end of
see
this
if
game.
she's at church on Sunday. Oh, God,
no.
this game is really off the rails, just like me right now. The second last games of the day for me have been the toughest ones in these last few
And
days.
I mean, this one just really, it was going the way that it's supposed to, and now, and you're right, it is like Grandma stepped in the honey that we spilt on the carpet, and now there's hell to pay. I don't know why she all of a sudden dislikes your girlfriend, but I'm hoping that everything's going to be all right.
hardwood floors.
We're
so much easier to clean.
We're saving up for slate floors, okay, Grandma? We just want to make sure we have the good stuff just for you. Well, I don't know whether DRX are going to be able to get enough money in order to get there. Bro are going to get enough money in order to get there. They are 5,000 gold behind, and I'm pretty sure, you know, slate flooring is at least 1,200 gold. 12,000
I mean, when you
gold,
look
sorry.
at the 3-item Talia here, the pick potential, how easy it is to follow up on Sponge's ultimate by both Frog and Yehu, and the fact that Pleta is sitting on the Zeeks right now, he's super happy to tank it all up. I'm liking the chances here of DRX. You know, maybe I can reverse curse them.
Lazy Feel's doing so much damage here. Humbug hasn't been able to do anything at all, although Sponge, oh, he gets the big old shield. That is not going to be enough with the Igniters into the backline. Goes closer, but he's chain CC'd. He is able to get the ultimate off, but he's still going to die. Into the backline goes the Ambessa, and Frog is having a field day as well. That's more honey for the Carpet Wolf, and they are going to be able to break down that front door.
This
that
is
we were talking
looking
about.
like maybe it's just going to straight up be like one of our fastest games of the tournament here, won by the team that was massively behind in the early game.
Oh, dear. Okay, Pleta looking for a bit of an angle there. Oh, my God. The seismic shove just insta-death for Humbug. Not tanky at all on this Sejuani. They run out of minions, though. There's now Bull. Arcane shifting forward. Yeah, I've seen that one before. Don't know about it. As Lazy
some
Field
MF
just
mechanics.
cancels a couple of auto attacks, but is enough to win them this game. Nexus turret number 2 going to be going down as you've got Polo, thrown around like a ragdoll. Pleta doing a bit of a happy dance here as the crashdown gives him the shield. This is a lot of damage to the Nexus, and so this little fight that they had, not going to be enough. And look at the giggles, man. Really?
I don't know, man, but I feel like Sponge was really going into the grandma analogy in that last fight when he was down at like 2 health and then walked all over that honey fruit.
He stepped on the honey fruit.
Yeah, he did. He was like,
Oh,
whoa, that was
no.
a close call, but I'm going to speed up and get out of here with some heals.
He's like, actually, as it turns out, having honey in your carpet feels really good.
It wasn't his carpet, it was the enemy jungle, you know?
Yep.
He's going to walk all over it.
Oh, man.
What a disastrous turn of events at that Gromp. You know,
Yeah.
that was really the turning point, trying to collapse on the Sponge there, and everyone teleports in, and that was where they got back map control and just never let it go.
And, like, Sponge instantly pressed his R button and just basically trust fell into the bros. And they didn't have the answer. This was just, from that point, DRX like, nah, we win. And they did.
Look at him almost out-damage a 2-item Talia, or 3-item Talia there at the end.
Yeah.
On this
I mean, Sponge
buy.
did more damage than Closer.
Yeah. he also was the one who really made sure that top lane was completely in Frog's control.
Yeah.
And like Frog, like early, you know, there was some issues, right? But he helped come up there and repeatedly gank and actually protect that top turret and really made a huge impact there as well. So I feel like Sponge definitely would have picked up POG if we did that here in this tournament. Like he just had an amazing game of Vi. Also great performance there in the bottom lane. Lazy Feel really absorbing that pressure incredibly well. We talked about how the lane kept going poorly. Like they kept actually getting pushbacks onto the rel.
Yep.
Almost, they did kill him once, and then Lazy Feel's just maintaining a CS lead the whole time.
Yeah, and the laning phase was not great. Let's not beat around the bush. Pleta like throwing an ult to Narnia, and then a bullet time just whispers in the wind instead of actually hitting anyone. But it was the late game and how it was played out, the orchestration of these fights that was just so beautifully done. Sponge stealing away that Baron as well, really the icing on the cake that then fell on the floor and shattered everywhere. Much like Bro's dreams of being first place in this group, because they are no longer able to be so. DRX going to be up there now instead. And our four-way tie dreams are now shattered all over the floor as well.
That's right. Just looking at Chinese Taipei's direct
They are now
head-to-head.
third as it looks on this screen.
Yeah, I think that's correct. So this is really huge.
Yeah, because Bro beat Chinese Taipei,
That's
DRX
right.
beat Bro, and so we do have the order now sorted out for our 3 and 2 teams.
So the only thing left to determine, or the only thing left to see now, is our final game of the day, which will be KT up against Guangdong Freaks. If Guangdong Freaks win, then of course they'll be on 2-3 with BNK and KT Rolster.
Yep, and so that's where we'll get a 3-way tie. If KT wins, there's no ties, and everything is just fine. Unless there's something weird as far as the head-to-heads are concerned, and we don't manage to find a team.
Yeah, I don't know what the
that's,
game time is going to be, because if
going to
two
be ahead.
teams have a significantly better game time, then the team that has the worst game time, I think, just loses, right?
Yeah.
But if there's like, you know, this team's better than that team's better than that one, then it becomes the tiebreaker situation.
Yep, and I think we've kind of figured out how that one is going to go, but we'll just have to see how it shakes up, as of course, as we move to Swiss, it does matter how you qualified out of this group stage. But now, Guangdong Freaks trying to keep themselves alive as they go off against KT after this short break. We'll see you there. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It all comes down to this. As far as Group A is concerned, here in the KeSPA Cup, we have one more match that will decide whether there is potentially a three-way tie to decide who is eliminated and who is not, or whether everything just ends up relatively cleanly.
Yeah.
So every match matters so far today. It's actually fantastic.
We saw a big bounce back from the Guangdong Freaks earlier today. They will
Indeed.
need one more win to keep the dream alive. If they lose, then like you said, everything does kind of end up pretty cleanly, as they started off with a really rough 0-3. They won half their games today. We'll see what the second half looks like.
Exactly, and they are up against KT, so who knows what's going to happen. Honestly, KT have looked either amazing or not so amazing, and really, it'll just take getting into the game to figure out exactly what is going on. And so, we're going to do our very best to make sure that we're in there without very much further ado. Of course, we do need to check out the rosters, remind you guys who is exactly on both of these teams. But honestly, I think Eye is going to be glued towards the bottom side of the map. Once again, you know, even in the game that they won, Slayer not necessarily looking amazing. Quantum still a little bit up and down as far as Quantum Freaks are concerned. So I think we are still going to be very critical about that bottom side of the map.
Yeah, I think we're not really ready to say that part has recovered, but the rest of the map looking better. Lancer, in particular, had a really good game today, so hoping that he can carry that momentum forward. We'll see if the draft here does kind of protect that bottom lane again, because that was the kind of main game plan for Guangdong earlier on. So you could see we have two teams with 4 sets. That means they've only played 4 games, and this will be the 5th and final for them. KT Rolster up against Guangdong. 3-2s across the board. Those teams are locked in. One more third win here for KT would put us at top 4, which would eliminate B&K and Guangdong Freaks from moving on to the next round. However, if that 3-way tie is to occur, Guangdong Freaks could win this game to put it at a 2-3 split across the 3 of them, which would mean that we would have to go through some of those tiebreakers and game times things. But I think it's going to be a tiebreaker if that does occur. We'll confirm it for you guys once we have that all locked in, all the information, because we don't have the game times in front of us.
Yep, we might need some tiebreakers with the top 4 as well. As you can see right now, first place is divided between DRX Pro and Chinese Taipei. That'll all get sorted out, whether we need to play games in order to work out seeding going into Swiss. We'll do that, but unfortunately that will not be streamed because we need to go to sleep so that we can come back and do this all again tomorrow.
Honestly, even if we see, like, when we finish this group, if it's like a 4-way tie for top 4, and then there's a tiebreaker, I feel like it doesn't necessarily matter in terms of like the way we're going to have expectations going into Swiss, because frankly, these teams are so close to each other. It's kind of insane.
And actually, in this match itself, KT needs to win as quickly as they possibly can if they are going to get towards like higher in the standings. Because, of course, game time does matter when you're looking to break ties. So,
I mean, DRX just had that insanely fast win in their last game. So they're probably feeling pretty good about their chance of getting a high seed here.
Exactly right. And it's also fun that we do have, you know, Maple, Casa, and the gang going into the next round. I think it's really cool to be able to celebrate Maple's career and the fact that he is no longer going to be playing after the KeSPA Cup concludes. It's just good to get our money's worth out of such an incredibly storied player. So just wanted to mention that as we are having a look at the standings. Now it's to find out whether or not it's KT or Guangdong Freaks. Guangdong Freaks, I could imagine, probably wanting to win as quickly as possible, too, in order to give themselves the best chance. But I think winning first is going to be the aim of the game here, as casting Young-Jae, Zinni, Parak, and Peter against Lancer, Doiv, Pongyan, Slayer, and Quantum. No changes here as far as these rosters are concerned. And we'll just have to see, because Guangdong Freaks now finally with some momentum moving into this next game. See whether it's actually going to be enough as we check out the players. You can imagine a little bit fatigued here, as this is the final game. It is getting to like sometime past 9 or something like that.
Yeah. A little bit later on in the night here. We still go late, even though we had a later start time. 7 games today.
Yep.
The final one here, as Lancer looks like he's in good spirits, which is a good thing because he was so pivotal along with Doiv in their last win.
Pongyan's right eye is looking fantastic as well, as we can see there. Really glad that we also get to check out the entire setup of the guy behind him.
Yeah.
As finally we do get the full face of the gentleman. Slayer actually looking like he's looking pretty happy as well. So that's certainly good news, as Quantum can't really discern how the vibes are. And Doi, I mean, it's a great forehead every single time. This guy is very, very up close and personal with his monitor.
Yeah, he's just so huge that like he just takes up the frame.
He really does. The man is just very large. If you weren't watching the LCK, Doi is just gigantic.
I'm guessing
plays really well though.
Going to be 80-20 KT. That's my pred.
92-8.
92-8. I'm going 80-20. I think there's some Kwangdong.
I guess there are like, oh man,
oh, you were closer.
close. 89% in favor of KT. Quantum Freaks only 11. I guess some of the voters have been paying attention to the results here of the tournament, but also KT has been getting overwhelmingly large amounts of votes. So I feel like maybe it's because the KeSPA Cup starts with K, and so the KT fans flock to this tournament, really wanting to make sure that KT does well. Right now, they are teetering on the verge of being eliminated. If they win here, though, they cleanly make it towards the Swiss stage. And based on how quickly they win as well, they might be able to get a fair bit of Swiss stage in there if this is a long game.
Considering they were on day one nearly able to 3-0 start, and now to be almost eliminated from the group is really insane to me. And it's wild that actually could occur. But they're also equally as close to just getting out of the group and advancing.
Yeah,
so
just being fine.
Final game, really important here. That's what's fun about finishing out a round-robin stage like this is the last game stakes. You can really see what they mean, not in a symbolic, like, oh, this could mean something later. It actually in a very final sense.
Yeah, as in right now. We'll see whether KT are going to be in or not. All right, let's have a look at the draft here. Is already, I love this. Doiv's Skarner is going to be removed. The Aurora also banned on blue side. The two most problematic champions no longer something that they have to deal with. And banning Aurora on blue side is weird. I'm not going to lie to you, but still is going to be taken away. Renekton, Nocturne, and then the Ashe ban does finally come in. So Corki up and available, and Bessa up and available. Varus has been very popular. Ashe has just been banned.
Yeah, last ban there.
But
Azir.
Yeah, I like this.
Zinni's
here.
Pretty much like almost all of our mid laners in this group have really prioritized the Azir a lot. You think about Zinni, Daystar, etc. Like it's just been a big favorite in this group. Just gonna give the Corki over though, and with no Ashe here, see what comes with this. Like Kallista's still up. KT could go for that Kallista Azir pairing that we've seen just so much in Korea over the last few years.
Ooh, okay. Corki and the Sejuani being considered for the moment. If that is a mid lane Corki, I kind of hate the Sejuani just because you're not really pairing it with too much, especially when you had the Yone up and available. Pyongyang could also head towards the Yone if they wanted to put Slayer on the Corki on the bottom side of the map, and I would really like to see that. Varus being a consideration here for Paddock. This is very high up on the tier list as far as what KT are locking in here. Let's see what this final lock-in is going to be, and man, if it is a Cassante, that's feeling pretty good. I think picking it away from Lancer feels amazing based on his performance in their previous match.
Yeah. The Jax, though, works really well with the Sejuani, so perhaps just a pick away here instead, and can work decently with KT's composition. Casting has really enjoyed playing Jax in the past.
I'm a little bit worried about Jax, just given the fact that we saw Sobero have such a horrible time on it very recently. And so I have a bit of recency bias as far as those that is concerned.
The Rumble was open, and it almost feels like this is KT's way of saying you're not getting Permafrost synergy. We're going to make you play Rumble. And then Kwangdong Freaks considered it and now are pivoting.
I would really like Yone here.
I do too, and then put Corki bottom and then leave things open. But they will actually pivot back to the Rumble after kind of going full circle there amongst the Sylas, the Orianna, etc. And it is going to be Rumble.
Yep. Keeps the Yone option open as well, given the flexibility of the Corki. I do kind of like that.
Might
Since
get
going to be taken away from Youngjae. Definitely one of his better picks.
I feel like when you have Sejuani and Yone with the Rumble to kind of layer on top of all that CC.
This was like a favorite Worlds draft as well. The Yone, Sejuani, and the Rumble.
Yeah. Probably going to be banned here, I think, by KT Rolster.
They are taking their time. 5 seconds now to go, working out this first ban. It is going to be the Yone, like you were talking about. So something that goes well into Sejuani. Vi. I think Vi should probably be banned. Has a pretty good matchup into this champion.
Very strong. Should be likely banned here.
What else would it be?
I mean, there's not really a whole lot because it's not going to be like an AP jungler. Viego was another one, I guess, that kind of slipped my mind here because we haven't seen it in a few games, but is very strong.
I think they'd like to have something a little bit tankier, I guess, in the jungle, just given the fact that Mbessa and Azir not really frontline champions, and so they'd probably want to augment that. Although I guess Vi also not exactly your traditional tank. Sejuani really the last remaining bastion as far as that is concerned. Let's see what Slayer's going to do though. Rakan going to be the final ban. Pungyon could be picking up a mid laner here if they do want to put the Corki onto the bottom side, or Slayer could grab Jinx, or, you know, a whole bunch of different things if they would like to.
I'd rather see something in the mid lane here.
I think it'll be Ezreal. We've seen so many of these
Corki,
Ezreal Rumble comps.
The 2-item spike duo, 2 items, 20 minutes, 2 champions.
Yeah, and a dream. And all that sort of stuff. Yep, that's going to be locked away. KT, what are we going to round out this composition with? How are you going to tackle the 2-item spikes?
Well, I think having some good lockdown here for 2 mobile 80 carries like a Nautilus would be a good start. This is a pretty good answer as well.
Yeah, so the Maokai could be in the jungle here. Young-J wanting to pick up a more tanky option, or Peter is playing it in the bottom lane. Although if there's a Pike, that is not going to be in the jungle. Therefore, that will mean the Maokai is heading to the jungle for what feels like the first time.
Yeah, they already banned the Rakan, so I do feel like this is jungle Maokai. And then the Nautilus I was hoping for, looks like it is going to come through here just because it's so good at point and click, stopping the Ezreal from escaping, stopping the Valkyrie and Corki from really getting out of the way. And there's a few different options here in this bottom lane for the Ezreal. You could go for a really strong pushing like Karma here and try to control that lane, or at least force a lane swap. Braum...
Isn't this the exact comp?
Yeah, it's
that,
like literally I've seen this before already.
That Chinese Taipei just lost with against DRX earlier on in the day?
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be locked in. Let's see Quantum do his best Woody impression, I guess. Or let's hope that he doesn't, based on that game.
Yeah, I guess that was like very early on today, the first match of the day. So I guess where we start, we finish here. I remember making that Song of Ice and Fire joke like so many hours ago, and now we're back with this exact same composition. KT have a lot of range here, a lot of poke. Like Azir is so good at layering damage on top of a composition like what Kwangdong Freaks have put together. There's only really the Sejuani to tank, and the Maokai can keep everyone at arm's length if they want to try to go in for a play. Not that they really want to into this composition. I feel like KT definitely got the better draft here.
Yeah. Just based on what we've seen from this composition on the side of Quantum Freaks, like this isn't new, and it still doesn't have a whole lot of engage. It wasn't with a Sejuani, which I think does give them a little bit more non-committal engage, and there was Ashe on that particular team, so the Ezra a little bit more self-sufficient. But still, I'm not feeling too enthused. Was it? So this has been successful, the Rumble, Corki, Ezreal combination. It has been successful here, but I just don't like the Braum when there's not all that many engage options. Sejuani helping out, but otherwise I feel like just a very standard team fighting composition here from KT should be just fine, especially with the amount of range that they do have with Padak on this Varus.
Weirdly enough, like I feel like from ahead, it's not an oppressive comp, and from behind, it is a comp that will be absolutely pushed off the map. Like it's so difficult to actually set up on objectives with what Kwangdong Freaks have if they're behind and Slayer can't actually hit that poke. It looks like Ezreal ends up being a pretty comfort pick here for Slayer. You know, he played it earlier today as well, and, you know, mixed bag on that one. I don't feel like he was really the carry, but he seems like he's comfortable on this pick, so maybe that's why they're drafting like this.
Yep.
I'm not sold.
No, neither am I. One thing that has been on my mind, though, is I glanced over at chat, and someone in chat just had a question for us. It was, where Robert? Let's think about that while we get into the dubstep. Hey. And so, where is Robert? Like, are they asking about Valdez?
Could be.
Because Valdez's middle name is Robert.
That's true.
He is Brendan Robert Valdez. In my phone, I have him as Robert Brendan because we did an event once and they decided that his name was Robert Brendan. Valdez just wasn't part of his name at all.
Yeah.
It was very fun.
I don't know where Robert is, but thanks for asking.
Yeah. Looking forward to it, finding out exactly where Robert is. If anyone in chat knows where he is, please, at me or something like that. Let us know. Let's have a look at how this one is going to cook out, because we can see Peter and Puddock making their way down towards this bottom lane. Means that we are going to have a lane swap. This is going to be 2 versus 2 in the bottom lane.
It's crazy, man.
I know,
2 in a
it's
row.
Nuts. It's really weird that we've
Riot's got to
mixed
do
it up this
something
much.
about this.
Yeah,
I need to have a top laner not farm and flash for XP in the top lane.
I know. Otherwise, like, how are we supposed to understand how the tempo of the game is flowing? Like,
Yeah, that's the way the game is supposed to be played, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, makes me very confused. But we'll see whether we can get ourselves together. As Quantum not going to find the Winter's Bite. And they do manage to hit the level 2.
Peter
And then
just
miss a bunch
presses
of buttons.
W, and he's like, nice try.
Yeah, and then they miss anyway, so he didn't even need to press W.
Thanks for making me waste my mana, nerd.
Yeah, you silly Billy. All right, Lance taking some damage. This casting is just dancing around this lane.
You
We've
can
seen this
see-
go back and forth.
Yeah, you can
here in
see
top lane.
how hard it is to play Rumble into this if you kind of botch it a little bit. Like Lancer walked back, so he actually wasn't able to trade well there because he was nervous about casting. It's a pretty new champion, so kind of tough to figure out. But we've seen this go both ways, but it's very tricky for the Rumble to actually get a big lead. Usually goes kind of even in these first few levels, but in this case, it is just casting absolutely dominating.
Yeah, looking really good. Of course, casting was dominating in Challenger this year as well for KT. Him and Zinni looking real good alongside Hype and, of course, Wei, who is still on the roster with Humbuck there in the jungle, who have moved along to Bro.
Lancer ends up getting all of the CS here, actually. And the only advantage that casting got off of that initial trade was that deep ward. He was able to put on the red side Krugs, which is going to be significant. But it's not like this is do or die. It's just a Rumble that's kind of put behind in this composition that we're already kind of a little bit skeptical on. Like, I don't mean put behind, but not actually getting a lead, that is to really say. And we've been watching Rumble, like, all year and kind of for the last 2 years just auto-win lane. So it is a bit strange to see a Rumble get pushed in.
I think it's kind of nice, personally.
Yeah.
As Peter's rotating over, almost sees the fact that there's a jungler there, but not going to happen. It's going to be Doive going back as Puddock sidesteps a Mystic Shot quite nicely. As now casting's back, doing it once again. A lot of damage towards Lancer here, as we've got no teleports utilized in the top lane, and so they can freely sort of put the fight to one another.
Now casting knows he's already used his Q. Looking for the dash forward. Yep. Being annoying.
So looking like it's pretty even as far as that top lane matchup is concerned. Peter gets a flash immediately out of Slayer.
And a heal out of Quantum, actually, as well.
That's a lot of buttons to be pressed when Peter just walked up and pressed hook.
Yeah, it's significant summoner usage.
Yeah.
I think maybe some miscommunication there between Slayer and Quantum, or Quantum just misjudging the range there. Because I think the flash was very much enough. But at the end of the day, better safe than sorry is the casterway will walk away from this one. As speaking of casting...
Oh dear, you do not want to go into melee range against a silenced, overheated Rumble. That's what casting did, got that information. He's gone Grasp with the Undying as well.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of different runes for the Ambessa. I've seen Conqueror. I've seen some people play Press the Attack, which is like insane, but not that crazy when you consider what she does.
Yep. I think it's sort of understandable. This is definitely a way more defensive choice than I was expecting. Right now, though, Zinni is like really falling behind as far as farm is concerned. You can see Punyan even able to move down and help with this dragon.
It's interesting because he's been keeping Punyan kind of like out of the lane for the first few levels, but now it's starting to turn around a little bit here. Although Punyan goes down towards the dragon and leaves, and now the farm will be caught up here for Zinni. So ultimately going to be too impactful, but it was a good catch by you there that things were looking a little bit awry for a moment. Puddock's going to head top lane here, as the Ezreal has really been doing a number on him. You know, Slayer did have that weird flash and the heal thing going on there, but besides that moment that Peter got those summoners, he's actually looked comfortable on the Ezreal. You know, this is one of the first champions now twice in a row today. He hasn't kind of just gotten totally bopped and lane on. Like, he's actually gotten advantages 2 times in a row here, so that's good to see.
Looking really good. As he's now going to be moving towards that top side. Doive moving on over. Understands there are some grubs that are being taken. Young-J holds onto the smite. Might actually be out of battle for this second one, but it looks like they are just going to give it up. Look to try and get in better position for the next one. As there's the Morgan hands. You love to see it. Thanks, Doiv. Best emote in the game, bar none. There
I
is
use
just
it
no other option.
in every scenario.
Yep.
My emote meal, when I press T, it just has only Morgan hands around it.
Because it just suits every scenario, every situation, and it just makes you look cool.
Yeah.
Because Morgan's cool, as we know.
Everybody knows it.
Yeah. That's beautiful. All right. Quantum and Slayer, I mean, it's just, we've flipped it. So we've gone to Australian lanes here, as the bottom lanes just move towards the top side. This was largely to try and do some battle towards these grubs, but as we just saw, it was first one taken by KT, and then they gave up the rest.
So close. Podok was just trying to give us standard lanes here, but no.
Yeah.
Back to a lane swap.
Unfortunate. It's all right. Pungyan continuing to farm well, and as you can see, it is just a natural 7,000 gold lead. Largely just to do with farm.
Yeah, it's significant advantage here, really, in the mid lane. That's kind of continued to snowball.
Yep, bottom lane is looking even more dire, as we can see, a 20 CS lead.
Yeah, that is like... It looked bad earlier, but it just kind of continues to get worse. And he tried to run away from it, and then Slayer just followed him up there to the top side.
All right, Emperor's Divide going to get Valkyrie. Nice timing there from Pungyan, but Zinni, a little bit awkward, the position of the shifting sands.
Youngjae also had ult, so they could have set this up several different other ways, but he just kind of went for the shift in, and Pungyan just rocketed his way out on the Valkyrie. So, bit sad for KT Rolster, who have been struggling in this early game.
Yeah. Struggling, but not like in any
Not
very
floundering.
obvious way.
Yeah.
It's just sort of slowly but surely it's not working. Speaking of not working, here on the top side, Slayer actually throwing down the ulti, the flash forward from Peter. They will be able to get first blood. Peter picks that one up. Podok in so much trouble, and Quantum is just going to walk away.
Yeah, he had flash too. Might have been able to flash for the auto there, but Podok could have just flashed away. It was kind of like, I hope we get the replay of this, because they both missed exactly the same way together. They were like, let's aim together, and neither of them hit their ult or the Q and the QW combo. So watch this. Like,
Yeah, let's have a look at it.
it's like, I'm going for it, and yeah, they both like just parted the blue sea of Podok and Peter, who then flashes and gets the root really well played by Peter here. If those abilities hit, at least it's a trade, or maybe even they end up winning it, you know, because Ezreal doesn't end up eating that extra damage because they end up blowing up Podok, but they fail. And that's Podok kind of back in it a little bit.
Yeah. Not able
He
to
didn't
pick up
get
the kill.
Yeah, he didn't get the kill.
Does mean that Peter gets Merc Treads, which I actually think is kind of important. Means that he can tank these Winter's Bites and feel pretty okay with it. Now that the CC doesn't really affect him too much, and books it around the map a little bit quicker as well as this Nautilus. So definitely feeling better. Not going to alleviate their monetary woes, as still it's 400 gold the lead for Quantum Freaks.
Lurking around, bit of a roamer.
As level 6 as well. As Pungyan not going to get spotted. They actually have decent red side vision, as we can see here. Going to be some
Slayer,
grubs coming up relatively soon.
even in experience, well, he was for a moment there with casting. They're both level 7. He's really just trying to push this advantage, grabs a plate. And he's just going to continue to harass him. This is because he knows Doiv and Quantum are up here with him.
Yeah.
Pungyan was also teasing coming up, but he's just going to push mid and try to get another plate himself. So big gold being picked up here. Quantum Freaks get this plate, top plate, and a threatening casting here, stopping him from farming efficiently. And they might just wipe him off the map.
Yeah, it's going to be really rough. There's the teleport, Zinni, and the fact that they get this teleport is kind of huge, because
that's
he'd
just
only
enough.
just walked back to the lane. He's going to have to say goodbye to that minion wave teleport to come in from Pungyan. He knows that he just gets over. He can take another plate.
Exactly. They're going to try to make this counter play happen onto Lancer. He doesn't have Equalizer, and the next wave is
Youngjae
coming.
in a lot of trouble. Peter, Hex flashing on over. There's a Chains of Corruption. It should be a dead Rumble, as there it is. Podok going to be able to lock that one down. Very nicely done, but KT, they've sacrificed a whole bunch of grubs for this already.
Yeah, not to mention, obviously, like you said, the plate in mid that it went over extra, the second plate for Pungyan, the top plate went over to Ezreal. I think Slayer's about to get a second one up there, even with that protection because of his W, empowering that damage to turret. Sure, KT will get their first dragon of the game. If it's another Chemtech Soul, I might lose my mind.
What would that? That'd make it 10 out of 23, right?
Yes. So I was going to give the stat after the Soul appeared, so we'll see. Here we go. Yundo,
see.
show me.
I mean, if this is not Chemtech, it's going to be a Chemtech Soul. Like, it's guaranteed, right?
No,
Oh!
come on!
There it is.
Oh, it's bugged for sure. 10 out of 23. 10 out of 23. We were at 41% before this. And I guess they're probably closer to like 45 now or something, but it's almost 50%
Wait,
of our
is that-
souls this tournament.
Oh, wait, this is the Soul. I thought that was Second Dragon.
No, it's the soul, Atlas!
Oh, no.
No, it's
Why?
just the soul!
Why there's so many? Oh, Yundo, fix it.
It is definitely bugged.
This is ludicrous.
By the way, I feel like I've been seeing a lot of these on my solo queue games on this patch as well.
Yep.
Maybe it's actually bugged.
Maybe Chemtech just
Riot.
has a higher chance. Does anyone like it? I don't know. I mean, the Mega
It's
Cones
better
are
than the
kind of
old
funny. The speed up fruit, kind of cool, as well as Lancer. Oh, possibly a little bit out of position here as the teleport comes in from casting. Lancer just going to move past it. There is the ulti in as he's underneath the enemy turret. This is subpar. Now moving the wrong direction, and this is a guaranteed kill. But can Lancer cause enough disruption? Can the rest of the team get something done? And the answer is maybe. It's Pungyang going to be flashing out of the way here of Peter and Zinni. This is KT a little bit with men short, as the Emperor's Divide is going to do not too much of anything at all because they were in between turrets. So this turret is going to go down.
First brick.
And Kwangdong Freaks do manage to gather first brick, and they'll pick up the kill onto Zinni as well. And this is what happens when you're fighting and you've overloaded bottom side already.
I mean, just look, like you said, they overloaded bottom side. Zinni here has his ultimate. It's just really tough to actually utilize anything here defensively. Peter, you know, he doesn't have his ult back online. He's super close to it. And before he can ult, he's just caught here by that glacial prison. He does ult as he dies, but and maybe if he had ulted a little bit earlier, tried to make a play towards the bottom side or escape, he really just wanted to hold on to that turret, frankly. And he dies, and they lose the turret. Peter can't save him. He didn't have his ult. He does now, but he didn't at the moment. So Kwangdong Freaks taking a pretty significant gold lead here, even though they lost Lancer on the bottom side of the map. He picked up another plate, too. So this Rumble actually, despite being 0-2, is kind of well and truly on his way.
Yeah, no, he's feeling fine. Does have the Leandre. He's still going to be doing relevant damage in these fights.
And like the other thing too is they've itemized, casting against the Rumble, but that's not going to be too helpful for hitting that first Eclipse power spike and anything like that. So he's kind of delayed as well.
Yeah. Although, if you get that Lifeline passive, it synergizes quite well with the Chemtech Soul.
I mean, that's a good call. They don't have it yet. They don't have any Chemtech Dragons, but maybe in the near future, in 2 minutes' time.
Indeed.
This is going to be another turret here for Kwangdong Freaks. They have 5 grubs, so they just rip through these. And Zinni, we talk about this all the time. Okay, Azir's got the Nashor's Tooth, but he doesn't have grubs. He only has 1, and he just hasn't had any real free time to the turret. He's just now getting it up on the top side. Lancer's getting his equalizer back up, though, and man, KT are losing everywhere right now.
Yep, there's the ulti to try and get out of the prison, and that is going to work out here. Does get knocked up as Quantum in a lot of trouble. Get over here, says Peter. Quantum going to have to flash to get out of the way of that one. True Shot Barrage getting a fair bit of work done, but wiping the floor with them is Zinni. Doiv now in trouble. Pungyang also going down incredibly low. Podok somehow still alive. And he is going to be able to go back home now. Nature's grasping at the hind legs of this adorable corgi, but it's not enough to actually take them down. Still, KT will be happy with it. 5-1 is the kill score. They're actually very far ahead when it comes to kills.
Yeah, I mean,
but it's playing the map that they're struggling to do.
It's okay sometimes to just, hit that demolish on the turret and zone casting away. Sometimes it's okay to not overextend. Like, Zinni comes down here with basically no health, but that's a lot of damage he can offer. He gets the Emperor's Divide here as well to guarantee that Doiv also gets caught. It's a great decision from Zinni to come down. It's a bold one oftentimes to come into a situation like this with super low health on the TP, but it's absolutely worth in this case. And then Youngjae on the very tip is going to be able to catch poor Slayer there. Now, I've noticed a trend in our last few games, and not the Chemtech Soul trend. I've been noticing that for a while, by the way.
Yeah.
Of the team that's really ahead kind of thinks that it's almost donezo and makes these crazy attempts to get tiny advantages further and then just kind of tosses it away. So it's getting a little too challengers in here. You know what I'm saying, Atlas?
Yeah, I do know exactly what you're saying. However, I do know exactly who these players are.
That's
and
true. So
a
we're
lot
not
of
really
them
surprised.
are very challengers. So
Yes.
that's where they're from. That's what they do.
In fact,
So
like
you can't blame them.
about 7 of them are like really
Yeah.
I mean, 6 if you can quantum to play in the LCK a little bit.
Yeah, it's
Doiv also as well.
Yeah. And we do have some of the best ones from Challenger, of course, Casting and Zenny being examples of that. But still, the Challenger spirit lives on as Shelly pops down in this mid lane. Going to see whether we can crack open this outer turret. Get some more standing gold here for KT as Peter finds himself a hook. There's the ulti to come through from Quantum. It's not exactly the highest value as, oh, that's a cute way to mitigate the damage as Peter going to get immediately shoved back towards this turret. Pungyan in a little bit of trouble here as Youngjae flashing away. Oh, manages to take one with him as Zinni gets some speed up honey fruit, and Lancer says, yeah, I've got some speed up ground here as well, my friend. You're going to get harpooned to death, and that is going to be that. A really good fight here from Kwangdong Freaks, and they'll transition into a dragon as well.
Well, you know, we're tossing it back and forth a little bit here on this one, as Casting is going to come over here and scan this and be like, is there anything I can do?
No. I think no.
The answer is no, but you can watch the building explode a little bit.
Yeah.
So going back to this play here in the mid lane, I was going to say, yeah, like the Challenger spirit living on, KT may be living on as well in this tournament, but, you know, this is a gross overextension because look at where Pungyan is at the bottom of this. Zenny is looking for a really nice ult angle, but he just isn't going to find one. Maybe if he goes for Pungyan there faster, they might actually have been able to kill him faster than sort of get away there, but the rest of the team already kind of ejected their way out of the fight. The kill over there from Slayer as well onto the Varus was pretty massive. Zenny also puts his ult on cooldown as he dies, which is less than ideal. He's 2/3 of the way back on it, but probably don't want to be using that one like that. Maybe he thought it could help him live, but
yeah,
we
just
knew
wanted
otherwise.
to try and create some distance. But unfortunately, Leandre's existed as Peter is just going in. Not sure about that one. Is now Casting, dancing around Lancer. This is working for the Umbessa. He's got the Eclipse. The Hex Drinker is now still chilling there as well. This Umbessa is starting to feel a bit scary. As
What do game
Twisted
states
Advance,
mean?
That is going to avoid the Glacial Prison. Nature's Grasp comes down as well. Chains of Corruption. Pungyan is just dead. The Corki does nothing at all as now Pungyan's in trouble. That hook went to the skies, and that's going to mean that Doiv does the same thing. And Kwangdong Freaks, after, you know, picking it up, a tennis racket comes out, they smack that ball right back over the net.
What are we doing? There's not even a blue buff there. It's not even there, Atlas. Like, what are we fighting for? What are we pushing for?
Baron Vision
It's just
Control.
not
It's
even
coming
there.
up in 1 minute, Wolf.
Yeah, at the time it was like 1:40. Come on, teams. Everybody's playing fast and loose. Everybody's playing nervous because this is like tournament life on the line for both of these teams. So I get it, but I think both these squads need to really take a seat. And I mean, they're all sitting, but you know, like really step
Take a
back
seat
and
again.
take assessment of what's going on. Because in Kwangdong Freaks' case, look at where Pungyan and Doiv are here. Look at how deep they are. There's no Gromp. There's no blue buff. There's no outer turret. There's nothing. It's just like, we're going in. And KT are like, you're in my side of the map. And
Yeah.
so you can't do that.
And Peter said, I'm going to hit every hook and do exactly what I need to. Even the hook that he hit onto a wall, that got a flash. Like, this guy, laser focused. Peter is not interested in a tie-break scenario with the bottom three. No. He wants a tie-break scenario with the top four.
That's right. If he hits a wall, you know, he's coming closer to you. He didn't come directly to you, but he's still coming at you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You better get away from him. He's got that R button and Giga Chat energy.
Yeah, it's which Peter. You know, which one do you get? Do you get the Peter Parker? Do you get the Peter Pan? What's
Is it
not
like
so
is it
good
the Madam
Peter?
Web like universe where he doesn't have superpowers actually, but he's just like rich and like buys a big suit? Like
I mean, there are like
has
a
that?
trillion different Spider-Mans, right? So I imagine there's a Peter Parker that does everything.
Is he Miles Morales in this one? I don't know.
Yeah,
we
who
don't
knows?
know.
Well, I think Lancer is not. Lancer is running for the hills in a mech. And Casting's like, I'm just a lady with 2 cool weapons, and I'm just going to kill you underneath an inner turret. That's a solo kill. That's Mbessa. Say what you will. It's release date.
You know, trade of flashes favors Casting as well because he has some mobility.
Yeah.
Rumble not so much. So
Casting,
that's also gonna feel
I
bad.
half expect Casting's flash to be up like 2.5 minutes earlier, just based on Mbessa being that broken.
Kind of feels that way.
Yeah.
He didn't go Boots of Lucidity, you know, in this case, but
Well, it's a huge lead here for KT, 200 gold.
yeah, I was literally going to say the same thing. Like, after all of this, and after Kwangdong, you know, ended up losing the Rumble, had that big toss away on the non-existent blue buff, At the end of the day, as the dust settles, we're still pretty even here. When you look at where the gold is, like you're hitting 2 item spikes on your Corki or Ezreal for Kwangdong Freaks, you're kind of hitting your strides there. Like this is where you're looking to fight for this 3rd dragon, which would be Chemtech's Soul Point for you. Happy about that. Not so happy about the fact that Varus is pretty huge too, and he went lethality, so Slayer eats so much damage every time he gets hit by any of these volleys.
Oh, Quantum. Standing on a ward, looking to clear out vision where he can. Puddock just doing his best to land the poke.
The Ambessa is also getting to be a big problem here, about to hit that 2nd item, and you know the Hex Drinker ended up being like good enough to survive, as it turns out, and now she is no longer delayed.
Oh dear, okay, Peter tanks up a Winter's Bite. Not the end of the world or anything like that. Quantum, Slayer, oh, the anchor. If Slayer hadn't have walked backwards in that moment, could have been dead. That's all right, True Shot Barrage on to Young-J. Young-J wondering why he was singled out there. As there's another hook. This time Peter might be in trouble for it though. With Nature's Grasp coming out. And Peter throws down the shield. Young-J in a little bit of trouble, is now casting. He thinks that maybe the battle is just beginning as Slayer could be in trouble. Just gets executed by the Ambessa. How many dodges do you have? As City gets the flash, finds 3 with the Emperor's Divide. Get this guy into the LCK. He's a god.
He is super good, man. And now we're looking at 22 minutes 50. The Baron up for 3. Some low health bars here, but I think with these death timers, I think they actually can do this. It'll take a little while here, and also even commit further to this inner or this outer turret. Casting is going to take that one down. Doiv could do nothing alone here against this onslaught. 4 dead.
Yeah.
Here for Kwangdong Freaks, and there's just nobody to stop this Baron as long as they can juggle the aggro correctly, which they do. And down they go. They look at Punyan in this fight too. He's a little bit late to show up. And like it looks like, okay, Peter, you've made a big mistake here. Chains of Corruption, not too high value. Slayer gets knocked up, but he doesn't care. And then Punyan shows up and a ton of damage comes through. But it's really, like you said, Casting's flank here.
Yeah,
after
look at
all the
how
buttons have
late
been used.
he waits as well. Like
Yeah.
he's like, no, I need them to fully commit so I don't take too many turret shots so that we can survive. And this was the perfect flash from Zimmy.
Yeah, it was super good from him. Public execution was nice from Casting as well. Kwangdong Freaks, desperate for this dragon.
Yeah, no equalizer available here for Lancer. Could be an important one as Nature's Grasp is going to come out. Chains of Corruption there as Casting gets into the backline once again. This time maybe a little bit too early, but look at the AoE damage. The Ambessa does go down, but at what cost, ladies and gentlemen? The answer is 3, maybe 4 as Peter. He's going to get taken out. Slayer taking matters into his own hands. Doesn't find that Mystic Shot against Puddock though, as Zinni and Puddock still a lot of damage available. Still takes the damage there as Zinni doesn't quite get over the wall. The Sand Soldier! And Slayer just out of the way, but still that staff is going to be able to zap him. And the Drake is going to get stopped. And 2 Barons remain alive. Still probably all right for Kwangdong Freaks, wanting to disrupt a bit of that Baron timer as it's only Punyan left alive.
2v2, 280 carries, 2 item spikes, 2 Triforces, 2 Muramanas, then a dream.
That's so many 2s!
But they couldn't get it done in the end. Watch the beginning of this fight. It does look like, as you said, Casting is kind of going a little bit too deep here. He hits the target he wants, but the peel back is here from Kwangdong Freaks, and they burst him down. But his damage has already been done, and like you said, the AoE is just ripping through here. Zini doing so much. And then Slayer, I mean, he's strong right now. Peter goes down. He hits that extra Q onto Puddock. And it looks like, okay, maybe we can actually pull this off, but they really underestimate the damage here of this Azir. And Azir kind of just, he clicks on you. Slayer has to hit all of these abilities, and with that Sand Soldier over the wall, down he goes.
Yeah, just wanders over and says, Bzzt. As KT, they will even out the Dragons. Peter looking for a little bit of an entrance towards this blue buff. As, What? Why? Okay, the ulti does come down as Lancer makes it underneath the turret. But, I mean, an extra auto wouldn't have hurt, I don't think. As Zinni, this one does hurt. He is not going to be able to find the Conquering Sands, but I guess just, sorry, the Shifting Sands, but does throw something over the wall there. As, okay, another hook, max range. Chains of Corruption comes down as Puddock looking to take down Doiv. This guy's a tank, remember, ladies and gentlemen, but he is not really. He is just going to evaporate at the hands of KT. And Young-J, he's got, like, shields for his team, but he also has a Bernie mask that is going to hurt them. And Casting is way too big. 3, 1, and 7. This Ambessa is a 10 KDA of death.
Even when she goes in alone and dies, she's, you know, like really getting that work done into the backline, putting the 80 carries down at low health, and really just kind of hurting anybody who's near her as she goes down. 700 gold ahead right now of her opposition here.
Oh man, and this is Doiv's worst game of the tournament so far. Honestly, he's been the one sort of holding on for dear life for the Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah.
And this has been not the Doiv performance that we've wanted to see.
And
Young
like,
Jae, on the other hand, 3-1-12. The guy is
look at
massive.
this. Zini gets caught here, gets the WQ combo here from Slayer, but Slayer actually can't go forward, doesn't have flash, hits this W. His E comes online at the worst possible moment. He's like, maybe I can get in there. No, you can't get in there. And then he just kind of leaves his support out to die, or Doiv out to die. In this case, Quantum comes over here and tries to save him as well. But it's just a disaster here, as he's once again so close to pulling off that pick there at the end of the fight, but not quite able to. You can see his damage is actually really high here. Same as Podek, essentially just 1,000 behind, but the effective damage here of this Varus has been so much higher and leading to those eliminations.
It's really nicely done. Kwangdong Freaks now looking to clear some vision towards his bottom side. Baron going to be up in 2 minutes' time, 3 minutes on the Dragon. Soul Point available for both teams. The Dragon not as important. The Baron, I think, is going to be the next big fight. And I'm looking at the cool hat that Zinni has purchased, and I'm a little bit frightened for Kwangdong Freaks' prospects here. Mortal Reminder is done for Pungyan, so he's got 3 items as well, but they're not as cool as the 3 items that Zinni has put together.
No.
No judgment, but they're just not worth as much. You know?
They certainly are not.
Like, you can have a shopping bag, and then you can have, like, a Louis Vuitton bag. You know, they are different things. And even though you can have one each, and they are still one bag, it's what the bag represents.
I mean, look, I get it. It's Chemtech Soul, but I mean, just one dragon apiece. Mortal Reminder, kind of not hidden for me on this one.
Yeah.
It's not feeling that.
I think if, like, these teams are looking at the top of their screen, though, KT are, like, vibing. They're feeling like they are so far ahead. It's not just 4,000, which is what is real. It doesn't feel like it'd be just 4,000. I imagine KT feel like they are slaughtering.
When you look at the top right of your screen in game where it says 19-7, you're like, well, let me just end this one. But overextending is the only way I think Quantum get back in this game, so KT should be a little bit cautious.
Quantum just going to flat out miss that Winter's Bite. Possibly a little bit unfortunate there, although I don't think Peter was really a target that they could go for.
Casting has TP, and he's going to split push during this.
All right. They'll just... Doiv stands in front, and... Oh, okay. Well, they do manage to find the Varus, but I don't know whether this is where you want to engage. In comes Lancer. It's a decent equalizer, but they just walk off it. There's not enough follow-up CC as Casting gets towards that backline. Hasn't thrown down the ultimate just yet. It's just teleported in. And now these low health bars underneath the turret. Just a prime target for not only the public execution here from Casting, but also the pot shots from the Varus.
I mean, they have so much damage here, KT Rolster do, and all the ults are down now for Kwangdong Freaks, so they could just kite back to this Baron and take it out, clear out the vision. Slayer going to do one little check here, but it's going to tell them the bad news that they're already pretty aware of. Doiv's getting his ult back in just a second here and does have flash, but Peter can kind of lock them out as
oh no, the public execution comes down, and Lancer, I think he's just dead. There he goes. That's so sad. As depth charge going to be used here onto Pungyan. Nice knockups from Peter, who just keeps himself alive. Dredgeline gets himself out of dodge. We'll see whether the tree's going to be so lucky. The answer is no, as Casting now wanting to dash his way into this backline. Pungyan just explodes as the Ambessa has been at the perfect places throughout this game. True Shot Barrage doing a fair bit of work here, but he showed off his position, and Casting says, you are dead.
Israel with flash. I don't care about that. I've got all the dashes, and I've got my own flash as well.
Arcane Shift, you mean Archaic Shift, you old champion. I'm after you.
Maybe take the F out of that Arcane Shift if you ask me.
You showed him, Wolf.
Because he also pressed F with his flash, and I still killed him.
Yeah, so you took it out.
It's a bad, funny word.
That's what that meant.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I was onto it. I was picking up what you were putting down.
Yeah.
Not literally picking up what you were talking about and you as if you were putting it down. Never mind. Let's talk about this replay.
Hold on. Watch it again.
Okay.
Slayer's like, I'm kiting back. Oh, the Arcane, or the True Shot Barrage actually what does him in, man. That channel time, that's definitely the reason. No, I think Ambessa's fair.
Oh, yeah. And that gave Ambessa the ability to move from 1.5 screens away and kill him. Don't press True Shot Barrage, silly Billy. Oh, dear.
But Slayer's, Ezreal probably is a throat lozenge after that. Yeah, quiet down.
Yeah. He immediately choked, I'm pretty sure.
I long range teleport all the time. Oh, me too. I'm Ambessa.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's
your ability? That's silly. It's my passive. Never mind. All right, that's going to be Soul Point. Who cares? This is now KT marching this Baron buff towards some inner turrets and some inhibitor turrets to try and win the game. It was like somewhat not too much of an issue as far as gold. Now it is. It's like 7,000, 8,000. And KT have a sieging composition that works out very, very well, utilizing this Varus to try and take these pot shots and clear out waves.
I haven't seen Arcane yet, so this is embarrassing. But Ambessa is Noxian, right?
Yes.
Okay.
She's a Noxian general.
Oh, boy.
All right. Peter is too, as it turns out. Guy's a monster. Just tanks up anything. Freljord, who cares? As Gen.G, he's in a bit of trouble, but that Emperor's Divide going to land onto 2. Zinni now finds himself on the wrong side of the base gates as Pungyon almost just dies. Casting probably can kill everyone by himself, but KT are doing their very best to throw this one away. They show them the doors into the backline, goes Casting. Oh, God, Slayer, can you stay alive this time? They managed to get the ultimate down, the passive down from the Braum, and so Casting's not able to kill him too quickly. Finally does go down, still manages to take Slayer with him. Cue the clown music, Wolf. Like that was KT. What are we doing? What are we doing, guys?
Let's go back into this. Let's kind of explore this again, because Peter actually eats the Glacial Prison, which is pretty good for KT. This ultimate, though, from Gen.G really doesn't hit the mark, and then he gets burned down, so he's no longer a factor. And it looks like, oh, okay, Genie, amazing ult. Uh-oh, he's over the wall. He went in, he has no mobility, so he gets taken out here. And yes, Lancer does die, but he did so much work before he went down that they end up getting the second kill here. And Podok is not able to actually hit Slayer here because of the block there from Quantum, so he's just denying him from hitting Slayer. So Casting's like, I'll do it again. Look at my mobility, my dashes.
Well, at least the tower went down.
Yeah.
So they broke the base.
They didn't
there's that.
Get the inhibitor, though, sadly.
Yeah. Still has 7,000 gold ahead. It's no real big deal, as the Baron has just worn off. Now, it was only a 900 Baron power play, though. So now that there's a Guardian Angel for the Ambessa, she's going to be feeling a bunch better. Looks like you could almost build another one here for Casting, as he does have the
he's got
makings of
that
it in
extra
his,
emblem in his inventory.
Yeah, in his inventory. Probably not going towards a second Guardian Angel, but it is funny that it exists there. Podok going to be now moving towards his top lane to try and take down this turret as well. As Casting dealing with the bottom side as Gen.G does get frozen here. There's a concussive blows as well as he realizes that he's probably just dead. All right, he's Nature's Grasp coming on through as now Casting getting into that back line. He does have the GA, remember, has a big old shield as well. As there's a public execution. He's dashing so much, moving all the way around this fight. Look at these health bars as they limp away, wondering what the hell just happened to them.
Ambessa just happened to them, but Casting just happened to them. He's had a fantastic game here. He is playing incredibly well. He has been such a huge threat this game. Dealing with the Rumble in the early game, but getting out of the laning phase just fine. First inhibitor will fall. The second one, not long for this world. And Lancer is up here in 30 seconds. His ult will be up with him, so they aren't going to overextend here, especially after what happened last time around when they were trying to push super hard. I think they're a little bit wary about going all in on this one. So there's still a little bit more here for Guangdong Freaks in terms of, you know, like surviving and potentially getting a miracle fight here, but they're 10,000 gold pod now, so it's really just not looking likely, but at least they can respawn and give it another go.
All right, well, KT taking a while, playing with their food a little bit here. It's not really the time to be playing with your food, to be perfectly honest. Although I guess Quantum Freaks have been finding these little avenues back in. But we have to remember the game time is important. There is a four-way tie if KT wins. And they move further up based on speed of victory. This is not going to be moving their average in the right direction. Let's just say that here at 35.5 minutes.
I'm trying to see a world in which, like, you know, Guangdong Freaks can come back and win this. I mean, the arm guard is here for Lancer, but it's not really necessarily going to, like, if he goes golden, he will likely die right afterwards anyways in these types of fights. This is not the type of fight against all these ranged DPSs. Like, I mean, the Azir, the Varus are not going to be sitting on top of his Flame Spitter when he goes in and goes golden. So it's helpful for survival and might help him, like, buy some time here defensively, but I just don't see it, you know. Sorelda's is done. Bloodthirster for Slayer.
I mean, it's 6 items on Podok. The guy is
Exactly.
just massive. 10, 1, and 13. Here's the Nature's Grasp. Casting already into that back line as he gets a huge shield from the lifeline. They take down the turret.
Well?
He makes it out because he dashes 4 million miles. As that is going to be Peter securing the kill onto Doiv. Lancer, meanwhile, is making his way in. Knockups do come down. The equalizer for fun here by the looks of things for Lancer, who does, like you say, go golden for next to no reason. And Casting's going to take down the last inhibitor of the game, and Lancer is also going to be dead. Their health bars are not exactly the highest on the side of KT.
Imagine
as
if
Slayer throws down the
Wait.
ulti, maybe an opportunity. Emperor's Divide is going to go in a weird direction as Peter, he knows what the real target is, and that is himself. Because 2 kills immediately happen. Finally, they take down the Ezreal as in goes Podok. Oh my goodness. Okay, Casting.
No! Punyan goes straight into...
This champion's so silly, dude.
He buffers the chains of corruption, but then he's on the wrong side of the fight and can't actually clean up these low health bars and just dies.
Yeah, Quantum is now feeling a little bit weird as Casting gets his ult back, and there goes the silliness as KT will be able to take the victory here and keep their hopes alive here at KeSPA Cup as well. And now we have some information for you. Due to the fact that now everything is finished here for this group, we have the final scores. And that means Bro, Chinese Taipei, KT, and DRX are all tied. As our qualified teams, we will be saying goodbye to B&K and Kwangdong Freaks. Unfortunately, Kwangdong not quite being able to find the performance here at this tournament that they wanted. But to celebrate, you know, we will have Bro making it forward. They've looked great. It's really good to see DRX performing well at the same time. Our more LCK-filled teams are finding a lot of success. And then there's Chinese Taipei, Maple's last dance, looking real good.
You know, standings aside, looking at Lancer's damage in this game just feels like a tragedy. On a Rumble, almost 40 minutes in, just not really able to make the impact he would like to. Just too many threats here.
These
the side of
damage
KT
numbers are
Rolster.
absurd as well.
And like in that last fight too, he didn't show up until the end. I wonder what would have happened if KT actually had an equalizer on top of them when they were trying to go through that bottom inhibitor, but we'll never know. As here's today's results. You just mentioned who actually, of course, will be advancing, but here's how we got there.
Yep.
Chinese Taipei winning both games today was super critical for them. DRX as well, looking a little bit shaky after their first match 2 days ago, but having a really good showing against 2 strong teams here in Chinese Taipei and Bro. And Kwangdong Freaks taking them out as well, which was kind of a surprise to us.
Yeah, that's the weirdest part.
Not able to actually win the game here against KT Rolster, and it kind of all came down to that throw on the blue buff. Some eyes too big for the stomach, a little bit of over-aggression there, and I think there's a lot to learn still.
I would agree. But ultimately, I think it was a really fun day. I think Group A has felt like the more cut-and-dry group, but that was kind of proved wrong here in today's matches where everything kind of went topsy-turvy. The fact that Kwangdong Freaks managed to upset DRX. DRX beat everyone else, managing to take down Bro there, like you say, just completely ridiculous stuff. And Chinese Taipei managing to stay alive in the tournament, turning around what was a pretty unfortunate day one with their 1 and 2 start. Things looking pretty exciting as we check out the Group A standings. This is how it's going to shake up. So Bro, because they had the fastest win times, they are going to be our first place team. And then Chinese Taipei immediately afterwards, KT and DRX following in 3rd and 4th.
Chinese Taipei, 11 seconds faster than KT Rolster.
Yeah, it's kind of nutty. I think that's why we needed an extra decimal place. It could have been minutes, but they are very, very close. DRX, the longest by a decent margin there as well. As man, KT could have been 2nd if they had have beaten Kwangdong Freaks like just a little bit faster.
Yeah.
In that last game.
Yeah.
Wow, every second counts. Thanks to the Cisco network does not doesn't sponsor this broadcast. I'm getting one in just before the next international that we are going to commentate.
Hopefully they'll come for us for KeSPA Cup 2025.
There we go.
Let's take a look at what the
Thanks,
Swiss
SKT.
the Swiss interstage is going to look like. So, Bro being first, Chinese Taipei, etc., going top to bottom here. They will play against the first, so it's not like you get an advantage per se, like you would in a round of 8, for example, where you're like, oh, I'm first versus fourth. Because it's Swiss, it's first versus first, second versus second, third versus third, etc. But if you win that first match, that M4 there, Bro versus whoever wins in that Group B, which we'll find out tomorrow, then if you win that match, then you've got a really nice start into the Swiss stage.
Yeah, feels absolutely fantastic. And so the Swiss Interstage will be really set after tomorrow's matches. Of course, we have a repeat of today, but with Group B. And then we will have everything all laid out for you, and we'll be able to sort it out. Speaking of Group B, this is going to be the teams that will be participating. A 3-0 team, the only one of the tournament at the end of a day, was in fact Gen.G, having a phenomenal performance. Chovy playing one of the games, but otherwise Canyon and Keen kind of terrorizing the Rift. Duro looking real good, and About actually looking fantastic as well.
Yeah, just slotting in similarly to Pays. I mean, obviously Pays a stronger player than About, but just another proof that Gen.G can put almost any 80 carry spot into that slot and find great success. Even Duro having good performances so far here in the KeSPA Cup. So definitely the team to beat, and likely the team that will face Bro in that first versus first Swiss interstage before we move into the final rounds.
Oh my god, Gen.G versus Bro. Bro are a team that have upset them in the past.
That's right.
Oh, very exciting stuff. As this is tomorrow's matchups, Vietnam taking on Nongshim in our first one. Remember, Nongshim 0-2, only playing 2 games in the first day. So wanting to have a way better day here. Finish up on 3-2 to try and solidify themselves in that top 4.
And T1,
that's still a possibility, but T1, I mean, that's where the problems really lie.
Yeah, T1 0-3, like Kwangdong Freaks were in Group A.
Yep.
So they have 2 tough matches against 2 full LCK squads in Nongshim and D+ tomorrow. So Kwangdong brought it back today. Obviously, weren't able to cross the finish line in the last game, but kept it interesting.
Yep.
We'll see if we have Owner playing tomorrow, if we have Gumayusi playing tomorrow, and what those rosters are going to look like, because it really means a lot. Because if they lose either of those games, they are out of the tournament.
Yep, just done. Nothing to play for after that. The Swiss stage will be filled up with the top 4, if we remember. Right now, it's looking like Nongshim and T1 are the ones that are in the firing line there, the only fully defeated teams that we have in the tournament thus far, after even Kwangdong Freaks were able to pick up a victory over DRX today. So we'll see whether any more miracles are in store for us after we've had a very good rest, after the players as well have got a bit of a sleep and are ready to come back tomorrow for even more KeSPA Cup action. Of course, this was a day off for the remainder of the teams. Hopefully they're watching, figuring out the meta, trying to work out that, yes, Aurora and Skana just need to be banned away.
I think that's a pretty good read, you know? And also, you know what people learned today? Don't pick Callista.
Nope. And also, don't listen to commentators when they talk about honey being spilt on the carpet, because it makes you feel icky, makes you feel sticky. It's
And
now
like,
time for us to...
please less Chemtech Souls tomorrow. That's my last thoughts.
Yeah. That's a good one. And we'll leave you with that. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more KeSPA Cup. Good night.